History of Russia. Early Slavic tribes. The region that would later become Russia was inhabited by various Slavic tribes, including the East Slavs during the early centuries. Origins and migration. The early Slavic tribes that inhabited the region of present-day Russia were part of the larger Slavic ethnic group that originated in Eastern Europe. Around the 5th and 6th centuries these tribes began migrating from their ancestral lands, moving eastward into the vast territories encompassing modern Russia. Tribes and clans. The early Slavic tribes were composed of various smaller clans and kinship groups. Each tribe had its own distinctive cultural and linguistic characteristics, forming a diverse tapestry of Slavic communities across the region. Settlement patterns. The Slavic tribes initially settled in areas characterized by forests, rivers, and fertile lands. They established agricultural communities and relied on a combination of farming, hunting, fishing, and gathering for sustenance. Social structure. Slavic society during this period was predominantly agrarian, organized into extended family units or clans led by a senior male figure. These clans formed the basis of the tribe's social structure, with members sharing common ancestry and obligations to one another. Tribal interactions. Interactions between Slavic tribes were complex, involving both cooperation and occasional conflict. Trade networks developed, facilitating the exchange of goods and ideas among different tribes, while territorial disputes and raids were also prevalent. Religious beliefs. The early Slavic tribes practiced a polytheistic belief system centered around nature and ancestral spirits. They worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses associated with natural elements, fertility, and celestial bodies. Rituals and ceremonies were performed to ensure good harvests, protect the tribe, and maintain harmonious relations with the spiritual realm. Oral tradition and mythology. The early Slavic tribes relied on oral tradition to pass down their history, legends, and myths from one generation to another. These narratives served as a cultural repository, preserving their collective memory and providing insights into their worldview, values, and heroes. Cultural expressions. Slavic tribes developed distinct artistic expressions, including decorative pottery, metalwork, and intricate textile designs. Music, dance, and storytelling were integral to their cultural practices, serving as forms of entertainment, social bonding, and preservation of their identity. Relationship with nature. The Slavic tribes held a deep reverence for nature, viewing it as sacred and interwoven with their daily lives. Forests, rivers, and natural landmarks held significant spiritual and symbolic importance, reflecting their intimate connection with the natural world. Interaction with neighboring cultures. The Slavic tribes interacted with various neighboring cultures, including the Finno-Ugric peoples, Baltic tribes, and later the Norse Varangians. These interactions influenced their language, trade networks, and cultural exchange, contributing to the dynamic development of Slavic society. Governance and leadership. The tribes were governed by chieftains or elders who wielded both political and spiritual authority. Leadership positions were often hereditary, passing down within prominent families or clans. Decisions were made through consensus, building and consultation with respected members of the tribe. Adaptation to changing environments. The early Slavic tribes demonstrated adaptability to the diverse geographic regions they encountered. They developed specific farming techniques, such as shifting cultivation and slash-and-burn agriculture, to optimize their yields in different landscapes. Linguistic diversity. Linguistic diversity among the Slavic tribes was notable, with distinct dialects and regional variations emerging over time. Common linguistic features formed the foundation of the Slavic language family, which evolved into the East Slavic, West Slavic, and South Slavic branches. Trade and exchange. The Slavic tribes engaged in extensive trade and exchange networks. They developed trade routes that connected their settlements with neighboring tribes and cultures, facilitating the exchange of goods, such as furs, honey, grains, salt, amber, and metalwork. These trade networks played a crucial role in the economic development and cultural integration of the Slavic tribes. War and conflict. While trade and cooperation were prevalent, conflicts and warfare were not uncommon among the Slavic tribes. Competing interests, territorial disputes, and raids for resources occasionally led to intertribal conflict. Warfare was characterized by the use of weapons such as spears, axes, bows, and later, swords and armor. Cultural contacts. The Slavic tribes had extensive cultural contacts with neighboring peoples, which influenced their traditions and customs. They interacted with Germanic tribes, Baltic peoples, Byzantine Greeks, and Turkic nomads, assimilating and adopting certain cultural elements, technologies, and practices. Role of women. Women played important roles within Slavic society. They participated in agricultural activities, managed households, and contributed to the economic well-being of their families. Some women held positions of influence, acting as seers, healers, oracles, or even rulers in certain cases. Settlements and urban centers. Slavic tribes established various settlements and fortified towns throughout their territories. These settlements, known as grads, served as political, economic, and cultural centers. They were often situated near rivers, allowing for trade and communication routes. Cultural continuity and evolution. Despite the challenges of migration, warfare, and interactions with other cultures, the Slavic tribes maintained a sense of cultural continuity. Core aspects of their language, mythology, social structure, and religious beliefs persisted throughout their history, providing a foundation for future Slavic developments. Legacy and influence. The early Slavic tribes of Russia played a crucial role in shaping the cultural, linguistic, and historical identity of the region. Their migration, settlement patterns, trade networks, and interactions with other cultures laid the groundwork for the formation of the Kievan Rus and subsequent Russian civilization. It's important to note that the early Slavic tribe history of Russia encompasses a vast span of time and is subject to ongoing research and scholarly interpretation. Formation of settlements. The Slavic tribes established agricultural settlements and developed trade networks, forming the basis of early Russian civilization. Early nomadic tribes. Prior to the formation of settled communities, various nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes inhabited the region that would later become Russia. These tribes, such as the Finno-Ugric, and Turkic peoples, relied on hunting, gathering, and herding for sustenance. Agricultural revolution. The transition from a nomadic lifestyle to settled agricultural communities marked a significant turning point in the formation of settlements. This transition was driven by advancements in farming techniques, such as the cultivation of crops like wheat, barley, millet, and the domestication of animals like cattle, sheep, and pigs. Geographic factors. Settlements in Russia were influenced by geographic factors such as proximity to rivers, fertile soils, access to trade routes, and natural resources. River valleys, such as those of the Dnieper, Volga, and Don, provided fertile land for agriculture and facilitated transportation and trade. Fortified hilltops. In the early stages of settlement, communities often chose to establish their dwellings on naturally elevated positions, such as hills or ridges. These fortified hilltop settlements provided defensive advantages, making it easier to repel potential attackers. Wooden architecture. The early settlements in Russia primarily consisted of wooden structures due to the abundance of forests in the region. The construction of houses, granaries, storage buildings, and communal gathering spaces was predominantly based on wood as the primary building material. Village organization. The settlements were organized in a village structure, with clusters of dwellings forming a cohesive unit. The village was often centered around a central meeting place, such as a communal square or a marketplace. Zaydruga system. The social structure within these settlements often revolved around the Zaydruga system, a collective household model. Extended families or kinship groups would live together under one roof, sharing resources, labor, and responsibility. Common fields. Many settlements practiced a system of common fields, where arable land was collectively owned and worked by the village community. This communal approach allowed for efficient land use and shared agricultural labor, trade routes, and crossroads. Some settlements emerged as trade hubs, strategically located along trade routes or at crossroads. These settlements attracted merchants and travelers, fostering economic growth and cultural exchange, expansion, and migration. As the population grew, settlements expanded and new communities were established through migration. Population pressures, conflicts, or the search for better agricultural opportunities often led to the founding of new settlements in previously uninhabited areas. Town formation. Over time, certain settlements developed into towns characterized by increased population size, commercial activities, and the presence of craft workshops. Towns became centers of administration, trade, and cultural exchange, playing crucial roles in regional development. Role of princes and rulers. Settlements and towns were often governed by local princes or rulers who held administrative and judicial authority. These leaders provided governance, resolved disputes, and maintained law and order within their respective domains. Fortifications. With the emergence of towns, the construction of fortifications became more common. Walls, ramparts, and moats were built to protect settlements from external threats, providing a sense of security for the inhabitants. Church influence. The spread of Christianity had a profound impact on the formation of settlements. Churches and monasteries were established, serving as religious, cultural, and educational centers. They often played a significant role in the planning and development of settlements. Land tenure. The land tenure systems in early Russian settlements varied, depending on factors such as local customs, socioeconomic structures, and governing authorities. Different forms of land ownership and tenure existed, including communal, private, and state-controlled arrangements. A. Communal land ownership. In many settlements, particularly in rural areas, land was commonly owned and managed collectively by the community. The land was divided among families or households, with each family receiving a portion for cultivation or grazing. The community often had customary rules and practices governing land use, rotations, and rights of access. D. Private land ownership. In certain settlements, private ownership of land emerged, usually granted by ruling authorities or religious institutions. Wealthier individuals, nobles, or monasteries held extensive land estates that were worked by dependent peasants or tenant farmers. These landowners often enjoyed privileges and had significant control over the land and the labor of those working on it. C. State control. The ruling authorities, such as princes or monarchs, exercised control over certain lands, particularly in urban areas or strategic locations. These lands were often designated as state-owned or crown lands, managed by appointed officials or administrators on behalf of the ruling power. D. Peasant allotments. In some settlements, a form of peasant allotments existed. This system allocated small plots of land to individual peasants or households for personal cultivation and subsistence farming. These allotments were typically subject to certain obligations, such as payment of rents or obligations to the ruling authorities. Hay, land grants, and feudal obligations. Ruling authorities, particularly during the feudal period, granted land to loyal subjects or military servicemen as rewards or in exchange for specific services. These land grants often came with feudal obligations, such as providing military support or performing specific duties for the ruling authority. Craftsmanship and specialization. As settlements grew, the division of labor and specialization became more pronounced. Craftsmen, such as blacksmiths, potters, weavers, and carpenters, emerged to meet the specific needs of the community. This specialization contributed to the economic development and trade within settlements. Urban planning. Towns and larger settlements often exhibited elements of urban planning. Streets were laid out in a grid pattern, with central squares, marketplaces, and designated areas for different crafts and trades. Public buildings, such as town halls and churches, were strategically placed to serve the needs of the community. Role of trade and commerce. Settlements played a crucial role in facilitating trade and commerce. Markets and fairs were organized, attracting merchants from different regions. The exchange of goods, currency, and ideas fostered economic growth, cultural exchange, and the development of urban centers. Interaction with foreign cultures. Some settlements, especially those located near trade routes or border regions, experienced influences from neighboring cultures. This cultural interaction enriched the social fabric of the settlements, resulting in the adoption of new ideas, customs, and technologies. Evolution and transformation. Over time, settlements underwent continuous evolution and transformation. Changes in governance, economic factors, political events, and technological advancements shaped the development of settlements, leading to the emergence of cities and the formation of regional centers of power. Varangians. In the 9th century, Scandinavian warriors known as the Varangians ventured into the Slavic territories, forging alliances and ruling over local tribes. Origin and identity. The Varangians were Scandinavian seafarers, traders, and warriors hailing primarily from what is now Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. They were part of the broader Viking culture that emerged during the Viking Age, late 8th to 11th centuries. Exploration and trade. The Varangians were known for their extensive maritime exploration and long-distance trade. They ventured into the Baltic Sea, North Sea, and even reached as far as the Mediterranean trading goods, such as furs, honey, weapons, and slave. River networks. The Varangians established trade routes along river networks, especially the Volga, Dnieper, and Don rivers, which connected the Baltic Sea with the Black Sea, and the Caspian Sea. These rivers allowed for navigation deep into the territories of present-day Russia and Ukraine. Role in early Russian statehood. The Varangians played a significant role in the formation of the early Russian state. In the 9th century, they made contact with the Slavic tribes inhabiting the region and began establishing settlements and trade networks. Rurik and the Rurik dynasty. The Varangian leader Rurik, together with his brothers Sinius and Truvor, is traditionally considered the founder of the Rurik dynasty, which ruled over the early Russian state and later became the foundation for the Kievan Rus. The invitation of the Rus, according to the primary chronicle, a historical account of early Russian history, the East Slavic tribes, facing internal conflicts, invited the Varangians to rule over them. This event, known as the Invitation of the Rus, marked the beginning of the Varangian rule in the region. Novgorod. The city of Novgorod became one of the earliest and most important Varangian centers in the region. It served as a trading hub and a base of Varangian power, attracting merchants, craftsmen, and settlers from various backgrounds. Governance. Varangian rulers, often referred to as Nyas, princes, governed the territories they ruled over. They exercised authority over local Slavic tribes and maintained control through military strength, alliances, and diplomacy. Cultural exchange. The Varangians brought with them their Scandinavian cultural and social practices, influencing the local Slavic population. They introduced new technologies, craftsmanship, military tactics, and administrative systems, leaving a lasting impact on the emerging Russian civilization. Varangian elite. A Varangian elite class emerged within the ruling structure. These individuals, often of noble birth, held positions of power and influence, serving as military commanders, advisors, and administrators. Interactions with Slavic tribes. The Varangians assimilated and integrated with the local Slavic tribes, leading to a blending of cultures and intermarriage. Over time, a new ruling class emerged consisting of both Varangian and Slavic elements. Varangians as warriors. The Varangians were renowned for their martial skills and served as elite warriors within the ruling structure. They formed the nucleus of the ruling prince's retinue and were instrumental in maintaining internal stability and defending against external threats. Adoption of Christianity. The Varangians played a crucial role in the Christianization of the Kievan Rus. In the 10th century, Prince Vladimir I of Kiev, who had Varangian ancestry, embraced Byzantine Christianity and propagated its adoption throughout his realm. Dynastic succession. The Varangians maintained a dynastic succession within the ruling families. The power was typically passed down from one generation to the next, with members of the ruling dynasty inheriting the throne. This ensured continuity and stability within the Varangian-ruled territories. Economic development. The Varangians played a vital role in the economic development of the region. Through their extensive trade networks, they facilitated the exchange of goods, brought new commodities and technologies, and stimulated commercial activities. This trade network expanded the economic horizons of the early Russian state. Urbanization and city development. The presence of Varangians contributed to the urbanization and development of cities within the early Russian state. Novgorod, Kiev, and other major centers grew in size and importance, becoming focal points of trade, craftsmanship, and governance. Governance and legal systems. The Varangians introduced and developed administrative and legal systems within the early Russian state. They implemented law codes, regulated trade, settled disputes, and established institutions of governance. These systems laid the foundation for the future development of Russian law and governance. Cultural legacy. The Varangians left a lasting cultural legacy in the region. Their influence can be seen in architectural styles, burial customs, artistic motifs, and storytelling traditions. The blending of Scandinavian and Slavic cultures shaped the unique cultural identity of the early Russian state. Decline and assimilation. Over time, as the Varangians became more integrated into the local society, their distinct identity and ruling status gradually diminished. They assimilated into the broader Slavic population, adopting local languages, customs, and traditions. Historical significance. The Varangians played a pivotal role in the early history of Russia, establishing the foundations of statehood, governance, trade, and cultural exchange. Their presence marked a period of transformation and laid the groundwork for the subsequent developments in Russian history. Rurik dynasty. The Varangian leader, Rurik, founded the Rurik dynasty around 862, establishing Novgorod as a center of power and laying the foundation of the Kievan Rus. Origins. The Rurik dynasty, also known as the Ryurikids, was a ruling dynasty that played a crucial role in the formation and early history of the Russian state. The dynasty traced its origins to Rurik, a Varangian prince from Scandinavia. Rurik's arrival. According to the primary chronicle in the late 9th century, the East Slavic tribes faced internal conflicts and invited Rurik to rule over them. Rurik, together with his brothers Sinius and Truver, responded to the invitation and established their rule in the region. Foundation of Novgorod. Rurik and his brothers settled in the city of Novgorod, which became their primary center of power. Novgorod, strategically located along trade routes, allowed the Rurikids to control key commercial and political activities. Consolidation of power. Rurik and his descendants gradually consolidated their power over neighboring territories, extending their rule beyond Novgorod. They forged alliances with local tribes, expanded their influence through strategic marriages and military campaigns. Oleg of Novgorod, Rurik's successor, Oleg of Novgorod, further strengthened the Rurik dynasty's position. He expanded the territories under their control, including the capture of Kiev, an important trading center and a major step towards establishing the Kievan Rus. Kiev as the capital. Under the rule of Oleg and subsequent Rurikid princes, Kiev emerged as the political and cultural center of the Kievan Rus. The city became the capital of the Rus state and remained a prominent center of power for centuries. Varangian legacy. The Rurik dynasty maintained its Varangian heritage, with its members considered part of the Varangian ruling class. They integrated with the local Slavic population, blending Scandinavian and Slavic traditions and adopting the Orthodox Christian faith. Christianization of the Rurik dynasty. The Rurikids played a vital role in the Christianization of the Kievan Rus. Vladimir I, one of the most influential Rurikid rulers, embraced Byzantine Christianity and oversaw its widespread adoption among the population. Dynastic succession. The Rurik dynasty followed a tradition of dynastic succession. Upon the death of a ruler, power typically passed to the eldest son or a chosen successor within the family. This ensured continuity and stability within the ruling line. Expansion and fragmentation. Over time, The Kievan Rus expanded its territories through military conquest and alliances, reaching its zenith under rulers like Yaroslav the Wise. However, the empire eventually faced fragmentation due to internal power struggles and external invasions. Rurikid princely states. Following the fragmentation of the Kievan Rus, numerous Rurikid princely states emerged across the region. These states, such as Vladimir, Suzdal, Galicia, Wallachia, Volhynia, and Chernigov, were ruled by different branches of the Rurik dynasty. Influence on law and governance. The Rurikids made significant contributions to the development of legal and governance systems in the Kievan Rus. They codified laws, established princely courts, and promoted cultural and educational reforms, cultural and artistic patronage. The Rurikid princes were important patrons of art, literature, and architecture. They commissioned churches, monasteries, and palaces, often adorned with intricate frescoes, mosaics, and ornate decorations. Mongol invasion and subjugation. In the 13th century, the Mongol Empire, led by Batu Khan, invaded the Kievan Rus. The Mongol forces subjected the Rurikid princes and the Rus territories to their rule, establishing the Mongol yoke, which lasted for several centuries. The Rurikids were forced to pay tribute to the Mongols and maintain a degree of autonomy under their suzerainty. Attempts at independence. Throughout the Mongol domination, some Rurikid princes sought to assert their independence and break free from Mongol rule. Notable examples include Dmitry Donskoy of Moscow, who played a key role in the Battle of Kulikovo against the Mongols, and Ivan Kalita, who strategically navigated the Mongol political landscape to strengthen Moscow's position. Decline of the Rurik dynasty. The Rurik dynasty experienced a gradual decline over time. Internal power struggles, rivalries between Rurikid branches, and external pressures from Mongol rule weakened the authority and unity of the dynasty. Succession crisis and the end of the Rurikids. In the late 15th century, the Rurik dynasty faced a succession crisis known as the Great Feudal War. The conflict involving rival branches of the Rurikids and other regional powers further fragmented the Rus territories and marked the beginning of the end for the Rurik dynasty. Rise of the House of Romanov. Following a period of instability and interregnum, the House of Romanov ascended to power in 1613. Mikhail Romanov, elected by the Zemsky Sobor, Assembly of the Land, became the first Romanov Tsar, marking the end of the Rurik dynasty and the beginning of a new era in Russian history. Legacy and historical significance. The Rurik dynasty left an indelible mark on Russian history. They played a pivotal role in the formation of the Kievan Rus, the Christianization of the region, and the development of early Russian statehood. The legacy of the Rurikids continues to be celebrated and remembered as a formative period in Russian identity. Cultural and genealogical influence. The Rurik dynasty's influence extended beyond ruling dynasties. Many noble families in Russia and Eastern Europe claimed descent from the Rurikids, shaping the genealogical connections and aristocratic lineages of the region. The Rurikids' cultural impact, including their traditions, legal systems, and artistic patronage, also left a lasting imprint on the subsequent development of Russian culture and society. It's important to note that the Rurik dynasty's history encompasses a vast period, and interpretations may vary among historians. Nonetheless, their significance as the early rulers of the Kievan Rus and their lasting impact on the formation of Russian civilization cannot be understated. Kievan Rus. The Kievan Rus was a federation of East Slavic tribes with Kiev as its primary political and cultural center, evolving into a prosperous state. Origin and foundation. The Kievan Rus was a medieval federation of East Slavic tribes that emerged in the late 9th century. The federation took shape under the leadership of Varangian leaders, including Rurik and his successors, who established their rule in the region. Territory. The Kievan Rus initially encompassed territories that are part of modern-day Ukraine, Belarus, and Western Russia. The heart of the federation was centered around the city of Kiev, which became its political, economic, and cultural capital. Political structure. The Kievan Rus was a loose federation of city-states and principalities, each with its own ruling prince, Nyaz, who exercised authority over their respective territories. The federation was not a centralized state, but rather a network of interconnected political entities, trade and commerce. The Kievan Rus thrived as a trading civilization, benefiting from its strategic location along major river routes connecting the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, and the Caspian Sea. The Federation became a vital hub for long-distance trade, attracting merchants from different regions. Byzantine influence. The Kievan Rus had extensive cultural and trade connections with the Byzantine Empire. Byzantine influence, particularly in terms of Christianity, governance, and artistic styles, played a significant role in shaping the development of the Kievan Rus civilization. Christianization. In 988, Prince Vladimir I of Kiev embraced Byzantine Christianity and adopted it as the official religion of the Kievan Rus. The Christianization of the Federation had profound implications, establishing the Eastern Orthodox Church as a central institution and fostering cultural ties with Byzantium. Social structure. The social structure of the Kievan Rus was hierarchical. The ruling elite consisted of princes, boyars, nobles, and warriors, nobles, and warriors. Below them were the free population, including craftsmen, merchants, and peasants. Slavery also existed, with some individuals serving as slaves. Legal system. The legal system of the Kievan Rus was based on customary law known as Russkaya Pravda, Russi's justice. The law code established rules and regulations governing various aspects of life, including property rights, marriage, and crimes. The code provided a foundation for later legal developments in Russia. Cultural exchange. The Kievan Rus was a site of cultural exchange between Slavic, Varangian, and Byzantine traditions. The Federation assimilated elements of different cultures, resulting in a unique blend of influences in architecture, art, language, and customs. Art and architecture. The Kievan Rus witnessed the development of distinctive architectural styles with Byzantine and local influences. Notable examples include the St. Sophia Cathedral in Kiev, featuring Byzantine-style domes, and the wooden churches of the Reap. Iconography and manuscript illumination flourished as significant art forms. Literary and historical legacy. The Kievan Rus produced notable literary and historical works. The primary chronicle, compiled in the 12th century, provides a valuable account of early Russian history, including the origins of the Kievan Rus and its rulers. Golden Age. The 11th and 12th centuries are often referred to as the Golden Age of the Kievan Rus. During this period, the Federation experienced significant economic growth, cultural flowering, and political stability under rulers like Yaroslav the Wise. Early life and family. Yaroslav the Wise, also known as Yaroslav I, was born around 978 into the Rurik dynasty, the ruling family of the Kievan Rus. He was the son of Vladimir the Great and Princess Ragnade of Polotsk. Yaroslav had several brothers, including Boris, Gleb, and Sviatopolk. Ascension to the throne. Yaroslav became the Grand Prince of Kiev in 1019, succeeding his father Vladimir the Great. His ascension to power marked a period of stability and expansion for the Kievan Rus. Internal administration. Yaroslav was known for his administrative reforms and wise governance. He introduced a comprehensive legal code known as the Russkaya Pravda, Russi's justice, which provided a legal framework for the Kievan Rus and established rules for various aspects of life, including property rights, marriage, and crimes. Territorial expansion. Under Yaroslav's rule, the Kievan Rus expanded its territories. He conducted successful military campaigns, pushing the borders of the Federation further eastward and consolidating control over neighboring lands. International relations. Yaroslav maintained diplomatic relations with neighboring powers, including Byzantium, Poland, Hungary, and the Scandinavian kingdoms. He sought political alliances and arranged marriages with ruling families to solidify his position and foster peace. Cultural and religious patronage. Yaroslav was a patron of arts, education, and religious institutions. He invited scholars, architects, and artists from Byzantium and other regions to contribute to the cultural and artistic development of the Kievan Rus. He commissioned notable architectural projects, including the St. Sophia Cathedral in Kiev. Christianization and ecclesiastical relations. Yaroslav promoted Christianity and expanded the influence of the Orthodox Church within the Kievan Rus. He strengthened ecclesiastical ties with the Byzantine Empire, securing the appointment of his son Vladimir as the first bishop of the newly established Metropolitanate of Kiev. Codification of legal and religious texts. Yaroslav sponsored the translation and codification of religious and legal texts, including the compilation of a comprehensive law code. This further solidified the role of Christianity and law in the social fabric of the Kievan Rus. Educational reforms. Yaroslav established schools and encouraged the spread of education within the Kievan Rus. He invited foreign scholars to teach in his court and contributed to the translation of important works into Old East Slavic, fostering intellectual growth within the Federation. Economic development. Yaroslav promoted trade and economic development within the Kievan Rus. He supported the growth of urban centers, facilitated trade routes, and established regulations to protect merchants and encourage commerce. Golden Age of the Kievan Rus. Yaroslav's reign is often referred to as the Golden Age of the Kievan Rus. The Federation experienced significant economic prosperity, cultural flourishing, and political stability under his rule. Family and succession. Yaroslav had multiple marriages and a large family. He had several sons and daughters who were strategically married off to forge alliances with neighboring ruling families. His sons, including Vladimir Izyaslav and Vsevolod, succeeded him as rulers of the Kievan Rus. Yaroslav, the Wise, left a lasting legacy in the history of the Kievan Rus. His wise governance, administrative reforms, legal code, territorial expansion, and cultural patronage contributed to the growth and prosperity of the Federation. Some key aspects of his legacy include Russkaya Pravda. Yaroslav's legal code, known as Russkaya Pravda, served as the foundation for legal systems in the Kievan Rus. It established legal norms, protected property rights, and regulated social conduct. The code influenced subsequent legal developments in the region. Architectural achievements. Yaroslav's patronage of architecture led to the construction of significant religious structures. The St. Sophia Cathedral in Kiev, with its Byzantine, inspired domes and intricate frescoes, stands as a testament to the architectural achievements of his reign. Cultural exchange. Yaroslav's policies fostered cultural exchange and the blending of Byzantine, Scandinavian, and Slavic influences. The resulting cultural synthesis enriched the artistic, literary, and intellectual life of the Kievan Rus. Strengthening of Christianity. Yaroslav's efforts to promote Christianity and expand the influence of the Orthodox Church had a lasting impact on the religious landscape of the region. The establishment of the Metropolitanate of Kiev and the translation of religious texts contributed to the growth of Christian thought and practice, political stability, and expansion. Yaroslav's reign was characterized by relative political stability and territorial expansion. His military campaigns and diplomatic efforts allowed the Kievan Rus to extend its influence and consolidate control over neighboring lands. Educational reforms. Yaroslav's support for education and the establishment of schools fostered intellectual growth and the spread of knowledge within the Kievan Rus. These reforms laid the foundation for future educational developments in the region. Influence on successor states. Yaroslav's policies and achievements served as a model for subsequent rulers of the Kievan Rus and successor states. His administrative reforms, legal code, and cultural patronage influenced the governance and cultural development of future Russian states. Yaroslav, the Wise, is remembered as one of the most prominent and influential rulers of the Kievan Rus. His reign marked a period of stability, prosperity, and cultural flourishing within the Federation, leaving a significant imprint on its history and shaping the trajectory of Russian civilization. Decline and fragmentation. The Federation faced a series of challenges, including the Mongol invasions in the 13th century, which resulted in the subjugation of the Kievan Rus under the Mongol Empire. This led to the fragmentation of the Federation into numerous separate principalities, each under Mongol suzerainty. Mongol rule. The Mongols, known as the Golden Horde, established their control over the Kievan Rus territories. The Mongol rulers, or Khans, imposed their authority, collected tribute, and exerted influence over the political affairs of the principalities. However, they allowed local rulers to retain a degree of autonomy. Rise of regional powers. With the decline of centralized authority, regional powers emerged within the former Kievan Rus territories. Principalities such as Moscow, Galicia, Volhynia, and Vladimir, Suzdal became dominant as they strategically navigated the Mongol political landscape and gained influence. Cultural shifts. Mongol rule brought significant changes to the Kievan Rus society. The influence of Byzantine culture waned, while Mongol and Turkic elements began to shape various aspects of life, including language, clothing, cuisine, and governance. Moscow's ascendancy. The Principality of Moscow gradually rose in prominence, capitalizing on its advantageous geographic location and skillful diplomacy with the Mongols. Moscow positioned itself as a center of resistance against Mongol domination and, over time, expanded its territories and influence. Legacy. Despite its fragmentation and decline, the Kievan Rus left a lasting legacy. It laid the foundation for the development of the Russian state, its political institutions, and its cultural identity. The Federation served as a crucible for the formation of a cohesive Russian civilization. Influence on successor states. The political, cultural, and religious traditions established during the Kievan Rus era influenced successor states that emerged after the decline of Mongol rule. The legacy of the Kievan Rus continued to shape the development of these states, including the Grand Duchy of Moscow and later the Russian Empire. Historical significance. The Kievan Rus period holds immense historical significance in the formation of Russian identity and statehood. It marked the beginning of a distinct Russian civilization characterized by a fusion of Slavic, Varangian, and Byzantine influences, and laid the groundwork for the subsequent development of the Russian nation. Adoption of Christianity. In 988, Prince Vladimir I of Kiev embraced Christianity and adopted Byzantine Christianity as the official religion of the Kievan Rus. Introduction of Christianity. The adoption of Christianity in Russia can be traced back to the late 10th century when the ruling prince of Kiev, Vladimir I, embraced the faith and initiated its spread throughout the Kievan Rus. Pagan beliefs. Prior to the introduction of Christianity, the Slavic population of the Kievan Rus adhered to various pagan beliefs and practices. These beliefs revolved around nature worship, polytheism, and animism, with deities associated with celestial bodies, natural elements, and ancestral spirits. Vladimir's quest for a new religion. Prince Vladimir I, seeking a unifying religion for his diverse realm, embarked on a quest to choose a new faith. He considered various religions, including Islam and Judaism, before eventually selecting Byzantine Christianity. Baptism of Vladimir I. In 988, Vladimir I underwent a mass baptism, along with his family and the nobility of Kiev. This event marked the formal adoption of Christianity as the state religion of the Kievan Rus. The baptism took place in the Dnieper River, symbolizing the purification and conversion of the Rus people. Byzantine influence. The Byzantine Empire, with its rich Christian heritage, played a significant role in the Christianization of the Kievan Rus. Byzantine missionaries, clergy, and scholars were dispatched to the region to propagate the faith and provide religious education. Influence of Byzantine Rite. The adoption of Christianity in Russia was closely tied to the Byzantine Rite. A liturgical tradition and religious practices followed in the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Rite, characterized by elaborate rituals, icons, and hymnography, became the basis for religious practices in the Kievan Rus. Establishment of the Metropolitanate of Kiev. To consolidate the newly adopted faith, the Byzantine emperor appointed the first metropolitan bishop for the Kievan Rus. In 988, Metropolitan Michael arrived in Kiev, establishing the Metropolitanate of Kiev and becoming the religious leader of the region. Translation of religious texts. The Christianization of the Kievan Rus required the translation of religious texts into the local Old East Slavic language. Missionaries and scholars undertook the task of translating the Bible, liturgical books, and theological works, making Christianity accessible to the Slavic population. Conversion efforts. The Christianization process involved efforts to convert the population from pagan beliefs to Christianity. Missionaries and clergy conducted preaching, catechism, and religious instruction, adapting Christian teachings to the cultural context of the Slavic people. Integration of pagan practices. In the early stages of Christianization, some elements of pagan practices were integrated into Christian rituals and traditions. This syncretic approach allowed for a smoother transition and the retention of certain cultural customs. Church building. The adoption of Christianity led to the construction of numerous churches, cathedrals, and monasteries throughout the Kievan Rus. These architectural marvels, often inspired by Byzantine designs, served as centers of worship, religious education, and cultural development. Role of rulers. The ruling princes played a crucial role in the Christianization process. They provided patronage, financial support, and legal protection to the church, strengthening its influence and aiding in the spread of Christianity. Influence on law and governance. Christianity exerted an influence on the legal and governance systems of the Kievan Rus. The church and its clergy participated in the formulation of laws, adjudication of disputes, and the moral guidance of the population. Cultural transformation. The adoption of Christianity brought about a significant cultural transformation in the Kievan Rus. Some key aspects of this transformation include iconography and artistic expression. The introduction of Christianity in Russia led to the development of a unique style of religious art and iconography. Byzantine influences blended with local artistic traditions, resulting in the creation of distinctive icons, frescoes, and religious manuscripts. Liturgical music. Christianization spurred the development of liturgical music in the Kievan Rus. The emergence of hymnography and choral singing became integral to worship services, with the establishment of musical traditions that influenced future Russian musical compositions. Education and scholarship. The Christianization of the Kievan Rus brought a greater emphasis on education and scholarship. Monastic centers and schools were established, providing education in theology, philosophy, literature, and other subjects. This contributed to the intellectual and cultural development of the population. Ethical and moral framework. Christianity introduced a new ethical and moral framework to the Kievan Rus. Christian teachings emphasized compassion, forgiveness, and moral responsibility, influencing social values and individual conduct. Literature and writing. Christianization stimulated the development of written literature in the Kievan Rus. Religious texts, hagiographies, and chronicles were produced, preserving historical accounts, religious teachings, and cultural expressions. Adoption of the Cyrillic alphabet. The Cyrillic alphabet, derived from the Greek alphabet, was introduced to the Kievan Rus for writing in Old East Slavic. Missionaries and scholars contributed to the adaptation of the alphabet, enabling the translation and preservation of religious texts and the development of a written literary tradition. Cultural integration. Christianity played a crucial role in integrating the diverse Slavic tribes of the Kievan Rus into a unified cultural and religious identity. The shared faith and religious practices fostered a sense of commonality and contributed to the formation of a broader Russian cultural identity. Legacy and enduring influence. The adoption of Christianity laid the foundation for the subsequent development of Russian Orthodoxy, which became a defining aspect of Russian culture, spirituality, and national identity. The Christianization of the Kievan Rus set in motion a centuries-long trajectory of religious, cultural, and historical developments that continue to shape Russia to this day. Mongol invasion. In 1240, the Mongols, led by Batu Khan, invaded the Kievan Rus, establishing the Mongol yoke and exerting control over much of the region for centuries. Rise of the Mongol Empire. The Mongol Empire, led by Genghis Khan, emerged in the early 13th century as a formidable force in Central Asia. The Mongols rapidly expanded their territory through military conquests, establishing the largest land empire in history. Mongol conquest of the Kievan Rus. In 1223, the Mongols launched their first major campaign into the Kievan Rus. The Rus forces, led by a coalition of princes, suffered a decisive defeat at the Battle of the Kalka River, marking the beginning of the Mongol conquest of the region. Subjugation of the Kievan Rus. The Mongol invasion intensified in the 1230s, led by Batu Khan, the grandson of Genghis Khan. The Mongols employed superior military tactics, brutal warfare and psychological warfare, to subdue the Kievan Rus and establish their dominance. Siege of Kiev. In 1240, the Mongols laid siege to Kiev, the capital of the Kievan Rus. After a prolonged siege, the city fell to the Mongols, who pillaged and devastated it. The fall of Kiev marked a significant turning point in the Mongol conquest of the region. Mongol rule. The Mongols established the Mongol yoke, a period of Mongol domination that lasted for several centuries. The Mongol rulers, known as Khans, imposed their authority over the conquered territories, collecting tribute and exerting control over the local rulers. Tribute and administration. The Mongols enforced a system of tribute from the subjugated lands. Local rulers, including the Russian princes, were allowed to retain a degree of autonomy as long as they paid tribute and provided military support to the Mongols when required. Economic impact. The Mongol invasion had a significant impact on the economy of the Kievan Rus. The Mongols imposed heavy taxes and tribute, leading to economic stagnation and the decline of trade. The destruction caused by the Mongols also disrupted agricultural production and commerce. Social and cultural effects. The Mongol invasion had profound social and cultural effects on the Kievan Rus. The prolonged period of subjugation resulted in political fragmentation, social upheaval, and a decline in cultural and intellectual pursuits. It also led to the integration of Mongol and Turkic elements into the Russian culture. Tatar yoke. The Mongols ruling over the Kievan Rus became known as the Tatars. The term Tatar yoke is often used to describe the period of Mongol domination and its perceived burdensome impact on the Russian people. Mongol administrative structure. The Mongols employed a system of governance known as the Tumen, which was divided into administrative units known as ulus. Each ulus had its own appointed governor, who oversaw the collection of tribute and maintenance of order. Influence on Russian princely states. The Mongols granted a level of autonomy to the Russian princes, allowing them to continue ruling their territories under Mongol suzerainty. This led to the emergence of independent princely states, such as Moscow, which strategically navigated the Mongol political landscape. Mongol military influence. The Mongol invasion exposed the Kievan Rus to advanced Mongol military tactics, organization, and warfare. The Russian princes learned from their Mongol overlords, adopting elements of their military strategies and tactics. Mitigation of internal conflicts. The Mongol presence, to some extent, mitigated internal conflicts among the Russian princes. The Mongols maintained a system of divided rule, playing different princes against each other and preventing the consolidation of power. This arrangement aimed to ensure loyalty and stability within the Mongol-dominated territories. Integration of Mongol and Russian elites. Over time, the Mongols and the Russian elites began to integrate and intermarry, resulting in the blending of Mongol and Russian noble families. This process facilitated cultural exchange and intercultural understanding between the two groups. Economic and technological exchange. The Mongol Empire facilitated extensive trade networks across Eurasia, known as the Silk Road. Russian territories under Mongol rule benefited from increased trade and the exchange of goods, technologies, and ideas with other regions under Mongol control. Pax Mongolica. The Mongol conquests led to a period of relative peace and stability across much of Eurasia, known as the Pax Mongolica, or Mongol Peace. This facilitated the movement of people, goods, and ideas, contributing to cultural exchange and economic development. Influence on Russian governance. The Mongol domination influenced the governance structures of the Russian principalities. The Mongols favored and appointed rulers who demonstrated loyalty and efficiently collected tribute, leading to changes in the political and administrative practices of the Russian princes. Mongol taxation system. The Mongols implemented a taxation system based on tribute and levies. This system had an impact on the fiscal structure of the Russian principalities, with the collection of tribute becoming an essential aspect of princely governance. Mongol military power. The Mongols maintained a formidable military presence in the region, deterring external threats and suppressing potential rebellions. This ensured a degree of stability within the Mongol-ruled territories. Legacy and historical significance. The Mongol invasion and subsequent rule left a lasting impact on the history of Russia. The Mongol yoke introduced elements of Mongol culture, governance, and military tactics into the Russian lands. The period of Mongol domination influenced the formation of the Russian state, its political institutions, and cultural identity. Novgorod Republic. Despite Mongol domination, the Novgorod Republic in the northwest of Russia retained a degree of autonomy and served as a center for trade and culture. Origins and foundation. The Novgorod Republic, also known as the Republic of Novgorod, emerged as a medieval city-state in the 9th century. It was founded by the East Slavic tribes in the region around Lake Ilmen, establishing Novgorod as its center of power. Political structure. The Novgorod Republic had a unique political structure characterized by a republican form of government. It was governed by a vash, an assembly of free citizens who gathered in the central square, the Novgorod Detnets, to make decisions, elect officials, and discuss matters of importance. Trade and economic prosperity. The Novgorod Republic thrived as a major trading hub, strategically located along the trade routes connecting the Baltic Sea with the interior of Russia. It became a vital link in the lucrative fur and timber trade, attracting merchants from various regions. Hanseatic League. The Novgorod Republic was a member of the Hanseatic League, a powerful medieval trade association of northern European cities. Membership in the League brought economic benefits and diplomatic ties, further boosting Novgorod's trade connections. Code of law. The Novgorod Republic had its own legal code, known as the Russkaya Pravda Novgorodskaya, Novgorodskorodskaya, Novgorod Judicial Charter. The legal system was based on local customs and governed various aspects of life, including property rights, trade regulations, and criminal justice. Veche system. The Vichy, the Assembly of Free Citizens, was the cornerstone of the Novgorod Republic's political system. It served as a forum for decision-making, allowing citizens to voice their opinions, elect officials such as the Possadnik and Tysyatsky, and shape the direction of the Republic. Trade routes and commercial networks. The Novgorod Republic's geographical position made it a crucial crossroads for trade between the Baltic Sea, Western Europe, and the interior of Russia. It fostered extensive commercial networks, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural influences. Cultural and artistic flourishing. The Novgorod Republic was renowned for its cultural and artistic achievements. It developed a distinct artistic style known as Novgorod School, characterized by vibrant frescoes, religious icons, and manuscript illumination. Novgorodian craftsmen produced intricate metalwork, wood carvings, and textiles. Orthodox Christianity. The Novgorod Republic embraced Orthodox Christianity, which played a central role in its cultural and religious life. Numerous churches, cathedrals, and monasteries were constructed throughout the Republic, becoming centers of worship, education, and artistic expression. Relations with the Kievan Rus. The Novgorod Republic maintained both cooperative and rivalrous relationships with other principalities of the Kievan Rus. It often sought to assert its independence and resist centralized control, while also engaging in diplomatic alliances and marriages with other ruling houses. Political autonomy. The Novgorod Republic managed to maintain a considerable degree of political autonomy throughout its history. It enjoyed self-governance and had its own administrative institutions, distinct from those of the Kievan Rus and later the Russian principalities. Territorial expansion and governance. The Novgorod Republic expanded its territory through conquest and colonization. It established a network of fortified towns and outposts known as Veche lands, which were governed by appointed officials and allowed the Republic to exert its influence over neighboring regions. Internal conflict and factionalism. The Novgorod Republic experienced periods of internal conflict and factionalism, driven by political rivalries, economic disputes, and power struggles. Factional divisions often arose between the aristocratic boyar families vying for control over the Republic's government and resources. Novgorod. Pskov Wars. The Novgorod Republic engaged in conflicts with neighboring powers, particularly the city of Pskov. The Novgorod-Pskov Wars, fought in the 13th and 14th centuries, involved territorial disputes and attempts to assert dominance over trade routes and resources. Mongol influence. The Mongol invasion of the Kievan Rus in the 13th century also impacted the Novgorod Republic. While it managed to maintain a degree of autonomy, it was subject to Mongol overlordship and had to pay tribute to the Mongol Khans' decline and absorption. Over time, the Novgorod Republic faced numerous challenges, including internal strife, external conflicts, and economic decline. In 1478, the Republic was incorporated into the Grand Duchy of Moscow, marking the end of its political independence. Legacy and historical significance. The Novgorod Republic holds a significant place in Russian history. Its republican governance, trade prominence, cultural achievements, and artistic legacy left an indelible mark on the development of Russian statehood, culture, and governance. Archival and historical records. The Novgorod Republic stands out for its extensive archival records, known as the Novgorod First Chronicle and the Novgorod Judicial Charter. These records provide valuable insights into the Republic's governance, political dynamics, legal system, and cultural life. Influence on Russian identity. The legacy of the Novgorod Republic contributes to the multifaceted nature of Russian identity. Its republican traditions, cultural richness, and emphasis on local self-governance have influenced subsequent periods of Russian history and the idea of citizen participation in governance. Preservation of cultural heritage. The Novgorod Republic's architectural monuments, artwork, and historical records have been preserved and continue to be studied, providing a tangible link to the Republic's history and contributing to the understanding of medieval Russian civilization. Rise of Moscow. Moscow, under the leadership of Ivan Kalita and subsequent rulers, gained prominence as a principality within the Mongol-dominated territories. Geographic advantages. Moscow's rise as a prominent city in the history of Russia was facilitated by its advantageous geographic location. Situated along important trade routes, including the Volga River and major land routes to the east and west, Moscow became a vital commercial and transportation hub. Early history. The area around Moscow was initially inhabited by Finno-Ugric tribes, before being incorporated into the Kievan Rus. In the 12th century, Moscow was mentioned in historical records as a small town under the rule of the Rostov-Suzdal Principality. Mongol rule. Moscow's significance grew during the period of Mongol rule over the Kievan Rus. As a frontier town located on the outskirts of the Mongol-controlled territories, Moscow was entrusted with collecting tribute, maintaining order, and serving as a buffer against external threats. Political unification. Moscow's rise was marked by a series of strategic marriages and alliances that helped consolidate its power. The ruling princes of Moscow skillfully married into influential families, such as the Tver and Rostov-Suzdal dynasties, gradually expanding their influence and territorial control. Ivan Kalita, Ivan I, known as Ivan Kalita, Moneybags, played a crucial role in Moscow's ascent. As the Grand Prince of Moscow for 1325 to 1340, he skillfully navigated Mongol politics, ensured the city's loyalty, and successfully managed the collection of tribute. He also initiated construction projects and expanded the Kremlin fortress. Metropolitan center. Moscow's rise in prominence was closely tied to its ecclesiastical status. In 1325, the Metropolitan See, the highest rank in the Orthodox Church hierarchy, was transferred from Vladimir to Moscow. This bestowed religious authority upon Moscow and increased its prestige. Gathering of Russian lands. Moscow's rulers adopted the concept of gathering the Russian lands, aiming to consolidate power and extend their influence over neighboring territories. Through strategic alliances, diplomacy, and military campaigns, they brought surrounding lands and principalities under their control. Role in the Mongol Empire. Moscow skillfully navigated its relationship with the Mongol Empire. It provided tribute, maintained order, and avoided direct confrontation with the Mongol rulers. Moscow's loyalty and effective governance allowed it to gradually gain autonomy and influence within the Mongol-dominated territories. Battle of Kulikovo. The Battle of Kulikovo in 1380 marked a significant turning point in Moscow's rise. Dmitry Donskoy, the Prince of Moscow, led a coalition of Russian princes against the Mongols and achieved a symbolic victory. Although the Mongols remained a significant power, the battle boosted Moscow's prestige and position within the Russian lands. Background. The Battle of Kulikovo took place on September 8, 1380, during a period of Mongol domination over the Russian lands. The Mongol Golden Horde, led by Khan Mamai, sought to maintain control over the Russian principalities and suppress any attempts at rebellion. Moscow's growing power. Moscow, under the leadership of Prince Dmitry Donskoy, had been steadily growing in power and influence. Dmitry aimed to liberate Russia from Mongol rule and unite the Russian principalities under his leadership, gathering the coalition. Dmitry Donskoy assembled a coalition of Russian princes to challenge the Mongol dominance. Princes from various regions, including Tver, Ryazan, and Suzdal, joined forces with Moscow, recognizing the importance of unity against the Mongols. Symbolic importance. The Battle of Kulikovo holds significant symbolic importance in Russian history. It represented the first major united stand against the Mongols and became a rallying point for Russian national identity and resistance to foreign domination. Strategic location. The battlefield at Kulikovo was situated along the Don River near the present-day Tula region in western Russia. The location provided favorable defensive positions and access to the important trade routes connecting the Golden Horde's territories with other regions. Mongol forces. Khan Mamai, leading the Golden Horde forces, commanded a sizable army consisting of Mongol, Tatar, and allied Turkic troops. Estimates of the Mongol army's size vary, but it likely numbered in the tens of thousands. Russian forces. The Russian coalition led by Dmitry Donskoy assembled an army comprising Russian, Tatar, and other ethnic contingents. The exact number of soldiers is disputed among sources, but it is believed to have ranged from 30,000 to 150,000 troops. Battle tactics. The Russian forces employed a defensive strategy, forming a shield wall known as the Great Stand Stoy, to withstand the Mongol cavalry charges. The Russian infantry, armed with spears, axes, and bows, aimed to repel the Mongol assaults and create openings for counterattacks. Day of the battle. The battle commenced on September 8, 1380. The two armies clashed in fierce combat, with the Mongols launching repeated cavalry charges against the Russian lines. The Russian forces, holding their ground, demonstrated resilience and determination. Role of Dmitry Donskoy. Dmitry Donskoy played a crucial leadership role during the battle. He rallied his troops, led the charge, and fought alongside his soldiers, setting an example of bravery and valor. Turning point. The battle reached a critical turning point when Dmitry Donskoy's contingent of heavily armored cavalry, known as the Sergeyev Posad, broke through the Mongol ranks, targeting Khan Mamai's command center. This created confusion and disrupted the Mongol chain of command. Outcome and aftermath. The Battle of Kulikovo resulted in a victory for the Russian coalition. While the Mongols suffered heavy casualties, the Russian forces also incurred significant losses. Nonetheless, the battle boosted Russian morale, weakened Mongol influence, and ignited a spirit of resistance against Mongol domination. Legacy and historical significance. The Battle of Kulikovo holds a significant place in Russian history as a symbol of national pride and resilience. It marked a turning point in the struggle against Mongol rule and became a source of inspiration for future generations fighting for Russian independence. Debate and interpretation. The details of the Battle of Kulikovo, such as the exact numbers of troops and the course of the battle, have been the subject of debate among historians. Primary sources from the time are scarce and often provide conflicting accounts. As a result, interpretations of the battle vary and some details remain uncertain. Impact on Mongol rule. While the Battle of Kulikovo did not immediately end Mongol rule, it had a significant impact on the perception of Mongol invincibility. The Russian victory at Kulikovo demonstrated that the Mongols could be defeated, inspiring further resistance movements and weakening Mongol control over the Russian lands. Internal conflicts and the Mongols. The Mongols were not solely focused on the Russian forces during the Battle of Kulikovo. Internal conflicts within the Golden Horde, such as rivalries between different Mongol factions and the influence of other regional powers, also played a role in diverting Mongol attention from the battle. Symbolic significance. The Battle of Kulikovo became a symbol of Russian bravery, unity, and resistance against foreign domination. It was often referenced in later periods of Russian history as a source of national pride and as a reminder of the strength and determination of the Russian people. Influence on Russian identity. The Battle of Kulikovo has played a significant role in shaping Russian identity and national consciousness. It became a touchstone for discussions of patriotism, heroism, and the struggle for independence, serving as a reminder of the Russian spirit in the face of adversity. Artistic and literary depictions. The Battle of Kulikovo has been the subject of numerous artistic and literary works. Paintings, sculptures, poems, and historical narratives have sought to capture the essence of the battle and its importance in Russian history, further cementing its place in the national narrative. Commemoration and remembrance. The Battle of Kulikovo continues to be commemorated in Russia, both as a historical event and as a symbol of national unity. Anniversaries of the battle are marked by ceremonies, reenactments, and public commemorations to honor the memory of those who fought and to celebrate the spirit of resistance that it represents. Ivan III, also known as Ivan the Great, ruled Moscow from 1462 to 1505 and played a pivotal role in further solidifying Moscow's power. He pursued an expansionist policy, liberating Moscow from Mongol domination, annexing neighboring territories, and forging a centralized Russian state. End of Mongol rule. Ivan III's marriage to Zoe Palaiologina, the niece of the last Byzantine emperor, provided Moscow with a claim to the Byzantine legacy. In 1480, Ivan III declared Moscow's independence from the Mongols, effectively ending their rule over the Russian lands. Moscow as the capital. Moscow emerged as the political, economic, and cultural capital of Russia. Ivan III initiated major construction projects, expanding the Kremlin complex, building churches, and establishing administrative institutions. Moscow became the center of government, attracting nobles, artisans, merchants, and scholars. Annexation of Novgorod. Moscow's rise was further fueled by its annexation of Novgorod, a powerful and wealthy city-state in the northwest. In 1478, Ivan III incorporated Novgorod into Moscow's territories, gaining control over its vast resources, trade networks, and cultural influence. Consolidation of power. Ivan III pursued a policy of centralization, curbing the influence of regional princes and consolidating power under Moscow's rule. He established a bureaucratic system loyal to the Moscow court to administer and govern the expanding territories. Ivan the Terrible. Ivan IV also known as Ivan the Terrible, continued the policies of centralization and expansion initiated by his predecessors. Under his rule from 1547 to 1547 to 1584, Moscow further solidified its dominance and underwent significant social, administrative, and cultural reform. Expansion eastward, Moscow's rulers, particularly Ivan IV, focused on expanding their territories eastward into Siberia. Through military campaigns and exploration led by Cossack explorers such as Yermak Timofeyevich, Moscow gradually gained control over vast Siberian lands, rich in resources. Westernization and European influences. Moscow's rulers, especially Peter the Great in the 18th century, pursued policies of Westernization. They sought to adopt European customs, technologies, and institutions, bringing European influences to Russia and further enhancing Moscow's cultural and political ties with Europe. Capital of the Russian Empire. With the rise of the Russian Empire in the 18th century, Moscow maintained its position as the capital. The city became a showcase of imperial grandeur, witnessing the construction of iconic landmarks such as the Bolshoi Theater, the Moscow University, and the Cathedral of Christ, the Savior. Political and cultural center. Moscow remained the political and cultural center of Russia throughout the imperial period and into the Soviet era. It housed the seat of government, the royal court, the Patriarchate of the Russian Orthodox Church, and numerous cultural institutions, fostering intellectual, artistic, and scientific advancements. Modern-day Moscow. Today, Moscow stands as the capital and largest city of the Russian Federation. It continues to be a vibrant metropolis, known for its iconic landmarks, rich history, economic importance, and cultural heritage. Moscow's rise from a small town to a dominant political and cultural center has left an indelible impact on the history and identity of Russia. Ivan III and the fall of the Mongol yoke. Ivan III, known as Ivan the Great, successfully resisted Mongol rule and expanded Moscow's territories, effectively ending the Mongol yoke in 1480. Early reign. Ivan the Great ruled Moscow from 1462 to 1505. He ascended to the throne at a time when the Mongol Golden Horde still held sway over the Russian lands. Consolidation of power. Ivan III's reign was characterized by a concerted effort to consolidate power within Moscow and assert its independence from the Mongols. He pursued a policy of centralization, curbing the authority of regional princes and bringing them under his control. Annexation of Novgorod. One of Ivan III's most significant achievements was the annexation of Novgorod in 1478. Novgorod, a prosperous and influential city-state in the north, had long been a center of resistance against the Mongols. By incorporating Novgorod into his territories, Ivan weakened Mongol influence and expanded his own power base. Marriage to Zoe Paleologina. In 1472, Ivan married Zoe Paleologina, the niece of the last Byzantine emperor. This union was politically significant as it allowed Ivan to claim the Byzantine legacy and assert Moscow's status as the Third Rome, presenting itself as the successor to both Rome and Byzantium. Gathering the Russian lands. Ivan's policy of gathering the Russian lands aimed at bringing other Russian principalities under Moscow's control. Through diplomacy, marriage alliances, and military campaigns, Ivan III expanded Moscow's influence, absorbing territories such as Tver, Yaroslavl, Rostov, and others. Economic reforms. Ivan initiated economic reforms to strengthen the financial resources of Moscow. He encouraged trade, particularly with Western Europe, and enacted measures to stimulate economic growth, such as granting charters to merchants and establishing guilds. Defiance of the Golden Horde. Ivan began openly defying the Mongol Golden Horde's authority. He stopped sending tribute payments to the Mongols and refused to recognize their suzerainty over Moscow. This defiance marked a significant shift in the power dynamics between Moscow and the Mongols. The Great, standing on the Ugra River, one of the key moments in Ivan's confrontation with the Mongols, was the standoff on the Ugra River in 1480, The Mongol forces, led by Akhmat Khan, faced Ivan's army, but neither side engaged in battle. Instead, a tense stalemate ensued, ultimately leading to a withdrawal of the Mongol forces. This event symbolized Moscow's growing strength and marked a turning point in the struggle against Mongol rule. Proclamation of autonomy. Following the standoff on the Ugra River, Ivan proclaimed Moscow's autonomy from the Mongols. He declared Moscow as the Third Rome and presented himself as the sole legitimate ruler of Russia, challenging the authority of the Mongol Khans. Decline of the Golden Horde. Ivan's defiance and the proclamation of Moscow's autonomy contributed to the gradual decline of the Mongol Golden Horde. Internal divisions, conflicts within the Mongol Empire, and the growing strength of Moscow weakened the Mongols' grip on the Russian lands. Conquest of Kazan and Astrakhan. Ivan's reign also witnessed successful military campaigns against the Mongol successor states. His forces conquered the Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan in the Volga region, further expanding Moscow's territories and diminishing the remnants of Mongol rule. End of the Mongol yoke. The fall of the Mongol yoke in Russia can be attributed to Ivan III's strategic political maneuvers, military victories, and the overall weakening of the Mongol Empire. Ivan's actions, combined with the internal conflicts and power struggles within the Mongol Empire, ultimately led to the dissolution of Mongol control over the Russian lands. Shift in power dynamics. Ivan's defiance and successful consolidation of power in Moscow challenged the traditional Mongol power structure. Moscow emerged as a dominant political and cultural center, asserting its authority over other Russian principalities and weakening the influence of the Mongol Khans. Cultural Renaissance. Ivan's reign marked a period of cultural renaissance in Moscow. Influenced by Byzantine and Western European cultures, Moscow experienced a flourishing of art, architecture, and literature. Ivan III's patronage of the arts helped shape Moscow into a vibrant cultural capital, further solidifying its status as a center of Russian identity and creativity. Strengthening of central authority. Ivan's efforts to centralize power and assert Moscow's independence from the Mongols laid the foundation for the future centralized Russian state. His policies aimed at consolidating authority and establishing strong bureaucratic institutions helped shape the administrative and governance structures of the Russian Empire. Impact on successors. Ivan's reign set a precedent for subsequent rulers, including his son Vasily III and grandson Ivan IV, Ivan the Terrible. They continued the policy of centralization and expansion, further diminishing the remnants of Mongol influence and strengthening the authority of the Russian state. Legacy and historical significance. Ivan's successful defiance of Mongol rule and the fall of the Mongol yoke were significant milestones in Russian history. It marked the end of centuries, long Mongol domination, and paved the way for the emergence of a unified Russian state, laying the foundations for future developments in Russian politics, culture, and territorial expansion. National identity and independence. Ivan's resistance against the Mongols and the establishment of Moscow's autonomy played a pivotal role in shaping Russian national identity. It fostered a sense of independence and self-determination, inspiring future generations to strive for sovereignty and to resist foreign domination. Moscow as the new center. The end of the Mongol yoke solidified Moscow's position as the new center of power in Russia. Moscow replaced the Mongol capital of Sarai as the political, economic, and cultural heart of the Russian lands, setting the stage for the rise of the Russian Empire. Historical assessment. Ivan's role in ending the Mongol yoke has been widely acknowledged by historians. His political astuteness, military successes, and strategic alliances were instrumental in weakening Mongol control and establishing Moscow as the preeminent power in the Russian lands. Ivan IV, the Terrible, ruled from 1547 to 1584 in centralized power, implemented administrative reforms, and established a code of laws. Early reign. Ivan IV ruled as the Grand Prince of Moscow from 1533 to 1547 and later As the Tsar of all Russia from 1547 to 1547 to 1584, he ascended to the throne at the age of 3 after the death of his father, Vasily III. Coronation and consolidation of power. Ivan IV's coronation in 1547 marked a significant shift in Russian governance. He proclaimed himself the first Tsar of Russia, consolidating power and establishing the Tsardom as a new form of autocratic rule. Livonian War. One of the defining conflicts of Ivan IV's reign was the Livonian War, which lasted from 1558 to 1583. Ivan sought to gain control over Livonia, present-day Estonia and Latvia, and expand Russia's influence in the Baltic region. The war resulted in territorial gains for Russia, but placed a heavy burden on the state's resources. Oprichnina. One of Ivan IV's most controversial policies was the establishment of the Oprichnina. In 1565, he divided the realm into 2 parts, with the Oprichnina representing Ivan's personal territory marked by repressive rule, purges, and confiscation of property. This policy aimed to consolidate his power and eliminate political opposition. Reign of Terror. Ivan IV's rule was characterized by periods of extreme violence and repression. The Oprichnina unleashed a reign of terror, resulting in the execution, torture, and exile of many nobles, clergy, and commoners suspected of disloyalty or opposition to the Tsar. St. Basil's Cathedral. One of the architectural legacies of Ivan IV's reign is St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow's Red Square. Built between 1555 and 1561, it stands as an iconic symbol of Russian architecture and represents Ivan's vision of grandeur and religious devotion. Expansion of territory. Ivan IV's reign witnessed significant territorial expansion. He annexed several regions, including the Khanate of Kazan and the Khanate of Kazan and the Khanate of Astrakhan, bringing them under Russian control and extending the influence of the Tsardom. Centralization of power. Ivan IV continued the policy of centralization initiated by his predecessors. He first strengthened the authority of the Tsar by creating a bureaucracy to administer the vast territories and implementing reforms to consolidate power in the hands of the monarchy. Economic reforms. Ivan IV implemented economic reforms aimed at boosting trade and industry. He encouraged foreign merchants to establish trade ties with Russia and enacted measures to stimulate economic growth, such as the establishment of manufacturing industries and the construction of new trade routes. Legal Code. Ivan IV introduced a comprehensive legal code known as the Sudebnik of 1550. It aimed to standardize legal procedures, establish punishments for various offenses, and provide a framework for the administration of justice throughout the Tsardom. Patronage of the arts. Ivan IV was a patron of the arts and supported the development of literature, music, and the visual arts. He invited foreign artists and craftsmen to Russia, contributing to the flourishing of cultural and artistic expression during his reign. Personal tragedies. Ivan IV's personal life was marked by tragedies, including the death of his first wife, Anastasia Romanovna, and the murder of his son and heir, Ivan Ivanovich. These events, coupled with his erratic behavior, have contributed to the perception of Ivan IV as a tormented and unstable ruler. Legacy and historical assessments. Ivan IV's reign left a complex and controversial legacy in Russian history, leading to varied historical assessments. Political centralization. Ivan IV's centralization efforts and establishment of the Tsardom set the stage for the consolidation of power by subsequent Russian rulers. His autocratic rule laid the groundwork for the strong centralized state that would characterize future Russian governance. Territorial expansion. Ivan IV's conquests expanded Russia's territory, pushing its borders further east and south. These territorial gains formed the basis for the future growth of the Russian Empire. Economic and administrative reforms. Ivan IV's economic reforms aimed at stimulating trade and industry laid the foundation for the growth of Russia's economy. His administrative reforms sought to streamline governance and establish a bureaucratic system, contributing to the development of a more efficient and organized state apparatus. Reputation as the Terrible. Ivan IV's reputation as the terrible stems from the extreme violence and repression that occurred during his reign, particularly under the Oprichnina. The reign of terror and harsh policies implemented during this period resulted in widespread suffering and loss of life, leaving a lasting negative perception. Cultural legacy. Despite the darker aspects of his reign, Ivan IV also supported cultural and artistic endeavors. His patronage of the arts helped foster a flourishing cultural scene in Russia, leaving a lasting impact on literature, music, and the visual arts. Impact on successors. Ivan IV's reign set precedents for subsequent Russian rulers, both in terms of centralization of power and the use of authoritarian methods. His legacy influenced the development of the Russian autocratic system and its impact on the Russian state and society. Historical interpretations. The interpretation of Ivan IV's reign varies among historians. Some view him as a ruthless and unstable ruler who caused immense suffering, while others emphasize his efforts to strengthen the state and expand Russian territory. Historical debates surrounding his reign continued to shape discussions on the nature of Russian governance and the exercise of power. Time of troubles. Following Ivan the Terrible's death, Russia faced a period of political instability, social unrest, and foreign invasions known as the Time of Troubles, 1598-1613. Background. The Time of Troubles, 1598-1613, was a tumultuous period in Russian history characterized by political instability, social upheaval, foreign invasions, and famine. It followed the death of Ivan the Terrible, and the subsequent struggles for the Russian throne. Succession crisis. The Time of Troubles began with the death of Tsar Fyodor I, the last ruler of the Rurik dynasty. Fyodor's death left a power vacuum and ignited a succession crisis, as he had no direct heirs. Dynastic instability. The lack of a clear succession plan led to infighting among the ruling elite and the emergence of rival factions. Multiple pretenders claimed the throne, including Ivan's son Dmitry, known as the False Dmitry, who gained support by posing as the deceased prince. The False Dmitry. The False Dmitry I and False Dmitry II were two impostors who claimed to be the rightful heirs to the throne. They gained significant support from various factions, including the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which saw an opportunity to exert influence over Russia. Foreign intervention. The Time of Troubles witnessed foreign interventions that further destabilized Russia. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Sweden both sought to exploit the internal turmoil to their advantage, leading to military incursions and territorial disputes. Smuta. The Russian word smuta, meaning time of troubles or disorder, came to encapsulate the atmosphere of chaos and uncertainty during this period. It was a time marked by civil unrest, violence, and lawlessness. Famine and disease. The Time of Troubles was accompanied by severe famine and outbreaks of disease, exacerbating the suffering of the Russian population. The combination of warfare, economic disruption, and poor harvests led to widespread hunger and misery. Intervention of the Romanovs. The Romanov family played a crucial role in ending the Time of Troubles. In 1613, the Zemsky Sobor, an assembly of representatives from different regions, elected Mikhail Romanov as the new Tsar Romanov as the new Tsar, marking the beginning of the Romanov dynasty. Military conflicts. The Time of Troubles witnessed intense military conflicts throughout Russia. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth occupied Moscow, leading to the defeat of Russian forces in battles such as the Battle of Kloshino. Russian resistance, led by figures like Prince Dmitry Pozharsky and Kuzma Minin, ultimately expelled the foreign forces. Restoration of stability. The ascension of the Romanovs brought a sense of stability and marked the restoration of centralized authority. Mikhail Romanov's rule initiated a period of reform and recovery for the Russian state. Patriarch Filaret. During the Time of Troubles, Patriarch Filaret, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, played a significant role in rallying support for the Romanovs and providing spiritual guidance during the difficult times. He actively supported the resistance against foreign intervention and the restoration of order. Treaty of Delino. The Treaty of Delino, signed in 1618, concluded the hostilities between Russia and Poland, Lithuania. It established a ceasefire and recognized the sovereignty of the Romanovs, securing the independence of Russia from foreign interference. Social and economic impact. The time of troubles had profound social and economic consequences. The population experienced immense suffering, with displacement, famine, and disease taking a heavy toll. The economy suffered significant setbacks, leading to a decline in trade, agriculture, and overall prosperity. Cultural and religious impact. The time of troubles had a lasting impact on Russian culture and religious beliefs. The period was characterized by a crisis of faith, with many questioning the divine right of the ruling elites and the legitimacy of the Russian Orthodox Church. The trauma of the time of troubles left a profound mark on the collective memory of the Russian people. Polish occupation. The Polish occupation of Moscow during the time of troubles brought cultural and political influences from Western Europe into Russian society. This exposure to foreign ideas and customs had both positive and negative effects, contributing to cultural exchanges while also fostering resistance against foreign domination. National unity and patriotism. The time of troubles spurred a sense of national unity and patriotism among the Russian people. The resistance against foreign invaders and the restoration of the Russian state under the Romanovs fostered a collective identity and a commitment to preserving the Russian homeland. Formation of a strong state. The challenges faced during the time of troubles prompted the Russian state to strengthen its institutions and governance structures. The Romanov dynasty implemented reforms to consolidate power, build a professional military, and establish a more centralized administration, laying the foundation for the future development of the Russian Empire. Historical significance. The time of troubles is considered a critical turning point in Russian history. It highlighted the vulnerabilities of a fragmented state and led to a reevaluation of political, social, and cultural norms. The events of this period influenced subsequent Russian rulers, shaping their policies and strategies to maintain stability and unity. The end of feudalism. The time of troubles accelerated the decline of feudalism in Russia. The chaos and disruption caused by the foreign invasions and internal conflicts undermined the power of the nobility and accelerated the process of centralization, paving the way for a more modern and centralized state. Foundation for the Romanov dynasty. The resolution of the time of troubles and the establishment of the Romanov dynasty laid the foundation for over 3 centuries of Romanov rule in Russia. The events of this period shaped the trajectory of Russian history and influenced subsequent political, social, and cultural developments in the country. Romanov dynasty. In 1613, the Zemsky Sobor Assembly of the Land elected Mikhail Romanov as the first Tsar of the Romanov dynasty, bringing stability to Russia. Ascension of Mikhail Romanov. The Romanov dynasty began in 1613, when Mikhail Romanov was elected as the Tsar of Russia. His ascension marked the end of the time of troubles and the restoration of stability and centralized rule in Russia. Consolidation of power. Mikhail Romanov faced the formidable task of rebuilding the Russian state after the tumultuous time of troubles. He focused on consolidating power, restoring the authority of the central government, and establishing a strong bureaucratic system. Reform and recovery. The early years of the Romanov dynasty were characterized by efforts to reform and rebuild Russia. Mikhail Romanov implemented policies to revitalize the economy, improve governance, and strengthen the military, setting the stage for future development. Election as Tsar. Mikhail Romanov was elected as the Tsar of Russia in 1613, marking the beginning of the Romanov dynasty. He ascended to the throne following a period of instability known as the Time of Troubles. Restoration of stability. Mikhail Romanov's primary task as Tsar was to restore stability and order after the tumultuous time of troubles. He faced the challenge of rebuilding the Russian state, which had been weakened by internal conflicts and foreign invasions. Boyar Council. Mikhail relied heavily on the advice and support of the Boyar Council, a body of nobles and advisors who played a crucial role in assisting him with governance decisions and implementing reforms. Centralization of power. Mikhail Romanov sought to consolidate power and establish a strong central government. He aimed to strengthen the authority of the monarchy and diminish the influence of regional princes and noble factions. The Miloslavsky family. Mikhail Romanov's mother, Xenia Shestova, belonged to the influential Miloslavsky family. This familial connection played a role in securing support for Mikhail's election, as tiering support for Mikhail's election as stars. Famine and economic challenges. Mikhail's early reign was marked by economic challenges, including famine and a decline in agricultural productivity. These difficulties strained the resources of the state and impacted the well-being of the population. Regency period. Due to Mikhail's young age at the time of his election, he was only 16 years old. A regency period was established with his father, Filaret, serving as the de facto ruler and acting as the patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church. Filaret's influence. Filaret played a significant role in guiding Mikhail's early reign and shaping the policies of the Romanov dynasty. He worked to strengthen the position of the Tsar and promote the interests of the Russian Orthodox Church. Strengthening ties with the Cossacks. Mikhail Romanov sought to improve relations with the Cossacks, a semi-nomadic warrior group on the fringes of Russian society. He granted them certain privileges and incorporated them into the Russian military forces, thus securing their loyalty and support. Military conflicts. Mikhail faced military conflicts during his reign, including clashes with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Swedish Empire. These conflicts tested the military capabilities of the Russian state and shaped the early foreign policy of the Romanov dynasty. Treaty of Stolbovo. In 1617, Mikhail Romanov signed the Treaty of Stolbovo with Sweden, ending the Ingrian War. The treaty resulted in territorial concessions to Sweden, including the loss of Ingria and parts of Karelia, but it brought relative peace to the region. The founding of St. Petersburg. Although not directly involved in the founding of St. Petersburg, Mikhail Romanov's reign laid the groundwork for the future establishment of the city. His interest in expanding Russian access to the Baltic Sea region set the stage for Peter the Great's later ambitions. Legacy and succession. Mikhail Romanov's reign is often seen as a period of stabilization and the beginning of the Romanov dynasty. His ability to restore order and establish a centralized government laid the foundation for the subsequent development and expansion of the Russian state under his successors. Impact on the Russian Orthodox Church. Mikhail Romanov's reign saw the continued influence of the Russian Orthodox Church, with his father Filaret serving as the patriarch. This close relationship between the monarchy and the church shaped the religious and cultural fabric of Russia. Mikhail's character. Described as a humble and pious ruler, Mikhail Romanov was known for his devout religious beliefs and commitment to the Russian Orthodox Church. He was seen as a gentle and kind-hearted individual, often showing compassion towards his subjects and demonstrating a sense of justice in his rule. Support from the nobility. Mikhail Romanov enjoyed support from the Russian nobility, particularly the Boyar Council, which recognized the need for stability and rallied behind him during the election process. Their backing and cooperation were crucial in establishing Mikhail's authority as the Tsar, patronage of the arts. Mikhail Romanov's reign witnessed a burgeoning of cultural and artistic endeavors. While his own personal involvement in patronage was limited, his reign created an atmosphere of relative peace and stability, allowing for the flourishing of literature, art, and music in Russia. End of the time of troubles. Mikhail's election as Tsar marked the end of the time of troubles, a period of chaos and uncertainty in Russian history. His rule brought about a sense of normalcy and marked the beginning of the Romanov dynasty's efforts to rebuild and strengthen the Russian state. Succession and family legacy. Mikhail Romanov was married to Maria Vladimirovna Dolgorukova, and together they had 10 children. His son Alexei succeeded him as Tsar, continuing the Romanov dynasty's rule and overseeing significant developments in Russian history. Historical assessment. Mikhail Romanov's reign is often regarded as a transitional period that restored stability and laid the foundation for future Romanov rulers. While his reign was relatively short, it set the stage for the subsequent expansion and modernization of the Russian state under his successors, particularly Peter the Great. It's important to note that the details of Mikhail Romanov's reign are often overshadowed by the larger events and personalities that followed in the Romanov dynasty. However, his role in restoring order and establishing the foundation for the dynasty's rule is significant in the context of Russian history. The reign of Alexis. Mikhail Romanov was succeeded by his son, Alexis, who ruled from 1645 to 1676. Under Alexis, the Romanov dynasty consolidated its authority and expanded its territorial holdings, particularly in the south and east. Westernization and cultural reforms. Alexis initiated a policy of westernization, seeking to modernize Russia and adopt Western European customs and technologies. This period witnessed the influx of Western ideas, architecture, and cultural influences into Russian society. Ascension to the throne. Alexis Romanov, also known as Alexei Mikhailovich, became the Tsar of Russia in 1645 following the death of his father, Mikhail Romanov. He ruled until his own death in 1676, playing a crucial role in shaping Russian history during a period of consolidation and consolidation of power. Alexis faced the task of consolidating and strengthening the authority of the Romanov dynasty. He aimed to establish a more centralized government, reduce the influence of the boyars, Russian nobles, and assert the supremacy of the monarchy. The Miloslavsky family. Alexis Romanov's mother, Maria Miloslavskaya, belonged to the influential Miloslavsky family. The Miloslavskys wielded significant influence during Alexis's reign and played a pivotal role in court politics and decision-making. Reign of Streltsy. Alexis's reign was marked by the influence and challenges posed by the Streltsy, the elite Russian military corps. He sought to maintain control over this powerful group, balancing their loyalty with his own authority. Administration and governance. Alexis implemented administrative reforms to strengthen the central government. He established prikazy, government departments, to manage various aspects of governance, including military affairs, justice, finance, and foreign relations. Orthodox Christianity. Alexis Romanov was a devout follower of the Russian Orthodox Church. His reign saw the continued influence of the Church on Russian society, and he supported the preservation and expansion of Orthodox Christianity. Synod and church reform. Alexis established the Holy Synod in 1666, a governing body for the Russian Orthodox Church. The Synod replaced the position of the Patriarch and centralized the control of the Church under the Tsar, ensuring greater state influence over religious matters. Copper coinage reform. One of the notable economic reforms during Alexis's reign was the introduction of copper coinage in 1654. This reform aimed to stabilize the currency and address the shortage of small denominations, thereby facilitating trade and economic transactions. Expanding territory. Alexis oversaw the expansion of Russian territory during his reign. Military campaigns were conducted against neighboring territories, resulting in the incorporation of new lands into the Russian state, particularly in the south and east. Treaty of Pereyaslav. In 1654, Alexis Romanov signed the Treaty of Pereyaslav with the Ukrainian Cossacks, which recognized their autonomy under Russian protection. This treaty expanded Russian influence in the Ukrainian territories and solidified Russia's control over the region. Western influences. Alexis' reign saw increased contact and interaction with Western European powers. While he maintained a cautious approach, Russian society experienced a degree of exposure to Western ideas, culture, and technologies. Military campaigns. Alexis Romanov faced military challenges during his reign, including conflicts with neighboring powers such as Poland, Lithuania, and Sweden. These conflicts tested the strength of the Russian military and shaped the geopolitical landscape of the time. Cultural developments. Alexis's reign witnessed cultural developments, with a growing interest in arts, literature, and education. The Russian court became a center for artistic patronage, and the Moscow print yard was established to produce books and disseminate knowledge. Family and succession. Alexis Romanov was married to Maria Miloslavskaya, and they had numerous children, including his son and successor, Peter the Great. The question of succession and the future direction of Russia loomed large during Alexis' reign. Streltsy uprisings. The reign of Alexis Romanov witnessed several uprisings by the Streltsy, the elite Russian military corps. The Streltsy were discontented with various aspects of Alexis's rule, including his foreign policy, religious reforms, and perceived favoritism towards the Miloslavsky family. The first Streltsy uprising occurred in 1648, when the Streltsy revolted against the influence of Boris Morozov, a powerful advisor to the Tsar. The uprising was eventually suppressed, but it highlighted the growing dissatisfaction among the Streltsy and their desire for a greater say in political matters. The second Streltsy uprising took place in 1650 and was sparked by a combination of grievances, including the influence of the Miloslavsky family and the perceived deterioration of the Streltsy's status and privileges. Again, the rebellion was quelled, but it demonstrated the ongoing tensions between the Streltsy and the central government. The third Streltsy uprising occurred in 1682, after the death of Alexis Romanov. It was triggered by a power struggle for the regency between the Miloslavsky and Narishkin families, who represented different factions within the ruling elite. The uprising resulted in violence and chaos in Moscow, with a number of prominent figures being killed. The rebellion was eventually suppressed, and Peter the Great, Alexis's son, emerged as the sole ruler. The Streltsy uprisings reflected the discontent and frustration among the Streltsy, who felt marginalized and neglected by the central government. These rebellions posed significant challenges to the stability and authority of the Romanov dynasty and underscored the need for subsequent rulers, particularly Peter the Great, to address the grievances of the Streltsy and enact reforms to strengthen the state's control over the military. The Streltsy uprisings were a pivotal moment in Russian history, contributing to the Romanov dynasty's awareness of the need for military and political reforms. They highlighted the importance of maintaining the loyalty and support of the armed forces and demonstrated the potential dangers of internal unrest and dissent within the ruling elite. Overall, the Streltsy uprisings during Alexis Romanov's reign shed light on the complex dynamics between the Tsar, the ruling nobility, and the military forces, and their impact on the stability and governance of the Russian state. Strengthening of military forces. Alexis Romanov recognized the importance of a strong military and implemented reforms to enhance the capabilities of the Russian armed forces. He expanded the regular army, improved training methods, and modernized weaponry, making the Russian military more formidable, promoting economic development. Alexis sought to stimulate economic growth and development. He encouraged trade and commerce, established new industries, and implemented policies to improve agricultural productivity. These efforts aimed to bolster the economy and increase the wealth of the Russian state. Expansion of Moscow. Alexis Romanov oversaw the expansion and development of Moscow as the political and cultural center of Russia. Under his reign, the Kremlin underwent significant renovations, new public buildings were constructed, and the city's infrastructure was improved. Strengthening of serfdom. While Alexis made efforts to improve the conditions of the serfs, his reign also witnessed the strengthening of serfdom. Landowners gained increased control over their serfs, and legislation was enacted to restrict the mobility and rights of the peasant population. Legacy and succession. Alexis Romanov's reign left a lasting impact on Russian history and laid the foundation for future developments. He successfully navigated the challenges of his time, consolidating power, expanding territories, and promoting stability. Upon his death, Alexis was succeeded by his son, Peter the Great, whose reign would usher in a transformative era for Russia, the time of troubles. Despite the relative stability, the Romanov dynasty faced challenges, including peasant uprisings, internal conflicts, and tensions with neighboring powers. The Streltsy Uprising in 1682 and the Moscow Uprising in 1689 highlighted the ongoing tensions and vulnerabilities of the state. The reign of Peter the Great, one of the most transformative periods of the Romanov dynasty, came with the reign of Peter the Great, who ruled from 1682 to 1725. Peter initiated extensive reforms aimed at modernizing Russia and transforming it into a major European power, military reforms. Peter the Great undertook ambitious military reforms, establishing a professional army, modernizing weaponry, and expanding the Russian navy. These reforms laid the foundation for Russia's future military strength and its emergence as a European power. Administrative reforms. Peter the Great reformed the administrative system, introducing the table of ranks to create a more merit-based bureaucracy. He also centralized power, curbing the authority of the boyars and strengthening the central government's control over the regions. Modernization of society. Peter the Great aimed to modernize Russian society by introducing European customs, fashion, and education. He promoted science, established Russia's first university, the Academy of Sciences, and implemented social reforms to promote Western European cultural norms. Early life and ascension. Peter the Great, born in 1672, became Tsar of Russia in 1682 at the age of 10, sharing power with his half-brother Ivan V. However, Peter's reign truly began in 1696 after Ivan's death, and he ruled until his own death in 1725. Ivan V, 1666-1696. Born on August 27, 1666, was the eldest surviving son of Tsar Alexis I and his second wife Natalia Naryshkina. He belonged to the Romanov dynasty, which ruled Russia from 1613 to 1917, co-rule with Peter the Great. Ivan V's reign was unique as he shared the throne with his younger half-brother, Peter the Great. After the death of their father in 1676, Ivan and Peter were declared joint Tsars, with Ivan as the senior ruler. However, due to Ivan's physical and mental disabilities, real power was wielded by the Regency Council led by their sister, Sophia Alexeyevna. Limited rule and influence. Ivan V's reign was marked by his limited involvement in governance due to his disabilities, which included physical impairments and intellectual challenges. He was unable to take an active role in decision-making or exercise authority as a ruler. Instead, the Regency Council and his sister Sophia Alexeyevna held the reins of power. Impact of the Streltsy Uprising. The Streltsy Uprising of 1682, triggered by the death of their younger brother, Tsarevich Fyodor, resulted in political turmoil and power struggles within the Russian court. The uprising ended with Sophia Alexeyevna's assumption of regency and Ivan and Peter's joint rule. Role in the Azov campaign. Despite his disabilities, Ivan V was symbolically associated with military campaigns. During the Azov campaign, 1695-1696, against the Ottoman Empire, Ivan and Peter were proclaimed joint commanders, although Peter played the dominant role in the military operations. Death and succession. Ivan V had passed away on February 8, 1696, at the age of 29. His death paved the way for Peter the Great to assume full control of the Russian throne and begin his transformative reign, leading to significant modernization and westernization of the Russian Empire. Impact on Peter the Great's rule. Although Ivan V's personal impact on Russian history was limited, his joint rule with Peter the Great played a significant role in shaping Peter's reign. As Peter's elder brother and co-ruler, Ivan's presence provided Peter with a sense of legitimacy and support, especially during the early years of his reign. Dynastic significance. Ivan V's status as a member of the Romanov dynasty ensured the continuity of the dynasty's rule in Russia. His joint rule with Peter the Great helped solidify the legitimacy of the Romanovs' reign and provided a smooth transition of power from the older generation to the younger generation of rulers. Historical assessment. Ivan V is often overshadowed by the remarkable reign of Peter the Great, whose transformative policies and reforms left an indelible mark on Russian history. Ivan's disabilities and limited involvement in governance meant that his personal impact was minimal, and he is primarily remembered as Peter's co-ruler rather than an independent figure. Symbolic importance. Despite his physical and mental challenges, Ivan V's presence on the throne symbolized the continuity of royal authority and the stability of the Romanov dynasty. His joint rule with Peter the Great represented a continuation of the Tsarist lineage and provided Peter with the necessary legitimacy to implement his ambitious reforms. Modernization and Westernization. Peter the Great is renowned for his efforts to modernize and westernize Russia. Inspired by his travels in Western Europe, he aimed to transform Russia into a more powerful and modern state, adopting European technologies, customs, and institutions. Great embassy and cultural exchanges. In 1697-1698, Peter embarked on his great embassy to Western Europe, immersing himself in European culture, industry, and military practices. This exposure played a crucial role in shaping his vision for Russia's transformation and initiating cultural exchanges between Russia and the West, reforms and centralization. Peter implemented a wide range of reforms aimed at centralizing power and modernizing Russia's institutions. He established the Senate as the highest legislative and administrative body, reorganized the army, and introduced new administrative divisions called guberniyas. Military reforms. Peter the Great revolutionized the Russian military, modernizing its structure and tactics. He established a standing army known as the Regular Army, equipped with advanced weaponry and trained in European techniques. These reforms greatly enhanced Russia's military capabilities. Navy and maritime expansion. Recognizing the importance of a strong navy, Peter the Great embarked on ambitious maritime expansion. He founded the Russian Baltic Fleet, constructed shipyards and dockyards, and established the city of St. Petersburg as a strategic naval base and a window to the West. Founding of St. Petersburg. One of Peter's most significant achievements was the founding of St. Petersburg in 1703. The city was envisioned as a window to Europe and served as a symbol of Russia's transformation. It became the new capital and a center of political, cultural, and economic development. Administrative reforms. Peter the Great aimed to streamline and modernize Russia's administrative apparatus. He introduced the table of ranks, a system of social and military ranks based on merit, rather than noble birth, encouraging loyalty and service to the state. Economic reforms. Peter implemented economic reforms to stimulate industrialization and trade. He encouraged the establishment of manufacturing industries, promoted entrepreneurship, and established the first Russian Academy of Sciences to promote scientific research and innovation. Educational reforms. Recognizing the importance of education, Peter introduced educational reforms to enhance literacy and technical skills. He established the first Russian state schools, including the School of Mathematics and Navigation and the Cadet Corps, to train future administrators and military officers. Westernization of society. Peter encouraged the adoption of Western customs and fashion, requiring the nobility to shave their beards and wear Western attire. He also introduced social reforms such as the encouragement of mixed-gender social gatherings, aiming to break traditional social norms and promote cultural openness. Secularization and church reforms. Peter the Great sought to limit the influence of the Russian Orthodox Church on political affairs. He established the Holy Synod, a state-controlled governing body, and secularized church lands, aiming to consolidate state power and reduce the Church's political authority. Great Northern War. Despite initial setbacks, Peter's military reforms and determination eventually led to Russian victories in the Great Northern War. The most notable triumph came with the decisive Battle of Poltava in 1709, where the Russian army defeated the Swedish forces and shattered Sweden's dominance in the region. Causes and context. The Great Northern War, 1700-1721, was primarily a conflict between Sweden and an alliance of several powers, including Russia, Poland, Lithuania, and Denmark, Norway. The war was triggered by Sweden's dominance in the Baltic region, and the desire of other powers to challenge its hegemony. Russian objectives. For Russia, the war aimed to secure access to the Baltic Sea and establish itself as a major European power. The Russian Empire sought territorial gains in the Baltic provinces and aimed to break Sweden's control over the region. Peter the Great's military reforms. The Great Northern War provided a crucial test for Peter the Great's military reforms. He modernized and expanded the Russian army, improving training, introducing standardized tactics, and equipping troops with better weapons. These reforms aimed to transform the Russian military into a formidable force. Early Swedish successes. In the initial stages of the war, Sweden achieved significant victories under the leadership of King Charles VII. Swedish forces won notable battles, such as the Battle of Narva in 1700, displaying their military prowess and maintaining their hold on the Baltic territories. Battle of Poltava. The turning point of the war came with the Battle of Poltava in 1709. Russian forces, led by Peter the Great, decisively defeated the Swedish army, leading to the capture of King Charles VII's key strongholds in Ukraine. This victory shifted the balance of power in favor of Russia and marked a significant setback for Sweden. Alliance shifts. Throughout the war, alliances shifted as different powers sought to gain advantage. At various times, Russia allied with Poland, Lithuania, and Denmark. Norway, while Sweden received support from the Ottoman Empire and certain German states. Siege of Riga and capture of Baltic provinces. Following the Battle of Poltava, Russian forces successfully besieged and captured key Swedish strongholds, including Riga, Revel, Revtalinen. These victories allowed Russia to establish control over the Baltic provinces and expand its influence in the region. Treaty of Nystad. The war officially ended with the signing of the Treaty of Nystad in 1721. Sweden recognized Russia's territorial gains, ceding significant territories including Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, and parts of Karelia. The treaty solidified Russia's control over the Baltic region and marked a major shift in the balance of power in Northern Europe. Consequences for Sweden. The Great Northern War had far-reaching consequences for Sweden. It shattered Sweden's status as a major European power and severely weakened its influence in the Baltic region. The loss of territories and resources strained Sweden's economy and led to a decline in its political and military significance. Expansion of the Russian Empire. The war resulted in substantial territorial gains for Russia, solidifying its presence in the Baltic region and paving the way for further territorial expansion. The acquired territories became integral parts of the Russian Empire and contributed to its growth and influence. Impact on Peter the Great's reforms. The Great Northern War validated and reinforced Peter the Great's military and administrative reforms. The Russian victory strengthened his authority and provided the necessary resources to continue modernizing Russia and consolidating his reforms. Long-term repercussions. The Great Northern War had long-term repercussions for the region. It sparked significant geopolitical shifts, reshaping the balance of power in Northern Europe and leading to changes in alliances and the realignment of interests among European powers. Legacy and historical interpretations. The Great Northern War left a lasting impact on the history of Russia and the surrounding region. Here are some key aspects of its legacy and various historical interpretations. Expansion of the Russian Empire. The war allowed Russia to expand its territory, establishing its dominance in the Baltic region and becoming a major European power. The acquired territories provided valuable resources, access to trade routes, and increased geopolitical influence. Transformation of Russia. The war played a crucial role in Peter the Great's vision of transforming Russia into a modern and Europeanized state. The military victories and territorial gains bolstered his authority, enabling him to push through ambitious reforms in various spheres such as governance, military administration, and culture. Weakening of Sweden. The Great Northern War had a profound impact on Sweden, diminishing its influence and triggering a period of decline. Sweden's loss of territories, economic strain, and military setbacks weakened its position as a dominant power in Northern Europe. Geopolitical shifts. The war reshaped the geopolitical landscape of Northern Europe. It marked the decline of Sweden and the rise of Russia as a significant player in the region. It also influenced the interests and alliances of other European powers as they sought to navigate the changing balance of power. Impact on Baltic region. The war brought significant changes to the Baltic region. Russian control over the Baltic provinces altered the political, economic, and cultural dynamics in these territories. It led to the incorporation of Baltic peoples into the Russian Empire and influenced their subsequent history. Historical interpretations. The Great Northern War has been subject to various historical interpretations. Some emphasize the war as a pivotal moment that propelled Russia's transformation and rise to great power status. Others highlight the devastating human and economic costs of the war and its impact on the regions involved. Cultural and intellectual exchanges. The war facilitated cultural and intellectual exchanges between Russia and Western Europe. Russian exposure to Western Europe. Russian exposure to Western ideas, technologies, and institutions during the war influenced subsequent developments in Russian art, literature, science, and governance. Influence on Russian identity. The Great Northern War played a role in shaping Russian national identity. It contributed to a sense of Russian exceptionalism and resilience, as the war showcased Russia's ability to withstand powerful adversaries and emerge victorious. In summary, the Great Northern War was a transformative conflict that had far-reaching consequences for Russia, Sweden, and the Baltic region. It solidified Russia's position as a major European power, while weakening Sweden's dominance. The war fueled Peter the Great's reform agenda and shaped the historical trajectory of the Russian Empire. Territorial expansion. The Great Northern War resulted in significant territorial gains for Russia. Through the Treaty of Nystad in 1721, Sweden ceded substantial territories to Russia, including Ingria, Livonia, Estonia, and parts of Karelia, solidifying Russia's control over the Baltic region and opening up access to important trade routes. Administrative reorganization. In the wake of the war, Peter implemented administrative reforms in the newly acquired territories. He introduced the Charter of Nobility, granting privileges to the nobility, and established local governance structures to integrate the newly acquired lands into the Russian Empire. Economic development and trade. Peter prioritized economic development and trade expansion to strengthen Russia's economic standing. He initiated the construction of canals, improved transportation infrastructure, and encouraged foreign merchants and skilled craftsmen to settle in Russia, boosting commercial activities. Cultural patronage. Peter the Great actively promoted arts, sciences, and intellectual pursuits. He established the Russian Academy of Sciences, encouraged the translation of Western literature into Russian, and fostered the growth of Russian literature, theater, and music, contributing to the flourishing of Russian culture. Administrative reforms in the provinces. Peter implemented significant administrative reforms in the provinces, aiming to strengthen governance and ensure greater control over the vast territories of the Russian Empire. He established provincial colleges, which acted as local administrative bodies responsible for governance, justice, and economic matters. Serfdom and social reforms. While Peter the Great introduced reforms in various aspects of Russian society, including the establishment of a system of civil service and meritocracy, his reign also witnessed the strengthening of serfdom. Serfs were increasingly tied to the land, and their mobility and rights were limited. Legacy and influence. Peter the Great's reign left an indelible mark on Russian history. His transformative reforms modernized Russia, expanded its territory, and laid the foundation for its emergence as a major European power. His vision for Russia as a strong Europeanized state reverberated through subsequent generations, influencing Russian rulers and shaping the trajectory of the Russian Empire. Expansion of territory. The Romanov dynasty oversaw significant territorial expansion. Under Peter the Great, Russia gained control over territories in the Baltic region, including the acquisition of the city of St. Petersburg which became the new capital of Russia. Succession and dynastic challenges. The Romanov dynasty faced several challenges in securing a smooth succession. The reigns of Peter the Great's successors, including Catherine I, Peter II, and Anna, were marked by political instability and struggles for power. The reign of Catherine the Great, Catherine I.E., known as Catherine the Great, ascended the throne in 1762 and ruled until 1796. Her reign was characterized by significant territorial expansion, administrative reforms, and cultural advancements, enlightened despotism. Catherine the Great embraced the principles of enlightenment and implemented a series of reforms aimed at modernizing Russia. These included legal reforms, educational advancements, and efforts to improve the welfare of the Russian population. Partition of Poland. Catherine the Great played a significant role in the partition of Poland, along with other European powers. The partitions, which took place in 1772, 1793, and 1795, resulted in the division and annexation of Polish territory by Russia, Prussia, and Austria, further expanding the Russian Empire. Cultural and intellectual development. The Romanov dynasty witnessed the flourishing of arts, literature, and intellectual discourse. Catherine the Great, in particular, was known for her patronage of the arts, her correspondence with Enlightenment philosophers, and her efforts to promote Russian culture and literature. Ascension to power. Catherine the Great, born Sophie Friedrich August von Anhalt, Zerbst, became the Empress of Russia in 1762, after her husband, Peter I.E., was overthrown in a coup d'état. She ruled until her death in 1796, marking a period of significant political and cultural development in Russia. Enlightenment ideas and reforms. Catherine the Great was influenced by Enlightenment ideals, embracing the concepts of reason, progress, and social reform. She corresponded with Enlightenment thinkers, such as Voltaire and Denis Diderot, and implemented a series of reforms aimed at modernizing and improving Russia. Expansion of territory. Catherine pursued an aggressive foreign policy leading to territorial expansion of the Russian Empire. She waged successful wars against the Ottoman Empire, Sweden and Poland, Lithuania, resulting in the acquisition of Crimea, parts of Poland, and territories in the Baltics. Educational reforms. Recognizing the importance of education, Catherine introduced educational reforms to improve literacy and promote intellectual development. She established schools and encouraged the spread of education among the nobility and the middle class, emphasizing the study of science, arts, and literature. Legal and administrative reforms. Catherine implemented a series of legal and administrative reforms to streamline governance and enhance efficiency. She commissioned the creation of the Charter of the Nobility, which codified the privileges and responsibilities of the nobles, and introduced a new law code known as the Nakaz, which aimed to modernize Russia's legal system. Economic development. Catherine initiated economic reforms to stimulate trade and industry. She encouraged the growth of agriculture, promoted manufacturing and mining, and established trade agreements with other nations. These efforts aimed to boost the economy and improve the living conditions of the Russian population. Patronage of the arts and culture. Catherine was a patron of the arts and played a significant role in fostering cultural development in Russia. She collected art, established museums, and supported the works of artists, writers, and composers. Her reign witnessed the flourishing of Russian literature and the growth of the Russian theater. Foreign policy and diplomacy. Catherine pursued an active foreign policy, seeking to secure alliances, expand Russian influence, and enhance Russia's standing in international affairs. She engaged in diplomatic exchanges, cultivated relationships with European powers, and positioned Russia as a major player on the global stage. Crimean War and the partition of Poland. Catherine's reign saw the annexation of Crimea from the Ottoman Empire and the partition of Poland. The Crimean War, 1783, 1792, resulted in Russia's acquisition of the Crimean Peninsula, consolidating its control over the Black Sea region. The partition of Poland, 1772, 1793-1795, led to the absorption of significant Polish territories by Russia. Catherine's personal life and relationships. Catherine's personal life was tumultuous. While married to Peter II, their relationship was strained, and after his death she had a series of lovers and intimate companions. Despite her personal relationships, she maintained control over the government and successfully ruled as empress. Serfdom and peasant conditions. While Catherine initiated some reforms, such as attempts to improve the conditions of serfs, her reign also saw the tightening of serfdom and limitations on peasant rights. The gap between the nobility and the peasantry widened, leading to discontent among the lower classes. Catherine as a symbol of female power. Catherine's reign challenged traditional notions of female leadership and became a symbol of female power. As one of the few female rulers in a predominantly male-dominated era, she demonstrated that women could successfully govern and make significant contributions to the state. Her reign inspired future generations of women leaders and contributed to the advancement of women's rights and roles in society. Pugachev's rebellion. One of the significant challenges faced by Catherine during her reign was the Pugachev Rebellion. Led by Cossack leader Emelian Pugachev, the rebellion erupted in 1773 and posed a threat to Catherine's authority. The uprising was fueled by social grievances, particularly among the peasantry and oppressed classes. Catherine responded swiftly and decisively, crushing the rebellion and solidifying her power. Background and causes. Pugachev's rebellion, also known as the Peasant Revolt of 1773-1775, was a significant uprising in the Russian Empire led by Cossack leader Emelian Pugachev. The rebellion was fueled by a combination of social, economic, and political grievances, particularly among the peasantry and oppressed classes. Pugachev's leadership. Emelian Pugachev, a former member of the Don Cossack, claimed to be the late Emperor Peter II, who was widely unpopular. Pugachev adopted the persona of Peter II to rally support for his rebellion, exploiting the discontent among the lower classes and promising to address their grievances. Social and economic grievances. Pugachev's rebellion was driven by the deep social and economic inequalities prevalent in Russian society at the time. Peasants faced oppressive conditions, heavy taxation, forced labor, and exploitation by the nobility. The rebellion represented a response to these injustices and sought to challenge the existing order. Support base. Pugachev's rebellion attracted a diverse range of supporters. Peasants, serfs, Cossacks, disgruntled soldiers, and marginalized groups rallied behind Pugachev's cause. His followers included individuals from different ethnic backgrounds and social classes who shared a desire for social and political change. Military campaigns. Pugachev's forces quickly gained momentum and launched military campaigns against the Russian state. They captured several key cities and fortresses, including Kazan, Samara, and Saratov, securing control over large parts of the Volga River region and the Ural Mountains. Promise of reforms. Pugachev appealed to the grievances of the lower classes, promising land redistribution, the abolition of serfdom, and the improvement of living conditions. His message resonated with many who sought relief from the oppressive social and economic conditions of the time. Suppression efforts. The Russian government, under the leadership of Catherine the Great, launched a vigorous military campaign to suppress the rebellion. The government dispatched loyalist forces, led by experienced generals, to quell the uprising and regain control over the territories held by Pugachev. Catherine's strategy. Catherine the Great adopted a multifaceted approach to counter Pugachev's rebellion. She combined military force with diplomatic efforts, offering amnesty to rebel leaders who would abandon Pugachev. This strategy aimed to weaken the rebellion from within and undermine its support base. Suppression and brutality. The suppression of Pugachev's rebellion was marked by brutal tactics from both sides. The loyalist forces carried out harsh reprisals against rebel sympathizers, while Pugachev's forces resorted to violence against nobles and perceived enemies. The conflict led to widespread destruction and loss of life. Capture and execution. Pugachev's rebellion began to crumble after a series of military defeats and internal divisions among his followers. In 1774, Pugachev was captured by loyalist forces. He was brought to trial, found guilty of treason, and executed in January 1775. Impact on Russian society. Pugachev's rebellion had a profound impact on Russian society. It highlighted the deep social and economic divisions within the empire and the discontent among the lower classes. The rebellion also exposed the weaknesses and limitations of the existing system of governance. Government response and reforms. Following the rebellion, the Russian government implemented a series of reforms aimed at addressing some of the grievances that fueled the uprising. These reforms included agrarian reforms. The government introduced measures to improve the conditions of the peasantry, such as reducing burdensome taxes, providing limited land grants, and easing some restrictions on serfdom. While these reforms fell short of Pugachev's promises, they represented an acknowledgement of the need for change. Administrative reforms. The rebellion exposed weaknesses in the administration and governance of the Russian Empire. As a result, Catherine the Great implemented administrative reforms aimed at improving efficiency and accountability. These reforms included strengthening local governance structures and tightening control over provincial officials. Military reforms. Pugachev's rebellion underscored the need for military reforms to address issues of loyalty and effectiveness within the armed forces. The government initiated measures to improve training, discipline, and command structure within the military, ensuring greater loyalty and readiness to suppress future uprisings. Serfdom regulations. The rebellion also led to the tightening of serfdom regulations. Restrictions on the mobility and rights of serfs were reinforced, aiming to prevent future unrest and maintain the authority of the nobility. Propagation of Enlightenment ideas. Pugachev's rebellion highlighted the social inequalities and grievances faced by the lower classes. As a response, the government took steps to promote Enlightenment ideas and encourage discussions on social reforms. Intellectual circles and institutions were encouraged to address issues of social justice and inequality. Historical interpretations. Pugachev's rebellion has been interpreted in various ways by historians. Some view it as a significant social and political movement, representing the aspirations of the lower classes for change and justice. Others argue that it was a failed rebellion with limited impact on broader social and political structures. Legacy and impact. Pugachev's rebellion left a lasting impact on Russian history. It exposed the vulnerabilities of the Russian Empire and highlighted the deep social divisions within society. The rebellion served as a catalyst for subsequent reforms, as the government recognized the need for change and attempted to address some of the grievances that had fueled the uprising. Cultural and literary influence. Pugachev's rebellion also inspired literary works, particularly Alexander Pushkin's The Captain's Daughter, which fictionalizes the rebellion and explores its themes of social injustice and individual heroism. The rebellion continues to be a subject of artistic interpretation, reflecting its enduring significance in Russian culture. Memory and mythology. Pugachev's rebellion has become part of Russian historical memory and folklore. The figure of Pugachev himself has been romanticized and mythologized, representing the archetype of the charismatic and rebellious leader fighting against injustice and oppression. Commission on the Legislative Reform. Catherine established the Commission on the Legislative Reform in 1767. Led by political thinker Mikhail Sherbatov, the commission was tasked with proposing a new legal system for Russia. While its recommendations were not fully implemented, it paved the way for future legal reforms and stimulated discussions on governance and social change. Early life and background. Mikhail Sherbatov, 1733-1790, was a prominent Russian writer, historian, and thinker of the late 18th century. Born into a noble family, Sherbatov received a classical education and became deeply interested in the intellectual and political currents of his time. Literary works. Sherbatov's most notable literary work is his historical treatise called The Russian History, published in 1770. This ambitious work spans from the earliest days of Russian history, to the reign of Catherine the Great, and it offers a critical analysis of Russian society, institutions, and rulers. Critique of Western influence. Sherbatov was critical of the growing Western influence in Russia, particularly in the context of Catherine the Great's reign. He believed that the imitation of Western ideas and institutions undermined traditional Russian values and customs, leading to social and moral decay. Conservatism and traditionalism. Sherbatov advocated for a return to traditional Russian values and institutions. He believed that Russian society should be rooted in its unique cultural and historical heritage, emphasizing the importance of autocracy, orthodoxy, and the traditional hierarchical social structure. Critique of Enlightenment and rationalism. Sherbatov challenged the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and rationalism, arguing that it ignored the importance of tradition, religion, and the complexity of human nature. He believed that the unchecked pursuit of reason could lead to social instability and moral decay. Criticism of serfdom and social inequality. Sherbatov was critical of the institution of serfdom and the vast social inequality it perpetuated. He argued that serfdom not only oppressed the peasantry, but also corrupted the character of the nobility, leading to moral degradation and a lack of social cohesion. Influence on Catherine the Great. Sherbatov's ideas and writings had a significant influence on Catherine the Great. Despite their ideological differences, Catherine respected Sherbatov's insights and engaged in correspondence with him. She even appointed him as the head of the Commission on the Legislative Reform, which aimed to modernize Russia's legal system. Commission on the Legislative Reform. As the head of the Commission on the Legislative Reform in 1767, Sherbatov played a crucial role in shaping the Commission's agenda. He advocated for a return to traditional Russian laws and customs and argued against radical changes and westernization, opposition to Catherine's reforms. Despite his influence on Catherine, Sherbatov eventually became disillusioned with her reign and her implementation of reforms. He believed that her reforms undermined traditional Russian values and the authority of the autocracy. Historical interpretation. Sherbatov's historical writings and critiques continue to be subjects of historical interpretation and analysis. His works offer insights into the intellectual climate of the late 18th century in Russia and provide a counterpoint to the prevailing Enlightenment ideals of the time. Influence on Russian conservatism. Sherbatov is considered one of the precursors to Russian conservative thought. His ideas on the importance of tradition, religion, and social hierarchy influenced subsequent generations of conservative thinkers in Russia. Legacy and influence. Sherbatov's writings and ideas had a lasting impact on Russian intellectual and cultural history. His critiques of westernization, his defense of traditional Russian values, and his emphasis on the uniqueness of Russian society contributed to ongoing debates about national identity and the balance between tradition and progress in Russia. Foreign relations and wars. Catherine's foreign policy aimed to expand Russian influence and secure territorial gains. She engaged in conflicts such as the Russo-Turkish Wars, 1768-1774, the Russo 1788, and the Russo-Polish War, 1790. These military campaigns aimed to protect Russian interests, assert dominance, and gain strategic territories. The Russo-Turkish Wars of 1768-1774 were a series of conflicts between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire. The wars were triggered by a combination of political, territorial, and religious tensions in the region. Causes. The causes of the Russo-Turkish Wars included Russia's expansionist ambitions, the desire to gain control over territories with Orthodox Christian populations, disputes over access to the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, and the Ottoman Empire's attempt to assert its authority over rebellious vassal states. First Russo-Turkish War, 1768-1774. The First War began when the Russian Empire intervened in support of the Christian Orthodox population of the Ottoman-controlled Moldavia and Wallachia, present-day Romania, which were experiencing uprisings against Ottoman rule. Russia aimed to protect the rights of Orthodox Christians and expand its influence in the region. Course of the war. The war witnessed several military campaigns and battles. Russian forces, led by General Alexander Suvorov, achieved significant victories, capturing key fortresses and territories in Moldavia and Wallachia. The Russian Navy also played a crucial role in the conflict, engaging in naval battles in the Black Sea and the Aegean Sea. Treaty of Kukuk-Kaynarka, 1774. The First Russo-Turkish War ended with the signing of the Treaty of Kukuk-Kaynarka. The treaty granted Russia control over the Crimea and the regions of Azov and Kuban, as well as certain rights to protect Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire. The treaty also weakened the Ottoman Empire's control over its vassal states. Interwar period. Following the First Russo-Turkish War, a period of relative peace known as the interwar period ensued. During this time, both Russia and the Ottoman Empire focused on rebuilding and consolidating their respective territories and strengthening their military capabilities. Second Russo-Turkish War, 1787-1792. The Second War erupted due to renewed tensions between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Russia sought to expand its influence in the Black Sea region and secure access to warm water ports. The war also involved conflict over control of the Crimean Peninsula. Course of the war. The Second War witnessed a series of military campaigns and battles, both on land and at sea. Russian forces, led by commanders such as Grigory Potemkin and Alexander Suvorov, achieved significant victories, capturing strategic fortresses and advancing into Ottoman territories. Siege of Ochakov, 1788. One of the notable events of the Second War was the Russian siege of the Ottoman fortress of Ochakov, present-day Ukraine. The siege lasted for several months and resulted in the capture of the fortress by Russian forces, further strengthening their position in the region. Treaty of Jassy, 1792. The Second Russo-Turkish War concluded with the signing of the Treaty of Jassy. The treaty confirmed many of the territorial gains made by Russia in the First War, including the Crimea, Azov, and territories along the Danube River. The treaty also recognized Russia's increased influence over the region. Impact on the Ottoman Empire. The Russo-Turkish Wars significantly weakened the Ottoman Empire. The conflicts exposed the empire's military and administrative weaknesses, highlighted internal divisions, and further eroded its control over its vassal states. The wars marked a period of decline for the Ottoman Empire. Expansion of the Russian Empire. The Russo-Turkish Wars resulted in substantial territorial gains for the Russian Empire. Here are some key aspects of the expansion. Crimea. The wars solidified Russian control over the Crimean Peninsula, a strategically important region in the Black Sea. The Crimea, previously under the nominal control of the Ottoman Empire, became an integral part of the Russian Empire, serving as a significant naval and military base. Black Sea region. Russia's victories in the wars expanded its influence and control over the Black Sea region. The acquisition of territories along the Black Sea coast, including the ports of Azov and Kerch, provided Russia with access to warm water ports and facilitated increased trade and naval power in the region. Danube River and Balkans. The wars also resulted in Russian territorial gains along the Danube River and in the Balkans. These regions, including parts of present-day Romania and Bulgaria, became part of the Russian Empire's expanding territories, extending its influence deeper into southeastern Europe. Influence over vassal states. The wars weakened the authority of the Ottoman Empire over its vassal states, such as Moldavia and Wallachia. Russia, with its military victories and influence, gained increased control and leverage over these regions, further expanding its sphere of influence. Strategic importance. The territorial gains from the Russo-Turkish Wars enhanced Russia's strategic position in the Black Sea and eastern Mediterranean regions. The warm water ports and increased control over trade routes facilitated greater maritime trade, military projection, and the positioning of Russian naval forces. Impact on European power balance. The expansion of the Russian Empire and its increased influence in the Black Sea region and southeastern Europe shifted the power balance in Europe. Russia emerged as a major player, challenging the traditional dominance of the Ottoman Empire and other European powers in the region. Challenges and consequences. The territorial expansion also brought challenges and consequences for the Russian Empire. Administering and integrating newly acquired territories, managing diverse populations, and addressing ethnic and religious tensions posed significant challenges for the Russian government. Geopolitical significance. The Russo-Turkish Wars and the resulting territorial expansion played a crucial role in reshaping the geopolitical landscape of Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. The Russian Empire's increased influence and control over key territories altered the balance of power and set the stage for future conflicts and rivalries in the region. Historical interpretations. The Russo-Turkish Wars have been subject to various historical interpretations. Some view them as important milestones in Russia's imperial expansion, solidifying its presence in the Black Sea region. Others emphasize the weakening of the Ottoman Empire and the shifting power dynamics in Eastern Europe. Legacy and long-term impact. The territorial gains from the Russo-Turkish Wars significantly impacted the trajectory of the Russian Empire. The acquired territories played a vital role in shaping Russia's geopolitical interests and the dynamics of the Black Sea region for centuries to come. The wars marked an important chapter in the history of Russian expansion and influence in Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. The Russo-Swedish War of 1788-1790, also known as the Gustav III's War, was a conflict between the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Sweden. The war was triggered by territorial disputes and conflicting geopolitical interests in the Baltic region. Causes. The causes of the Russo-Swedish War were rooted in long-standing tensions and rivalries between Russia and Sweden over control of territories in the Baltic Sea, particularly the Åland Islands and the strategically important Gulf of Finland. Both powers sought to establish dominance in the region. Gustav II's motives. Swedish King Gustav III sought to reclaim lost territories and restore Swedish influence in the Baltic region. He aimed to secure the Åland Islands and assert Sweden's control over the Gulf of Finland, which would provide a valuable gateway to the Baltic Sea. Catherine the Great's ambitions. Catherine the Great, Empress of Russia, aimed to further consolidate Russian control over the Baltic region and strengthen the strategic position of the Russian Empire. She saw the war as an opportunity to expand Russian influence and secure dominance over Swedish territories. Course of the war witnessed a series of military campaigns and battles. Russian forces, led by commanders such as Alexander Suvorov and Nikolai Repnin, launched an offensive into Swedish-controlled Finland, aiming to capture strategic fortresses and weaken Swedish resistance. Siege of Sveaborg. One of the significant events of the war was the Russian siege of the fortress of Sveaborg, present-day Suomenlinna, located near Helsinki. The Swedish garrison defended the fortress for several months, but eventually Russian forces overpowered them, leading to the surrender of Sveaborg. Naval engagements. The war also saw naval engagements between the Russian and Swedish fleets. The Battle of Hoogland in 1788 resulted in a Russian victory, securing their control over the Gulf of Finland and restricting Swedish naval access to the Baltic Sea. Treaty of Varala, 1790. The war concluded with the signing of the Treaty of Varala in 1790. The treaty confirmed Russian control over the Åland Islands, the fortress of Sveaborg, and other territories in Finnish Karelia. It also restricted Swedish naval presence in the Baltic Sea and marked a shift in the balance of power in the region. Impact on Sweden. The Russo-Swedish War significantly weakened Sweden's position as a dominant power in the Baltic region. The loss of territories, military setbacks, and economic strain further contributed to Sweden's decline as a major European power. Russian dominance in the Baltic. The war solidified Russian dominance in the Baltic region. The acquisition of territories, particularly the Åland Islands and the strategically important fortress of Sveaborg, enhanced Russian control over the Gulf of Finland and strengthened their position in the Baltic Sea. Catherine the Great's objectives achieved. The Russo-Swedish War allowed Catherine the Great to achieve her objectives of expanding Russian influence in the Baltic and consolidating Russian control over key territories. The war further established Russia as a major power in Northern Europe. Historical interpretations. The Russo-Swedish War has been subject to various historical interpretations. Some view it as a continuation of the long-standing rivalry between Russia and Sweden, with Catherine the Great capitalizing on Sweden's weakness to advance Russian interests. Others emphasize the strategic importance of the Baltic region and the struggle for dominance in the area. Legacy and long-term impact. The Russo-Swedish War had several significant long-term impacts and legacies. Shift in geopolitical balance. The war marked a shift in the geopolitical balance of power in the Baltic region. With Russian dominance and Sweden's decline, Russia emerged as the leading power in the area, exerting significant influence over Baltic affairs for many decades to come. Strengthening of Russian Navy. The war highlighted the importance of naval power in the Baltic Sea. Russia's success in naval engagements and the acquisition of strategic territories contributed to the strengthening of the Russian Navy, which played a crucial role in subsequent conflicts and further expansion of Russian influence in the region. Territorial changes. The territorial changes resulting from the war solidified Russian control over the Åland Islands and Finnish Karelia, establishing a new border between Russia and Sweden. These territories remained under Russian control until the early 19th century, when they became part of an autonomous Grand Duchy within the Russian Empire. Impact on Swedish-Finnish relations. The war had a lasting impact on Swedish-Finnish relations. Following the war, Finland remained under Swedish rule, but the conflict highlighted the growing tensions between the Finnish population and the Swedish government. This, in turn, set the stage for future developments and the eventual emergence of Finnish nationalism. Precedent for future conflicts. The Russo-Swedish War set a precedent for future conflicts and rivalries in the Baltic region. The struggle for dominance in the area continued to shape the geopolitics of Northern Europe, leading to subsequent wars and diplomatic maneuvers among various powers, including Russia, Sweden, and other neighboring countries. Historical memory. The war left a mark on the historical memory of both Russia and Sweden. In Russia, the conflict is often seen as a triumph of Russian military prowess and Catherine the Great's expansionist policies. In Sweden, it serves as a reminder of the country's declining influence and the need to safeguard national interests. The Russo-Polish War of 1792 was a conflict between the Russian Empire and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The war was part of a larger struggle for influence and territorial control in Eastern Europe involving Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Causes. The war was sparked by political instability and tensions within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Poland was facing internal divisions, weak governance, and external pressures from neighboring powers. Russia sought to exploit these weaknesses to assert greater control over Polish affairs. Polish political crisis. The war occurred during a period of political crisis in Poland. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was grappling with ongoing debates over political reforms, tensions between the nobility and the monarchy, and disagreements among different factions within the Polish political elite. Russian intervention. Russia, under the leadership of Catherine the Great, intervened in Polish affairs to influence the outcome of the political crisis. Catherine aimed to ensure a pro-Russian government in Poland and protect Russian interests in the region. Confederation of Targowica. A group of Polish nobles who opposed the proposed political reforms formed the Confederation of Targowica in 1792. The Confederation sought Russian support in their efforts to maintain the existing political order and resist reforms that threatened their privileges. Russian military campaign. In response to the Confederation of Targowica, Russia launched a military campaign into Polish territory. Russian forces, led by General Alexander Suvorov, quickly gained the upper hand, capturing several key cities and fortresses. Polish resistance. Despite initial Russian successes, there were pockets of Polish resistance against Russian intervention. Polish forces, led by Tadeusz Kościuszko, fought back against the Russian occupation, engaging in guerrilla warfare and conducting sieges to defend Polish strongholds. Treaty of Grodno, 1793. The war resulted in the signing of the Treaty of Grodno between Russia and Poland in 1793. The treaty forced Poland to cede significant territories to Russia, including parts of modern-day Belarus and Ukraine. This territorial loss further weakened the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth impact on Polish independence. The Russo-Polish War of 1792 and subsequent treaties marked a significant blow to Polish independence. The loss of territories to Russia and other neighboring powers undermined the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Broader geopolitical implications. The war had broader geopolitical implications in Eastern Europe. The Russian Empire, along with Prussia and Austria, continued to exert influence and expand their territorial control at the expense of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. This further contributed to the eventual partition of Poland in subsequent years. Polish political reforms. The war and its aftermath highlighted the urgent need for political reforms within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The loss of territories and external interventions demonstrated the weaknesses of the existing political system, fueling debates on the necessity of reforms to strengthen the state. Legacy and historical interpretations. The Russo-Polish War of 1792 is a subject of varied interpretations and historical analysis. Some view it as a significant turning point in Polish history, highlighting the vulnerability of the Lithuanian Commonwealth and the erosion of its sovereignty. Others emphasize the broader context of great power politics and the complex dynamics of Eastern European rivalries. Catherine's correspondence and writings. Catherine was a prolific writer and engaged in extensive correspondence with intellectuals and political figures of her time. She authored plays, essays, memoirs, and letters, providing insights into her thoughts on governance, philosophy, and the challenges faced by her empire. Volume and scope. Catherine the Great was an exceptionally prolific writer, and her correspondence and writings span a wide range of topics. It is estimated that she wrote over 20,000 letters during her reign, addressing matters of state, diplomacy, culture, philosophy, and personal matters, Enlightenment ideas. Catherine the Great was deeply influenced by the ideas of the Enlightenment. She engaged in intellectual discourse with prominent thinkers of the time, both in Russia and abroad, such as Voltaire and Denis Diderot. Her writings reflect her commitment to Enlightenment principles, including rationality, progress, and the pursuit of knowledge. Political correspondence. Catherine's correspondence includes extensive exchanges with political figures, diplomats, and advisors. Her letters address matters of governance, foreign policy, and administrative reforms. She sought to modernize and centralize the Russian state, and her correspondence often reflects her vision for political and social reforms. International relations. Catherine's correspondence played a crucial role in shaping Russia's foreign policy and relations with other European powers. Her letters to monarchs, statesmen, and ambassadors reveal her diplomatic strategies, negotiations, and efforts to advance Russian interests on the international stage. Cultural patronage. Catherine the Great was a passionate patron of the arts and sciences. Her correspondence reflects her deep interest in cultural matters and her support for artists, writers, and intellectuals. She corresponded with prominent figures of the time, discussing literature, theater, music, and the visual arts. Educational reforms. Catherine was committed to educational reforms and the dissemination of knowledge. Her writings address the importance of education, the need for educational institutions, and her vision for a modernized Russian educational system. She corresponded with educators, philosophers, and scholars to exchange ideas on educational reforms. Legal and legislative matters. Catherine's correspondence also touches upon legal and legislative issues. She engaged in discussions with legal experts and advisors addressing topics such as legal codes, judicial reform, and the administration of justice in the Russian Empire. Personal correspondence. Catherine's letters also include personal correspondence with friends, family members, and confidants. These letters provide insights into her personal thoughts, emotions, and reflections on various aspects of her life, including her relationships, health, and aspirations. Autobiographical writings. Catherine the Great wrote extensively about her own life and experiences. Her autobiographical writings offer insights into her upbringing, early years, court life, and the challenges she faced as a female ruler. These writings provide a personal perspective on her reign and the events that shaped her rule. Literary works. In addition to her correspondence, Catherine authored literary works, including plays, essays, and memoirs. Notable among her literary works is her memoir, Nakaz, a reform-oriented document that outlined her vision for a new legal code in Russia. Multilingualism. Catherine the Great was proficient in several languages, including Russian, French, German, and Italian. Her correspondence and writings were conducted in multiple languages, reflecting her international connections and intellectual pursuits. Preservation and publication. Catherine took great care to preserve her correspondence and writings. She organized and catalogued her letters, recognizing their historical value. After her death, some of her correspondence was published, contributing to our understanding of her rule and the era in which she lived. Voltaire and Enlightenment influence. Catherine maintained a close correspondence with Enlightenment philosopher Voltaire, who admired her rule and considered her an enlightened monarch. Their letters and intellectual exchange influenced Catherine's policies and reforms, reinforcing her commitment to Enlightenment ideals. Catherine's legislative initiatives. Catherine initiated numerous legislative initiatives aimed at modernizing the Russian legal system. She proposed reforms in areas such as inheritance laws, criminal justice, and the treatment of peasants. Although not all of these reforms were fully implemented, they represented Catherine's commitment to progressive governance. Catherine's death and succession. Catherine the Great passed away in 1796, leaving a complex legacy. She was succeeded by her son Paul I, who rolled back some of her reforms and pursued a different direction in governing Russia. However, Catherine's reign left an indelible mark on the history and development of the Russian Empire, legacy, and historical interpretations. Catherine the Great is often remembered as one of the most influential rulers in Russian history. Her reign saw significant territorial expansion, reforms, and cultural developments. However, her rule also faced criticisms for the perpetuation of serfdom and the widening gap between the nobility and the peasantry. The complexities of Catherine's reign continue to be subjects of historical analysis and interpretations. Peter II, early life and ascension. Peter II, 1715-1730, was born on October 23, 1715, in St. Petersburg, Russia. He was the only son of Tsarevich Alexei Petrovich and grandson of Peter the Great. Peter II ascended to the Russian throne in 1727 at the age of 11, following the death of his great-uncle, Peter I's wife, Catherine I. Regency period. Due to his young age, a regency was established to govern in Peter II's name. The regency was initially led by his mother, the Empress Anna Ivanovna, and later by Duke Ernst Johann von Biron, a German-born nobleman who exerted significant influence over the young emperor. Domestic policies. During Peter II's short reign, few significant domestic policies were implemented due to his youth and the influence of the regency. The regents maintained stability and continued the centralizing reforms initiated by Peter the Great, but without major innovations or reforms. Foreign policy. Russia's foreign policy during Peter II's reign focused on maintaining and expanding Russian influence in Europe. The regency pursued diplomatic alliances with European powers such as Austria and France. However, the regency's influence over foreign affairs was more pronounced than Peter II's personal involvement. War of the Polish Succession. One significant event during Peter II's reign was Russia's involvement in the War of the Polish Succession, 1733-1735. Russia, allied with Austria, supported the candidacy of Stanislaw Leszczynski for the Polish throne against the candidate supported by France. Although Peter II did not personally lead military campaigns, Russian forces achieved some successes during the war. Relationships with the nobility. Peter II's relationship with the Russian nobility was somewhat strained. The young emperor was perceived as lacking in political acumen and influence due to his youth and the regency's control. Some nobles saw this as an opportunity to pursue their own interests without significant interference from the throne. Health issues and death. Peter II suffered from several health issues, including a respiratory ailment that affected his ability to speak. His health further deteriorated due to an illness, which led to his untimely death on January 30, 1730, at the age of 14. The exact cause of his death remains uncertain, with theories ranging from tuberculosis to appendicitis. Succession crisis. Peter II's death triggered a succession crisis. The Russian nobility, seeking to maintain their influence, sought to place Anna Leopoldovna, a niece of Peter the Great, on the throne. This led to a brief period of political instability and conflicts within the court. Historical interpretations. Peter II's reign is often seen as a period of regency and limited personal influence. Historians debate the significance of his brief rule, with some considering it a mere interlude between the powerful reigns of Peter the Great and his successors, while others analyze the political dynamics of the regency and its impact on Russian governance. Legacy. Peter II's reign left a limited impact on Russian history due to its brevity and the regency's dominance. However, his untimely death and the succession crisis that followed highlighted the importance of a clear succession plan and stable governance for the Russian Empire. In summary, Peter II's reign was marked by his young age, limited personal influence, and the dominance of the regency. Despite his short tenure, exploring his life and reign provides insights into the challenges of succession, the dynamics of the regency period, and the transitional nature of Russian governance during the 18th century. Empress Anna Ivanovna, 1693-1740. Background. Anna Ivanovna was the daughter of Tsar Ivan V and niece of Peter the Great. She ascended to the Russian throne in 1730, following the brief reign of her cousin, Peter II. Reign. Anna's reign was characterized by a significant centralization of power in the hands of the monarch. She enacted several reforms aimed at strengthening the autocracy and reducing the influence of the nobility. Domestic policies. Anna focused on consolidating her power and maintaining stability within the Russian Empire. She implemented measures to reinforce serfdom, limiting the rights of the peasantry and strengthening the authority of the landed aristocracy. Foreign policy. Anna sought to expand Russian influence internationally. She engaged in alliances and conflicts with neighboring powers, including Sweden and the Ottoman Empire, to secure territorial gains and protect Russian interests. Cultural patronage. Anna was a significant patron of the arts and culture. She supported the construction of palaces, including the renowned Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. Anna also sponsored theatrical productions, musical performances, and artistic endeavors, contributing to the flourishing of Russian culture during her reign. Death and succession. Anna Ivanovna passed away in 1740 without leaving an heir. Her death sparked a succession crisis known as the War of the Austrian Succession, as various claimants vied for the Russian throne. Expansion into Siberia. The Romanov dynasty oversaw the exploration and colonization of Siberia. Russian explorers and traders ventured into the vast Siberian territories, establishing outposts, forts, and trading posts, which eventually led to the incorporation of Siberia into the Russian Empire. Serfdom and social inequality. Despite some reforms, the Romanov dynasty maintained the institution of serfdom, which bound the majority of the Russian population to the land and subjected them to the control of the nobility. Serfdom entrenched social inequality and limited opportunities for social mobility. Alexander I and the Napoleonic Wars. Alexander I, who ruled from 1801 to 1825, played a pivotal role in the Napoleonic Wars. Russia's victory over Napoleon's forces in the Patriotic War of 1812 and its subsequent participation in the coalition that defeated Napoleon contributed to Russia's international prestige. Early life and ascension. Alexander I, 1777-1825, born on December 23, 1777, was the eldest son of Emperor Paul I and Empress Maria Feodorovna. He ascended to the Russian throne in 1801 following the assassination of his father. Enlightenment influences. Alexander was influenced by the ideals of the Enlightenment. He received a comprehensive education, studying under renowned tutors and embracing the ideas of liberal reform, constitutionalism, and human rights, domestic reforms. Alexander initiated several domestic reforms during his reign, known as the Liberal Period. These reforms aimed to modernize and liberalize various aspects of Russian society, including the legal system, education, and serfdom. However, the scope and success of these reforms were limited. French campaigns and Napoleonic Wars. One of the defining aspects of Alexander's reign was his role in the Napoleonic Wars. Initially, he pursued a policy of alliance with France, signing the Treaty of Tilsit with Napoleon in 1807. However, after growing disillusioned with Napoleon's ambitions, Alexander eventually joined the coalition against France and played a crucial role in Napoleon's defeat. The Napoleonic Wars, 1803, 1815, were a series of conflicts that engulfed Europe as Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of France, sought to expand his empire and exert French influence over the continent. Here are the key details and specifics regarding Russia's role in the Napoleonic Wars. Initial alliance. At the outset of the Napoleonic Wars, Russia, under the leadership of Tsar Alexander I, maintained a cautious stance. Initially, Russia joined the continental system, an economic blockade imposed by Napoleon, to isolate Great Britain. However, tensions grew as Russia and France clashed over trade restrictions and Napoleon's attempts to exert control over Russia's foreign policy. Invasion of Russia, 1812. The most significant event of the Napoleonic Wars involving Russia was the French invasion of Russia in 1812. Napoleon launched a massive campaign with the goal of defeating and subjugating Russia. However, the Russian strategy involved avoiding direct confrontation and employing a scorched earth policy, leading to the destruction of valuable resources to deny them to the invading French forces. Battle of Borodino. The Battle of Borodino, fought on September 7, 1812, was a major confrontation between the Russian and French armies. It was the largest and bloodiest single-day battle of the Napoleonic Wars. Although the Russian forces ultimately retreated, the battle demonstrated their resilience and inflicted significant casualties on the French army. Retreat and Russian winter. As the French advanced deeper into Russia, the harsh Russian winter and the scorched earth tactics took a toll on the invading forces. The lack of supplies, combined with the brutal weather conditions, led to significant losses for Napoleon's army during their retreat. Allied coalition and liberation of Europe. The French invasion of Russia prompted other European powers to form an alliance against Napoleon, known as the Sixth Coalition. Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Great Britain, among others, united to defeat Napoleon and liberate Europe from French control. Battle of Leipzig. In October 1813, the Battle of Leipzig, also known as the Battle of Nations, marked a turning point in the Napoleonic Wars. The coalition forces decisively defeated Napoleon's army, forcing him to retreat from Germany and relinquish his hold on Central Europe. Invasion of France and capture of Paris. The coalition forces, including the Russian army under the command of Field Marshal Mikhail Kutuzov, continued their advance towards France. In March 1814, they entered Paris, effectively ending Napoleon's rule and forcing his abdication. Final campaign and Waterloo. Despite his initial exile to Elba, Napoleon escaped and returned to France in 1815, triggering the 100 Days period. The coalition forces, including Russian troops, mobilized once again. The Battle of Waterloo on June 18, 1815, resulted in Napoleon's final defeat and his subsequent exile to St. Helena. Congress of Vienna. Following Napoleon's defeat, the Congress of Vienna was convened in 1814-1815 to redraw the political map of Europe and establish a new balance of power. Russian representatives, including Tsar Alexander, played a significant role in the negotiations, aiming to safeguard Russian interests and maintain stability on the continent. Legacy and significance. Russia's involvement in the Napoleonic Wars had far-reaching consequences. The Russian resistance and the French defeat in the invasion of Russia dealt a severe blow to Napoleon's empire, diminishing his military reputation and weakening French influence in Europe. Russia's role in the coalition and the subsequent defeat of Napoleon cemented its position as a major European power. Geopolitical impact. Russia's involvement in the Napoleonic Wars reshaped the geopolitical landscape of Europe. The defeat of Napoleon and the weakening of French power allowed Russia to emerge as one of the dominant powers on the continent. The Congress of Vienna recognized Russia's territorial gains and increased its influence in Eastern Europe. Spread of nationalism. The Napoleonic Wars fostered a sense of national identity and unity among the Russian people. The resistance to the French invasion and the subsequent victories instilled a sense of patriotism and pride, contributing to the growth of Russian nationalism and aspirations for independence. Military reforms. The Russian military underwent significant reforms as a result of the lessons learned during the Napoleonic Wars. Tsar Alexander I recognized the need to modernize the army and improve its efficiency. Reforms included the establishment of a more professional officer corps, changes in recruitment practices, and improvements in military tactics and organization. Cultural and intellectual impact. The Napoleonic Wars had a profound influence on Russian culture and intellectual life. It inspired a wave of patriotic literature, poetry, and art, with notable works by authors like Alexander Pushkin and Mikhail Lermontov. The wars also sparked discussions on national identity, military strategy, and the role of Russia in European affairs. Revival of orthodoxy. The French invasion and the subsequent victory of the coalition forces led to a revival of Orthodox Christianity in Russia. The Russian Orthodox Church played a significant role in the resistance against Napoleon and became a symbol of national identity and spiritual strength. Increased international prestige. Russia's role in the defeat of Napoleon elevated its international prestige and solidified its status as a major player in European politics. Tsar Alexander I played a key role in the Congress of Vienna, where Russia's influence and territorial gains were recognized by other European powers. Long-term consequences. The Napoleonic Wars and Russia's involvement had long-term consequences for Russian history. The experience of successfully resisting a powerful invader fueled ambitions for territorial expansion and increased Russia's confidence on the international stage. It also set the stage for further conflicts and power struggles throughout the 19th century. Influence on Tsarist reforms. The defeat of Napoleon and the exposure to Western ideas during the Napoleonic Wars influenced subsequent reforms in Russia. Tsar Alexander I, inspired by the ideals of the Enlightenment and the desire for modernization, initiated a series of reforms aimed at modernizing the country's institutions, legal system, and economy. Commemoration and remembrance. The Napoleonic Wars are commemorated in Russia to this day. Monuments, memorials, and military parades pay tribute to the soldiers who fought and sacrificed their lives. The victory over Napoleon is seen as a pivotal moment in Russian history, symbolizing resilience, patriotism, and the defense of the motherland. Historical legacy. The Napoleonic Wars left an indelible mark on Russian history. They shaped the country's national consciousness, military doctrine, and political aspirations. Russia's involvement in the conflict solidified its position as a major European power and set the stage for future power struggles and conflicts in the region. The Congress of Vienna, 1814-1815, was a diplomatic conference held in Vienna, Austria, with the objective of reshaping the political map of Europe following the defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte. Here are the key details and specifics regarding Russia's role in the Congress of Vienna. Russia's representation. Russia was represented at the Congress of Vienna by Tsar Alexander and a delegation led by prominent diplomats, including Count Karl Robert Nesselrode, Count Alexandra Vorontsov, and Prince Pyotr Lopukhin. Russia played a significant role among the major powers in the negotiations. Objective and goals. Russia's primary objective at the Congress was to safeguard its interests, secure territorial gains, and promote stability on the European continent. Tsar Alexander aimed to consolidate Russia's influence in Eastern Europe, particularly in territories gained during the Napoleonic Wars. Territorial considerations. Russia sought to retain and legitimize its territorial acquisitions made during the Napoleonic Wars, including significant portions of Poland, Finland, and the Baltic territories. These acquisitions allowed Russia to expand its borders and strengthen its position as a major European power. Polish question. One of the central issues discussed at the Congress of Vienna was the future of Poland. Russia sought to maintain control over the Polish territories it had annexed, including the Kingdom of Poland and parts of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Russia advocated for the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in Poland under Russian influence, known as the Congress Kingdom. Balance of power. Russia, along with other major powers, aimed to establish a balance of power in Europe to prevent future conflicts and maintain stability. Tsar Alexander emphasized the importance of maintaining territorial equilibrium, especially concerning Prussia, Austria, and other European powers. Resistance to liberalism. Russia, under the conservative rule of Tsar Alexander, resisted some of the liberal principles and revolutionary ideals that emerged during the Napoleonic era. The Russian delegation was cautious of radical changes and aimed to preserve monarchical legitimacy and social order. Role in final settlements. Russia played a vital role in the final settlements reached at the Congress of Vienna. Tsar Alexander actively participated in negotiations and exercised significant influence, particularly in matters concerning Eastern Europe, territorial adjustments, and the balance of power. Recognition of Russian gains. The territorial gains made by Russia during the Napoleonic Wars were largely recognized and legitimized at the Congress of Vienna. Russia retained control over its acquired territories, including Congress Poland, which became a semi-autonomous entity under the Russian Empire. Buffer states. Russia advocated for the creation of buffer states between major powers to maintain stability and prevent future conflicts. This included the establishment of the Kingdom of Poland as a buffer between Russia and Prussia, as well as the creation of the Grand Duchy of Finland to act as a buffer between Russia and Sweden. Eastern Question and Ottoman Empire. Russia's interest in the Eastern Question, which involved the future of the declining Ottoman Empire, was another crucial aspect of its involvement in the Congress. Russia sought to expand its influence in the Balkans and secure the rights of Orthodox Christians within the Ottoman Empire. Concert of Europe. The Congress of Vienna led to the establishment of the Concert of Europe, a mechanism for major powers to coordinate their policies and maintain peace on the continent. Russia, along with Austria, Prussia, and Great Britain, became one of the key players in this diplomatic framework. Russian influence in Eastern Europe. The Congress of Vienna further strengthened Russia's influence in Eastern Europe. The territorial adjustments and recognition of Russia's gains consolidated its control over Congress Poland, Finland, and other territories. This expansion of influence allowed Russia to project its power and exert significant political, economic, and cultural influence in the region. Preservation of monarchical order. Russia, being a conservative monarchy, played a crucial role in preserving the monarchical order and traditional social structures during the Congress of Vienna. Tsar Alexander actively supported the restoration of monarchies in countries where they had been overthrown during the Napoleonic era, emphasizing the importance of stability and legitimacy, opposition to revolutionary ideas. Russia, under Tsar Alexander's guidance, was among the powers that resisted revolutionary ideas and liberal reforms emerging from the French Revolution and the Napoleonic era. The Congress of Vienna, with Russia's influence, aimed to suppress revolutionary ideologies and maintain the existing political and social order. Influence on later Russian foreign policy. The decisions and outcomes of the Congress of Vienna had a lasting impact on Russia's foreign policy in the subsequent decades. Russia's territorial gains and expanded influence in Eastern Europe laid the foundation for its involvement in later conflicts, such as the Crimean War and the Eastern Question, as it sought to protect its interests and maintain the balance of power in the region. Cultural and intellectual exchange. The Congress of Vienna provided an opportunity for cultural and intellectual exchange among the participating powers. Russian diplomats and intellectuals engaged in discussions and negotiations, exchanging ideas on politics, diplomacy, and society, which contributed to a broader understanding of European affairs and influenced Russian intellectual thought. Restoration of traditional values. The Congress of Vienna aimed to restore traditional values and social hierarchies that had been disrupted during the upheavals of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. Russia, with its conservative stance, actively supported this restoration and worked to maintain the status quo in European politics and society. Recognition of Russia as a great power. The Congress of Vienna solidified Russia's position as one of the great powers of Europe. Its active participation in the negotiations, territorial gains, and influence over Eastern Europe elevated Russia's status, and enhanced its international reputation. Russia emerged from the Congress as a recognized and influential player in European politics. Preservation of peace and stability. The Congress of Vienna aimed to establish a durable peace and stability in Europe after years of turmoil. Russia's involvement, alongside other major powers, contributed to the successful outcome of the negotiations and the creation of a balance of power system that helped maintain peace on the continent for several decades. Russo-Persian War, 1804-1813. Background and causes. The Russo-Persian War was fought between the Russian Empire, led by Emperor Alexander, and the Persian Empire under the Qajar dynasty, ruled by Shah Fath Ali. Several factors contributed to the outbreak of the war. Territorial disputes. The primary cause of the war was territorial disputes between the two empires. Russia sought to expand its influence and control over territories in the Caucasus, including Georgia, which was nominally under Persian suzerainty. Religious and ethnic tensions. The conflict was also fueled by religious and ethnic tensions. The Russian Empire, with its predominantly Orthodox Christian population, sought to protect the rights and interests of the Armenian and Georgian Christian populations in the region, who were often subjected to discrimination and persecution under Persian rule. Russian interference in internal Persian affairs. The Persian Empire perceived Russian influence and interference in its internal affairs as a threat to its sovereignty and authority. Russia's support for various factions within Persia, including those vying for the throne, further strained relations. Major campaigns and battles. The Russo-Persian War consisted of several major campaigns and battles. Russian invasion of Persia. In 1804, Russian forces led by General Pavel Tsitsianov invaded Persia and occupied the region of modern-day Azerbaijan. They quickly advanced, capturing key Persian cities, including Ganja and Tabriz. Persian counteroffensive. The Persian forces, supported by irregular troops and tribal allies, launched a counteroffensive in 1808. They managed to recapture some territories, including the city of Ganja, and inflicted heavy casualties on the Russian forces. Russian retaliation. In response to the Persian counteroffensive, the Russian Empire launched a significant military campaign in 1810. Russian forces under the command of General Pyotr Kotlyarevsky achieved several victories and steadily pushed back the Persian forces. Treaty of Gulistan. The war concluded with the signing of the Treaty of Gulistan in 1813. The treaty resulted in significant territorial losses for Persia, with Russia annexing large parts of the South Caucasus, including Georgia and parts of modern-day Armenia and Azerbaijan. Impact on the Caucasus region. The Russo-Persian War had significant implications for the Caucasus region. Russian expansion. The war solidified Russian control over the South Caucasus, establishing a firm Russian presence in the region. It marked a turning point in the territorial expansion of the Russian Empire and set the stage for further conflicts in the Caucasus. Reorganization of the region. Russian control over the region led to a reorganization of governance and administration. The Russian Empire implemented its own administrative structures and policies, which had long-lasting effects on the demographics and cultural landscape of the Caucasus. Armenian and Georgian autonomy. The war provided an opportunity for the Armenian and Georgian populations To seek greater autonomy and protection under Russian rule, Russian authorities implemented policies aimed at preserving the cultural and religious rights of these populations. Influence on Persia. Modernization efforts. The defeat in the Russo-Persian War highlighted the need for Persia to modernize its military and administrative systems. The war served as a wake-up call for reforms in Persia, as it became evident that the outdated military tactics and lack of organization had contributed to their defeat. Impact on Persian-Russian relations. The Russo-Persian War had a lasting impact on the relations between Russia and Persia. It established a precedent of Russian influence and intervention in Persian affairs, shaping the dynamics between the two powers in the subsequent decades. Geopolitical consequences. Shifting power balance. The Russo-Persian War contributed to a shift in the power balance in the Caucasus and the broader region. It established Russia as a dominant force in the South Caucasus, challenging the influence of Persia and Ottoman Turkey. Implications for the Great Game. The war and Russia's territorial gains in the Caucasus raised concerns among other European powers, particularly Britain, which sought to safeguard its interests in the region. The conflict became intertwined with the broader geopolitical struggles known as the Great Game, in which Russia and Britain vied for influence in Central Asia and the Middle East. Impact on Russian expansion. Consolidation of the South Caucasus. The war consolidated Russia's control over the South Caucasus region, including Georgia, Armenia, and parts of Azerbaijan. This expansion laid the groundwork for further Russian territorial acquisitions in the region in the following decades. Influence on Russian policies. The successful outcome of the war reinforced Russia's perception of itself as a major regional power and contributed to a sense of confidence and assertiveness in its expansionist policies. The war served as a precedent for future Russian territorial ambitions in the Caucasus and beyond. Historical assessment. Significance for Russian imperialism. The Russo-Persian War marked a significant step in Russia's imperial expansion and its establishment as a dominant force in the Caucasus. It demonstrated Russia's military capabilities and its willingness to challenge other regional powers. Legacy and lasting impact. The war left a lasting impact on the Caucasus region, shaping its political, demographic, and cultural landscape for years to come. It set the stage for future conflicts and power struggles in the region and contributed to the geopolitical dynamics of the 19th and 20th centuries. In summary, the Russo-Persian War of 1804-1813 was a significant conflict that resulted in Russian territorial gains in the South Caucasus and established Russia as a dominant power in the region. The war had profound implications for Persia, leading to territorial losses and highlighting the need for modernization. It also had broader geopolitical consequences, affecting the power balance and shaping the dynamics between Russia and other European powers. The war served as a stepping stone for further Russian expansion and influenced the region's political and cultural landscape for years to come. The Revolt of the Greeks. Background and causes. The Revolt of the Greeks refers to the Greek War of Independence, which lasted from 1821 to 1832. The revolt was sparked by several factors. Greek nationalism. The Greek people had a strong sense of national identity and a desire for independence from Ottoman Turkish rule. Greek intellectuals influenced by the European Enlightenment and the ideals of the French Revolution fostered a growing sense of Greek national consciousness. Suppression of Greek culture. The Ottoman Empire had a long history of suppressing Greek culture, language, and Orthodox Christianity. This cultural and religious oppression fueled Greek resentment and a desire for self-determination. Influence of Philhellenism. Philhellenism, a movement in Europe that romanticized ancient Greek culture and supported the Greek cause, inspired sympathy and support for the Greeks in Western Europe. This support included financial assistance and the recruitment of volunteers to fight in the Greek struggle for independence. Russian involvement and support. Russia played a significant role in the Greek War of Independence. Cultural and historical ties. Russia had long-standing cultural and religious ties with the Orthodox Christian Greeks. Russian intellectuals and scholars, known as the Slavophiles, emphasized the historical and cultural connections between the Slavic and Greek peoples, fostering a sense of solidarity. Diplomatic and financial support. Russia provided diplomatic support to the Greek cause, seeking to weaken the Ottoman Empire and expand its influence in the Balkans. Additionally, Russian philanthropists, such as Count Ioannis Kapodistrias, provided financial aid to the Greeks. Military intervention. Russia dispatched military forces to support the Greek rebels. The Russian fleet, under the command of Admiral Alexei Gregg, played a crucial role in naval operations, including the decisive Battle of Navarino in 1827, where the combined forces of Russia, Britain, and France defeated the Ottoman fleet. Impact on Russian-Ottoman relations. The Greek War of Independence had significant implications for Russian-Ottoman relations, strengthening Russian influence. Russian involvement in the Greek struggle for independence strengthened its influence in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans. The Russian Empire saw an opportunity to weaken the Ottoman Empire, its historic rival, and expand its control in the region. Slavism, and Russian identity. The support for the Greek cause was intertwined with the broader concept of pan-Slavism, which sought to unite Slavic peoples under Russian leadership. The Greek War of Independence served as an inspiration for future pan-Slavic movements and contributed to the construction of a distinct Russian identity. Impact on Greek independence. Establishment of an independent Greek state. The Greek War of Independence ultimately led to the establishment of an independent Greek state. In 1829, the Treaty of Adrianople recognized Greek autonomy, and in 1830 autonomy, and in 1832, the Treaty of Constantinople recognized Greece as an independent kingdom. Boundary and territorial changes. The war resulted in significant boundary and territorial changes. The newly established Greek state encompassed parts of the Peloponnese, central Greece, and the islands in the Aegean Sea. However, some areas with significant Greek populations remained under Ottoman control. Cultural and intellectual impact. Philhellenism and nationalism. The Greek War of Independence contributed to the growth of Philhellenism and nationalism in Europe. The Greek struggle became a symbol of the fight for freedom and self-determination, inspiring nationalist movements in other regions under foreign rule. Romanticism in art and literature. The heroism and struggle of the Greeks against the Ottoman Empire captivated the imaginations of artists and writers of the Romantic movement. Paintings, sculptures, and literary works depicted scenes of Greek bravery, inspiring a sense of heroism and idealism. Impact on Greek identity. The Greek War of Independence played a crucial role in shaping modern Greek national identity. It revived Greek culture, language, and traditions, emphasizing the connection to the ancient Greek heritage and fostering a sense of national pride. Long-term political consequences. Geopolitical changes. The Greek War of Independence weakened the Ottoman Empire and contributed to its decline in the 19th century. It also reshaped the power dynamics in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans, with Russia, Britain, and France gaining influence in the region. Greek influence in the Balkans. The establishment of an independent Greek state inspired other national liberation movements in the Balkans. It served as a catalyst for similar uprisings in Serbia, Bulgaria, and other regions under Ottoman rule. Impact on Russian policy. The Russian Empire's involvement in the Greek War of Independence reflected its broader aspirations in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans. The war further reinforced Russia's determination to weaken the Ottoman Empire and extend its influence in the region. Historical assessment. Symbol of national struggle. The Greek War of Independence is widely regarded as a significant moment in the history of national liberation movements. It symbolizes the fight for independence and self-determination, inspiring similar movements around the world. Russian support and influence. The role of Russia in supporting the Greek cause further solidified its reputation as a champion of Orthodox Christianity and a defender of oppressed peoples. It also established Russia as a key player in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans. Legacy of Greek independence. The Greek War of Independence laid the foundation for the modern Greek state and left a lasting impact on Greek society, culture, and national identity. It is celebrated as a milestone in Greek history and a testament to the enduring spirit of independence. In summary, the revolt of the Greeks, or the Greek War of Independence, was a significant conflict that resulted in the establishment of an independent Greek state. Russian support played a crucial role in the Greek struggle, both diplomatically and militarily. The war had profound cultural, intellectual, and geopolitical consequences, inspiring nationalist movements, shaping European art and literature, and contributing to the decline of the Ottoman Empire. The Greek War of Independence remains a symbol of national liberation and a crucial moment in Greek and Russian history. Decembrist uprising. Despite his initial liberal inclinations, Alexander's reign also saw the emergence of opposition movements. The Decembrist uprising of 1825, led by members of the military who sought constitutional reforms, occurred shortly before his death. Alexander's response to the uprising and his refusal to implement substantial reforms disappointed many liberal-minded individuals. Background and causes. The Decembrist uprising, also known as the Decembrist Revolt, took place on December 14, 1825 in St. Petersburg, Russia. In St. Petersburg, Russia, it was a significant event in Russian history and was driven by several underlying causes. Influence of Enlightenment ideas. The Decembrists were influenced by the ideals of the European Enlightenment, which advocated for liberal reforms, constitutionalism, and the limitation of autocratic power. Many of the Decembrists were members of secret societies that promoted these ideas. Discontent with Nicholas I's ascension, the uprising was triggered by the succession crisis following the death of Tsar Alexander in 1825. Many Decembrists opposed the ascension of Nicholas, Alexander's younger brother, due to his perceived conservative and autocratic tendencies. Military dissatisfaction. The Decembrists primarily consisted of young officers from the Russian military who had been exposed to liberal ideas during their service in Europe. They were dissatisfied with the oppressive military discipline, lack of career advancement, and limited opportunities for political participation. Desire for political reform. The Decembrists sought to establish a constitutional monarchy in Russia, limiting the power of the Tsar and granting more rights and freedoms to the people. They aimed to create a more representative government and address social and political grievances. The uprising. On December 14, 1825, around 3,000 soldiers, predominantly from the Imperial Guard regiments, gathered in Senate Square in St. Petersburg to protest against Nicholas's ascension. The rebels, led by influential figures such as Prince Sergei Trubetskoy and Prince Pavel Pastel, called for the formation of a provisional government and the adoption of a constitution. Suppression of the uprising. The uprising was short-lived and quickly suppressed by loyalist forces. Nicholas, who had been alerted to the rebellion, ordered loyal troops to disperse the rebels. The Imperial Guard opened fire on the protesters, resulting in casualties and arrests. Trials and punishments. The Decembrists who were captured were put on trial, and many were sentenced to severe punishments. 5 leaders of the uprising, including Trubetskoy and Pastel, were condemned to death and executed by hanging. Others were exiled to Siberia or imprisoned for long periods. Impact on Russian society. The Decembrist uprising had a profound impact on Russian society and subsequent political developments. Political repression. The uprising led to increased political repression in Russia as Nicholas I tightened his grip on power and pursued a policy of suppressing dissent and opposition movements. This repression lasted throughout his reign and limited the scope for political reform. Symbol of opposition. The Decembrist uprising became a symbol of opposition to autocracy and a rallying point for future generations of reformers in Russia. It inspired subsequent movements advocating for political change and constitutional reforms. Influence on intellectual thought. The Decembrists and their ideas had a lasting influence on Russian intellectual thought. Their call for constitutionalism, social justice, and individual liberties continued to resonate and inspire future generations of Russian thinkers and reformers. Legacy of sacrifice. The Decembrists' willingness to sacrifice their lives for their ideals earned them admiration and respect. They were seen as martyrs and heroes by many in Russian society, with their actions becoming a symbol of selfless dedication to the cause of political reform. Historical assessment. The Decembrist uprising is regarded as a milestone in the history of Russia. While the uprising itself failed to achieve its immediate goals, it symbolized the growing discontent with autocratic rule and laid the groundwork for future political and social changes in the country. The Decembrists' commitment to reform and their sacrifice became an enduring symbol of resistance against autocracy and a source of inspiration for subsequent generations. Religious and spiritual interests. Alexander displayed a strong interest in religious and spiritual matters. He was known for his deep religious convictions, embracing a mystical interpretation of Christianity and engaging in discussions with spiritual leaders and philosophers of the time. Imperial expansion. Alexander oversaw territorial expansions of the Russian Empire. He annexed Finland from Sweden in 1809, established Russian control over parts of Poland, and expanded Russian influence in the Caucasus region. Patronage of the arts and culture. Alexander was a patron of the arts and culture. He supported the development of Russian literature and encouraged the works of prominent writers such as Alexander Pushkin. He also commissioned architectural projects and encouraged the revival of Russian national traditions and styles in the arts. Mysterious fate. Alexander's later years were marked by a growing sense of disillusionment and a quest for spiritual enlightenment. After his abdication in 1825, rumors circulated that he had not died, but had taken on a different identity known as the Alexandrine legend. Legacy and historical interpretations. Alexander's reign is a subject of diverse historical interpretations. Some view him as a liberal-minded ruler who initially embraced reform but later abandoned his ideals. Others see him as a pragmatic statesman who successfully led Russia through a tumultuous period of war and political upheaval. Death and succession. Alexander passed away on December 1, 1825, in Taganrog, Russia. His death led to a smooth succession to the Russian throne by his younger brother Nicholas, who continued many of Alexander's policies and embarked on his own reign. Russo-Turkish Wars. Alexander's reign witnessed several Russo-Turkish wars. These conflicts aimed to expand Russian influence in the Balkans and secure the rights of Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire. The wars resulted in territorial gains for Russia and an increased sphere of influence in southeastern Europe. Secret societies and Freemasonry. Alexander's reign saw the rise of secret societies and the influence of Freemasonry in Russian society. These organizations, including the Union of Salvation and the Northern Society, played a role in disseminating liberal ideas, advocating for constitutional reforms, and opposing the autocratic rule. Educational reforms. Alexander promoted educational reforms to improve the educational system in Russia. He established the Ministry of Education, expanded the curriculum, and encouraged the establishment of schools and universities. His efforts aimed to raise the educational standards and foster intellectual development in the Russian Empire. Philanthropy and humanitarianism. Alexander demonstrated a deep commitment to philanthropy and humanitarian causes. He established charitable institutions, including hospitals, orphanages, and educational foundations, to provide assistance to the less fortunate. His philanthropic endeavors reflected his desire to improve the welfare of Russian society. Relations with indigenous peoples. Alexander's reign saw a focus on the exploration and colonization of Siberia and the Russian Far East. He established institutions such as the Russian-American Company and encouraged scientific expeditions to study the region's geography, flora, and fauna. However, interactions with indigenous peoples were complex, often marked by tensions and conflicts. Personal life and family. Alexander married twice, but had no legitimate heirs. His first marriage to Princess Louise of Baden ended in her early death. His second marriage to Princess Elizabeth of Bavaria remained childless. Consequently, the succession passed to his brother Nicholas, ushering in a new era in Russian history. Historical assessment. Alexander's reign is subject to varying historical assessments. While his early liberal aspirations were not fully realized, his reign witnessed significant events, including the Napoleonic Wars, the Congress of Vienna, and territorial expansions. His complex character, shifting policies, and the tumultuous period in which he ruled continued to spark scholarly debates and interpretations. The Alexandrine legend, also known as the Alexander I survival theory, is a historical conspiracy theory that suggests Emperor Alexander of Russia did not die in 1825, as widely believed, but instead survived and lived in anonymity under a different identity. Origins of the legend. The Alexandrine legend emerged in the years following Alexander's death in 1825. Speculations surrounding his mysterious disappearance and the lack of a visible tomb fueled rumors that he may have faked his death. Discontent with Nicholas's rule. The Decembrist uprising of 1825, which occurred shortly after Alexander's death, revealed dissatisfaction among some segments of society with Nicholas's ascension to the throne. The Alexandrine legend offered a narrative that fueled the dissatisfaction, suggesting that the beloved Alexander I had not truly died, but instead retreated from public life. Circulation of rumors. The Alexandrine legend gained traction through rumors and anecdotal accounts. Some claimed sightings of Alexander I in various European locations or suggested that he assumed a new identity to live a quiet life away from the public eye. Influence of secret societies. Secret societies, such as the Decembrists, played a role in perpetuating the Alexandrine legend. These societies, composed of individuals who sought political reform and constitutional changes, embraced the idea that Alexander had survived as a symbol of hope for their cause. Symbol of opposition. The Alexandrine legend became a symbol of opposition to Nicholas's autocratic rule. It represented a romanticized notion of a lost and benevolent emperor who might someday return to lead a movement for reform and freedom. Literary and cultural impact. The Alexandrine legend influenced literature and culture in the 19th century. It became a popular theme in Russian literature, inspiring authors to incorporate the idea of Alexander's survival into their works. Notable examples include Alexander Pushkin's poem, The Bronze Horseman, and Fyodor Dostoevsky's novel, The Idiot. Historical investigations. Over the years, numerous investigations and studies have been conducted to examine the credibility of the Alexandrine legend. Historians, researchers, and forensic experts have analyzed available evidence, including archival records, death certificates, and accounts from contemporaries. The consensus among historians is that Alexander died in 1825. Alternative explanations. The Alexandrine legend can be attributed to various factors, including the romanticization of the past, political opposition to Nicholas I, and the intrigue surrounding the mysterious death of a prominent historical figure. It is also possible that the legend was perpetuated by individuals seeking to discredit Nicholas's legitimacy, legacy, and popularity. Despite its lack of substantiation, the Alexandrine legend continues to capture the imagination of some individuals interested in Russian history. It represents a fascination with the enigmatic and mysterious aspects of Alexander's reign and the desire for a different outcome during a period of political and social change. Nicholas I. Early life and ascension. Nicholas, born on July 6, 1796, was the eldest son of Tsar Paul I and succeeded his father to the Russian throne in 1825. He was raised in an atmosphere of strict discipline and military values, which shaped his character and governing style. Conservative policies. Nicholas's reign was characterized by his conservative and autocratic approach to governance. He believed in the divine right of kings and saw himself as the gendarme of Europe, responsible for maintaining order and stability in the face of revolutionary movements. Political repression. Nicholas adopted a policy of political repression to suppress dissent and opposition. He strengthened the secret police, expanded censorship, and limited civil liberties to maintain tight control over Russian society. This policy led to the surveillance and persecution of political activists, intellectuals, and reformist movements. Russification policies. Nicholas pursued a policy of Russification aiming to strengthen the unity and cultural dominance of the Russian Empire. He imposed Russian language and culture on non-Russian populations within the empire, suppressing local languages and customs. This policy generated resentment among minority groups and fueled nationalist sentiments. Impact on serfdom. Nicholas maintained and reinforced the institution of serfdom, which tied the majority of the Russian peasantry to the land and subjected them to the control of noble landowners. His policies limited attempts at agrarian reform and perpetuated the socio-economic inequality prevalent in Russian society. Economic development. Despite his conservative stance, Nicholas recognized the need for economic development and modernization. He oversaw the construction of infrastructure projects such as railways and factories and encouraged industrialization. However, his economic policies were often influenced by a preference for state control and protectionism. Nicholas I and the Orthodox Church. Nicholas maintained a close relationship with the Russian Orthodox Church. He presented himself as a defender of Orthodox Christianity and viewed the Church as a tool for maintaining social order and stability. The Church, in turn, supported the autocratic rule of the Tsar. Crimean War. One of the significant challenges of Nicholas's reign was the Crimean War, 1853. 1856. The war, fought against an alliance of European powers, exposed the weaknesses of the Russian military and administration. Russia's defeat in the war led to widespread disillusionment and a call for reforms. The Crimean War, 1856, was a conflict primarily fought between Russia and an alliance of France, Britain, and the Ottoman Empire. The war was triggered by a combination of factors: Russian expansionism. Russia's expansionist policies in the Balkans and its desire to control access to the Black Sea led to tensions with the Ottoman Empire, which saw itself as the protector of the Orthodox Christians in the region. Religious and cultural differences. Religious and cultural differences between Orthodox Christians, Muslims, and Catholics in the Balkans further exacerbated tensions. Russia saw itself as the protector of Orthodox Christians, while the Ottoman Empire sought to maintain its authority and control. Imperial rivalries. The war also reflected wider imperial rivalries between the major European powers. Britain and France were concerned about Russian expansion and the potential disruption of the balance of power in Europe. Events and major battles. The Crimean War witnessed a series of significant events and battles. Siege of Sevastopol. The prolonged siege of Sevastopol, a major Russian port in Crimea, became the most iconic battle of the war. It lasted from 1854 to 1855 and saw intense fighting and heavy casualties on both sides. Battle of Alma. The Battle of Alma, 1854, marked the first major engagement of the war. It resulted in a victory for the Allied forces, allowing them to advance towards Sevastopol. Battle of Balaclava. The Battle of Balaclava, 1854, included the famous charge of the Light Brigade, a heroic but ill-fated cavalry charge. It became an emblematic episode of the war and was immortalized in Alfred, Lord Tennyson's poem. Battle of Inkerman. The Battle of Inkerman, 1854, was a fierce and chaotic battle fought near Sevastopol. The Russian forces launched a surprise attack on the Allied forces, but ultimately the Allies managed to repel the assault. Key participants. The Crimean War involved several major participants. Russia. Under the leadership of Tsar Nicholas, Russia sought to expand its influence in the region and maintain control over its Black Sea territories. However, its military and administrative shortcomings became apparent during the conflict. Allies. France, Britain, and the Ottoman Empire formed an alliance against Russia. France, under Emperor Napoleon III, sought to re-establish its influence in Europe. Britain, under Prime Minister Lord Palmerston, aimed to maintain the balance of power and protect its imperial interests. Naval warfare. The Crimean War witnessed significant naval engagements. Baltic Fleet. The British and French navies launched operations in the Baltic Sea to disrupt Russian naval power. The Baltic Fleet conducted bombardments, blockades, and landings, weakening Russia's ability to reinforce its forces in Crimea. Black Sea Fleet. The Russian Black Sea Fleet aimed to defend its naval bases, primarily Sevastopol. The Allied navies conducted blockades and targeted Russian coastal defenses, severely limiting Russia's maritime capabilities. Impact on the home front. Socioeconomic impact. The war put a strain on the Russian economy and society. The high cost of the conflict, coupled with mismanagement and corruption, resulted in inflation, food shortages, and economic difficulties for the Russian population. Loss of prestige. The defeat in the Crimean War damaged Russia's prestige and international reputation. It exposed the weaknesses of the Russian military and administration, highlighting the need for modernization and reform. Diplomatic consequences? Treaty of Paris. The war ended with the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1856. The treaty confirmed Russia's loss of territories in the Black Sea region, limited its naval presence, and neutralized the Black Sea as a military zone, changing power dynamics. The Crimean War contributed to a shift in the European power balance. It marked a decline in Russian influence and an increased focus on the rising power of Prussia and Germany. Reforms and modernization. Alexander II's reforms. The defeat in the Crimean War was a catalyst for significant reforms initiated by Tsar Alexander II. These reforms included the abolition of serfdom in 1861, modernization of the legal system, and military reforms aimed at strengthening the Russian armed forces. Westernization and modernization. The war highlighted the need for Russia to catch up with the military and technological advancements of Western European powers. It accelerated efforts to modernize industry, infrastructure, and education, leading to a period of increased Westernization in Russian society. Cultural and literary impact. Artistic depictions. The Crimean War influenced various forms of artistic expression. Painters such as Vasily Vereshchagin and Ivan Ivazovsky depicted scenes from the war, capturing the horrors and heroism of the conflict. Literary works. The war inspired literary works, including Leo Tolstoy's Sevastopol sketches, which provided a first-hand account of the war's impact on soldiers and civilians. These works reflected the disillusionment and criticism of the war and its consequences. Legacy and historical assessment. Lessons learned. The Crimean War exposed the shortcomings of the Russian military and administration, leading to significant reforms and modernization efforts. It served as a wake-up call for Russia to catch up with the advancements of Western powers. Impact on European affairs. The Crimean War had broader implications for European affairs. It weakened the concert of Europe, a diplomatic framework established after the Napoleonic Wars, and signaled a shift in power dynamics among European nations. Influence on later conflicts. The Crimean War served as a precursor to later conflicts in Eastern Europe and the Balkans. It laid the groundwork for future territorial disputes and power struggles in the region. Nicholas and Slavophilism. Nicholas was influenced by the Slavophile movement, which promoted the uniqueness and superiority of Russian culture and values. He embraced Slavophile ideas and sought to present Russia as the protector of Slavic peoples within and beyond its borders. Impact on the Caucasus. Nicholas pursued an expansionist policy in the Caucasus region, aiming to subdue local populations and extend Russian control. This policy led to prolonged conflicts with various Caucasian ethnic groups, including the Circassians and Chechens. Influence on art and culture. Nicholas's reign saw the flourishing of a distinct artistic and cultural style known as Nicholas I's Empire. It emphasized classical aesthetics, ornate decoration, and historical themes, reflecting the Tsar's desire for grandeur and stability. Transformation of St. Petersburg. Nicholas played a significant role in transforming St. Petersburg into a grand imperial capital. He oversaw the construction of iconic buildings and monuments, such as the Nicholas I Bridge, the Mariinsky Palace, and the Cathedral of Christ the Savior. Personal life and family. However, Nicholas suffered personal tragedies, including the death of several of his children and his wife's deteriorating mental health. These personal losses and challenges influenced his outlook and may have contributed to his rigid and authoritarian governance. Military reforms. Despite his conservative approach, Nicholas implemented significant military reforms. He modernized the Russian army, improving training, discipline, and weaponry. Under his rule, the Russian military became one of the largest and most formidable forces in Europe. Patronage of the arts. Nicholas was a patron of the arts and encouraged the development of literature, music, and theater. He supported prominent Russian artists and writers, including Alexander Pushkin and Mikhail Glinka, who produced notable works during his reign. Influence on architecture. Nicholas's reign witnessed the emergence of a distinctive architectural style known as Nicholasese Baroque. This style featured opulent palaces, grand facades, and rich ornamentation, reflecting the Tsar's preference for monumental architecture. Suppression of nationalist movements. Nicholas's reign was marked by the suppression of nationalist movements and uprisings in various parts of the Russian Empire. Rebellions in Poland, Hungary, and Ukraine were ruthlessly crushed, further reinforcing the Tsar's autocratic rule. Orthodox Christian missionary activity. Nicholas promoted Orthodox Christianity beyond Russia's borders, particularly in the Ottoman Empire. He supported missionary activities, funding the construction of churches and schools in territories with large Orthodox populations. Legacy and historical assessment. Nicholas's reign is widely regarded as a period of political conservatism, repression, and limited reforms. His autocratic rule and resistance to change contributed to social unrest and discontent, laying the groundwork for subsequent reform movements in Russia. Impact on successors. Nicholas's policies and style of governance influenced his successors, particularly Alexander I.E., who would go on to implement significant reforms, including the abolition of serfdom. The challenges and lessons of Nicholas I's reign played a role in shaping the subsequent direction of Russian history. End of the Romanov dynasty. The Romanov dynasty came to an end with the abdication of Tsar Nicholas II during the Russian Revolution of 1917. The revolution resulted in the establishment of a communist government led by the Bolsheviks, ultimately leading to the execution of Nicholas II and his family. Alexander II, early life and ascension. Alexander Nikolaevich Romanov, known as Alexander II, was born on April 17, 1818, in Moscow, Russia, as the eldest son of Emperor Nicholas I. He ascended to the Russian throne on March 2, 1855, following the death of his father during the Crimean War. Emancipation of the serfs. One of Alexander II's most significant reforms was the emancipation of the serfs in 1861. This reform aimed to address social and economic issues, granting freedom to millions of peasants who were previously tied to the land. The Emancipation Edict abolished serfdom, granted peasants land allotments, and allowed them to become independent farmers. However, the distribution of land was often insufficient, and the peasants still faced challenges and debt burdens. Historical context. The emancipation of the serfs was a significant reform implemented by Alexander II in 1861. Serfdom had been a prevalent social and economic system in Russia for centuries, where peasants were bound to the land and were effectively owned by the noble landowners or the serf-owning class. The system had become increasingly unsustainable and created social unrest, prompting the need for reform. Scope of the reform. The reform aimed to abolish serfdom and grant personal freedoms to the serfs, ensuring their legal emancipation. It impacted millions of serfs, estimated to be around 23 million individuals, who were tied to the land and subject to the authority and control of their landlords. Redistribution of land. The Emancipation Edict provided for the redistribution of land from the landlords to the serfs. The serfs were granted the opportunity to receive land allotments known as Mr. Land allotments, known as Mr. Lands, which were communal plots shared among the village residents. However, the distribution of land was often insufficient, as the serfs received smaller plots than they anticipated, which led to overcrowding and limited agricultural productivity. Obligations and compensation. As part of the reform, the serfs were granted personal freedoms and released from their obligations to the landlords. In return, They were required to pay redemption dues or monetary compensation for the land they received. The redemption payments were spread over several decades and were often a significant financial burden for the peasants. Limitations and constraints. Despite the emancipation, the serfs faced certain limitations and constraints. They were still tied to the village commune and had to obtain permission to leave or change their place of residence. The village commune, known as the mir, maintained certain responsibilities and obligations towards the state, including the payment of taxes. Peasant reform and self-government. The reform also aimed to provide self-government and autonomy to the peasants. The village commune, or mir, became responsible for local administration, collecting taxes and maintaining communal affairs. This system of self-government allowed peasants to participate in decision-making processes within their communities. Impact on the economy. The emancipation of the serfs had significant economic implications. With the redistribution of land, peasants were expected to become self-sufficient farmers, contributing to agricultural productivity. However, the limitations of the land allotments and the financial burden of redemption payments hindered the economic progress of many peasants, resulting in continued economic difficulties and poverty. Social and political consequences. The reform brought about notable social and political consequences. It aimed to address social inequality and improve the social standing of the peasantry. However, the emancipation did not resolve all social issues and class divisions persisted. The gap between the wealthy landowners and the peasantry remained, leading to continued social tensions. Long-term reforms and impact. The emancipation of the serfs served as a catalyst for further reforms in Russia. It set the stage for subsequent reforms in education, local self-government, and legal systems. The reform also had an impact on the Russian revolutionary movement, as the remaining social and economic grievances fueled further discontent and demands for broader reforms. Historical assessment. The emancipation of the serfs is seen as a significant milestone in Russian history. It marked the end of serfdom and symbolized a significant step toward modernization and the dismantling of feudal structures. Continuing challenges. While the emancipation of the serfs marked a significant step toward social progress, it did not fully address all the underlying issues. The peasants still faced economic challenges, land shortages, and limited opportunities for social mobility. Mixed results. The reform's outcomes varied across different regions of Russia. Some peasants managed to improve their living conditions and became successful farmers, while others faced continued hardships and struggled to make a livelihood. Legacy of reform. The emancipation of the serfs had a lasting impact on Russian society and the course of Russian history. It served as a starting point for further social and economic reforms, contributing to the modernization of Russia in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Influence on international movements. The emancipation of the serfs in Russia influenced social and political movements worldwide. It served as an inspiration for other nations striving for the abolition of serfdom and the advancement of workers' rights. Criticisms and unresolved issues. The reform faced criticism from different perspectives. Some believed it did not go far enough in addressing the peasants' grievances, while others argued it undermined the interests of the nobility. Additionally, the land redistribution process and redemption payments remained sources of ongoing disputes and tensions. Repercussions for the nobility. The reform significantly affected the noble landowners. Many saw a decline in their wealth and influence as they lost control over the serfs and their labor. Some nobles struggled to adapt to the new economic realities, while others embraced new opportunities and shifted their focus to industry and commerce. Comparative perspectives. The emancipation of the serfs in Russia was one of the most extensive emancipation efforts in history. It is often compared to other serfdom abolition movements, such as the abolition of slavery in the United States, highlighting similarities and differences in approach, outcomes, and lasting legacies. Evaluation of Alexander III. The reform is considered one of the most significant achievements of Alexander II's reign. It showcased his willingness to address societal issues and implement reforms. Although the limitations and unresolved problems associated with the emancipation have led to differing assessments of his overall legacy. Historiographical debates. Historians have engaged in debates regarding the success and impact of the emancipation of the serfs. Some emphasize its transformative nature and long-term consequences, while others argue that it fell short of achieving its intended objectives or created new challenges. Enduring significance. The emancipation of the serfs continues to be a subject of scholarly research and analysis, reflecting its enduring significance in understanding Russian social history, agrarian reforms, and the struggle for social justice. Judicial and legal reforms. Alexander II implemented significant judicial and legal reforms to modernize Russia's legal system. He introduced the establishment of independent courts, trial by jury, and a more transparent legal process. The judicial reform of 1864 aimed to ensure the impartiality of the judiciary and improve the rights of individuals within the legal system. Context. The judicial reform of 1864 was a comprehensive overhaul of the Russian legal system under the reign of Alexander II. The reform aimed to modernize the judiciary, improve the administration of justice, and ensure the impartiality and fairness of legal proceedings. Separation of powers. The reform sought to establish a clear separation of powers within the judicial system. It aimed to separate the judiciary from the executive branch and limit the influence of the government over legal proceedings. The judiciary was granted greater independence and autonomy, reducing the executive's ability to interfere in legal matters. Introduction of professional judges. The reform introduced the concept of professional judges known as zasadatelyi, who were trained legal professionals responsible for hearing cases and making impartial judgments. This marked a significant departure from the previous system, where judges were often appointed based on their social standing or connections, rather than their legal expertise. Trial by jury. The judicial reform of 1864 introduced the widespread use of trial by jury in Russia. This allowed ordinary citizens to participate in the administration of justice by serving as jurors in criminal trials. The introduction of jury trials aimed to ensure a fair and unbiased assessment of cases, involving the judgment of peers rather than solely relying on professional judges. Uniform laws and procedures. The reform sought to establish uniform laws and procedures throughout the Russian Empire. It aimed to eliminate regional variations and ensure consistency and fairness in legal proceedings across different parts of the country. The introduction of standardized codes of law helped simplify the legal system and make it more accessible to the general population. Access to legal representation. The judicial reform of 1864 aimed to improve access to legal representation for all individuals involved in legal proceedings. It ensured that defendants had the right to legal counsel and representation, helping to balance the power dynamics between the accused and the prosecution. Publicity and openness of proceedings. The reform emphasized the principle of publicity and openness in legal proceedings. Court hearings were made public, allowing individuals to observe and scrutinize the administration of justice. This increased transparency helped to enhance public trust in the legal system and prevent abuses of power. Appeals and higher courts. The reform established a hierarchical structure of courts, including the introduction of appellate courts and higher courts. This allowed individuals to appeal against lower court decisions and seek a review of their cases. The creation of higher courts aimed to provide a system of checks and balances, ensuring that errors and injustices in lower court judgments could be rectified. Professional legal education. The judicial reform of 1864 emphasized the importance of professional legal education. It aimed to improve the qualifications and expertise of legal professionals, including judges, prosecutors, and lawyers. The reform facilitated the establishment of law faculties and institutions for legal education, ensuring that individuals involved in the legal system received proper training and knowledge. Legacy and impact. The judicial reform of 1864 had a profound impact on the Russian legal system. It introduced fundamental principles of impartiality, fairness, and legal professionalism. The reform established the foundation for a more modern and efficient judiciary, enhancing the rule of law and public trust in the legal system. However, the full implementation of the reform faced challenges, and its intended goals were not fully realized due to subsequent political developments and limited resources. Administrative reforms. Alexander II undertook administrative reforms to streamline and modernize the bureaucracy. The Zemstvo Reform of 1864 established local self-government bodies at the provincial and district levels, giving some degree of autonomy to local communities. The State Council and the Council of Ministers were also established to assist the emperor in the governance of the country. The Zemstvo Reform of 1864 was a significant administrative reform introduced by Alexander II in Russia. It aimed to establish local self-government bodies called Zemstvos, which were responsible for addressing local issues and providing services at the provincial and district levels. Structure of Zemstvos. The Zemstvo system consisted of elected assemblies at the provincial, district, and volast sub-district levels. Zemstvo members were elected by different social classes, including landowners, peasants, and urban representatives. Responsibilities of Zemstvos. Zemstvos had various responsibilities, including public health, education, road construction and maintenance, agriculture, industry, social welfare, and local infrastructure development. They had the authority to levy taxes to fund these services and implement policies to address local needs. Provincial Zemstvos. Provincial Zemstvos were the highest level of self-government and consisted of representatives from the district Zemstvos within the province. They had broader responsibilities, such as overseeing healthcare, education, and major infrastructure projects. District Zemstvos. District Zemstvos were responsible for implementing local policies, managing schools, hospitals, and roads, and addressing agricultural and economic development at the district level. They also played a role in resolving legal disputes and maintaining public order. Volast Zemstvos. Volast Zemstvos were responsible for managing local affairs at the sub-district level. They focused on issues related to agriculture, land distribution, and resolving conflicts within the local community. Composition of Zemstvo assemblies. Zemstvo assemblies consisted of elected representatives from different social classes. Landowners, known as nobles, had a significant presence in the assemblies, often representing their estates. Peasants, urban residents, and representatives of the clergy and professionals were also part of the Zemstvo assemblies. Impact on local governance. The Zemstvo reform aimed to provide a degree of self-government and representation at the local level. It allowed various social classes to participate in decision-making processes and have a say in local affairs. The reform also fostered a sense of local identity and civic engagement. Limitations and challenges. The Zemstvo reform had certain limitations. The assemblies were not fully democratic, as the voting rights were skewed in favor of the landowning nobility. The Zemstvos had limited powers and resources, making it challenging for them to address all local needs adequately. The reform did not extend to all regions of the Russian Empire, as some areas were excluded or had limited Zemstvo representation. Legacy and impact. The Zemstvo reform represented an important step toward local self-government in Russia. It provided an avenue for civic participation, stimulated local development, and empowered communities to address their specific needs. The Zemstvo system became a platform for social and political engagement and contributed to the development of civil society in Russia. Military reforms. Alexander II recognized the need to modernize the Russian military and implemented various military reforms. These reforms aimed to improve the efficiency, training, and organization of the army. The system of conscription was introduced, making military service obligatory for all males. Additionally, military schools and academies were established to enhance the education and training of officers. Educational reforms. Alexander II pursued educational reforms to improve literacy rates and provide broader access to education. He expanded the network of primary schools and promoted the establishment of secondary schools and universities. The Universities Statute of 1863 allowed universities greater autonomy and academic freedom, leading to an intellectual revival and the growth of critical thought. Academic freedom. The reform emphasized the principle of academic freedom, granting professors and students greater freedom of thought, expression, and research. Professors were given more autonomy in designing their courses and pursuing their academic interests, fostering a culture of intellectual inquiry. University autonomy. The reform aimed to enhance the autonomy of universities. They were granted more control over their internal affairs, including the selection of professors, curriculum development, and academic policies. University administrations were empowered to make decisions independently, reducing direct state interference in academic matters. University Senate. The Universities Statute introduced a University Senate, a governing body consisting of elected professors and representatives from different academic disciplines. The Senate played a significant role in shaping university policies, overseeing academic standards, and protecting academic freedom. Expansion of curriculum. The reform sought to expand the curriculum and introduce new disciplines to meet the needs of a changing society. Courses in natural sciences, social sciences, and humanities were expanded and diversified. The reform aimed to balance traditional subjects with modern scientific knowledge and foster a well-rounded education. Admission and student rights. The Universities Statute introduced a fairer and more transparent system for student admission. Admission examinations became standardized, ensuring equal opportunities for all applicants. Students were granted certain rights and protections, including the right to participate in university governance, academic freedom, and protection against unjust treatment. Women's education. The University Statute opened the doors to higher education for women. Women were allowed to attend universities and pursue higher degrees, breaking traditional gender barriers in education. However, opportunities for women were still limited, and they faced challenges and discrimination in accessing certain fields of study, educational standards, and evaluation. The reform emphasized the importance of maintaining high educational standards. Regular evaluations and assessments were introduced to ensure the quality of teaching and research. Professors were expected to meet specific criteria for competence and scholarly achievement, promoting excellence in academia. Impact on intellectual and cultural life. The Universities Statute had a profound impact on intellectual and cultural life in Russia. It fostered an environment of intellectual curiosity, critical thinking, and innovation. Universities became hubs of intellectual exchange, where scholars, students, and artists converged to discuss and debate ideas, contributing to the growth of Russian intellectual and cultural movements. Legacy and impact. The Universities Statute of 1863 marked a significant turning point in Russian higher education. It led to the modernization and liberalization of the university system, promoting academic freedom, autonomy, and intellectual development. The reform had a lasting impact on Russian intellectual life, contributing to the emergence of renowned scholars, writers, and thinkers who shaped the cultural and intellectual landscape of the time. Foreign policy. Alexander II pursued an active foreign policy, seeking to protect Russian interests and expand its influence abroad. He was involved in the Congress of Paris in 1856, which aimed to settle the aftermath of the Crimean War. Alexander II also supported nationalist movements in neighboring countries, such as Poland and Bulgaria, which sought independence from foreign rule. The Congress of Paris took place from February to April 1856, following the conclusion of the Crimean War, in which Russia was one of the major participants. The war had involved Russia, the Ottoman Empire, France, Britain, and other European powers. Negotiations. The main objective of the Congress was to negotiate a peace settlement and establish terms for ending the conflict. Representatives from Russia, as well as the other major belligerent powers, attended the conference to discuss the terms of the peace treaty. Peace treaty. The Congress resulted in the signing of the Treaty of Paris on March 30, 1856. The treaty aimed to bring an end to the hostilities and restore peace in the region. Russia, the Ottoman Empire, France, Britain, and other signatory powers agreed to the terms outlined in the treaty. Territorial changes. As part of the Treaty of Paris, territorial adjustments were made. Russia had to make concessions and cede some territories. The Black Sea region, including parts of Bessarabia and the mouth of the Danube River, was transferred to Moldavia and Wallachia, later part of Romania. Neutralization of the Black Sea. One of the key provisions of the treaty was the neutralization of the Black Sea. The Black Sea was declared neutral territory, and Russia's naval presence in the region was significantly restricted. The provisions aimed to limit Russia's influence in the Black Sea and ensure the security of the Ottoman Empire. Recognition of Ottoman sovereignty. The Congress of Paris reaffirmed the recognition of the Ottoman Empire's sovereignty and territorial integrity. This was a significant diplomatic victory for the Ottoman Empire, as it solidified its position and curtailed Russia's expansionist ambitions. Humanitarian and religious rights. The treaty included provisions to protect the rights of religious minorities within the Ottoman Empire. Russia, as a protector of Orthodox Christians, had advocated for the recognition and protection of their rights, and these provisions were included in the final agreement. Limitations on Russian influence. The Congress of Paris imposed limitations on Russia's influence and military capabilities. Russia was prohibited from maintaining a significant naval presence in the Black Sea, which curtailed its ability to project power and expand its territorial ambitions in the region. Impact on Russian foreign policy. The Congress of Paris had a profound impact on Russian foreign policy. It marked a setback for Russia's expansionist agenda and forced a re-evaluation of its international ambitions. Russia began to focus more on internal reforms and sought to improve its relations with Western European powers. Long-term implications. The Congress of Paris and the Treaty of Paris set the stage for a new balance of power in Europe. The terms of the treaty and the limitations imposed on Russia had far-reaching consequences, shaping the dynamics of international relations in the following decades. Assassination attempts and repression. Despite his reforms, Alexander II faced several assassination attempts. The most notable was the 1881 Narodnaya Volya, People's Will, plot which resulted in his assassination in St. Petersburg on March 13, 1881. The assassination led to a period of repression and a reversal of some of the reforms implemented during Alexander II's reign. First attempt, April 4, 1866. The first assassination attempt against Alexander II occurred on April 4, 1866, by a Polish nobleman named Karol Kastron. Kastron threw an improvised explosive device known as a suicide bomb under the carriage of the Tsar while he was traveling, but it failed to detonate. Second attempt, April 20, 1879. The second attempt took place on April 20, 1879, when a member of the revolutionary organization Narodnaya Volya, People's Will, Alexander Soloviev, fired shots at the Tsar's carriage. Soloviev's shots missed the Tsar, but innocent bystanders were injured or killed. Third attempt, November 4, 1879. On November 4, 1879, a member of Narodnaya Volya, Jessia Gelfman, attempted to assassinate Alexander II. Gelfman threw a bomb at the Tsar's carriage, but it missed its target and exploded behind the carriage, injuring several Cossacks and bystanders. Fourth attempt, February 5, 1880. The fourth attempt occurred on February 5, 1880, when Narodnaya Volya member Stefan Kalturin detonated a bomb near the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. The bomb killed several guards and bystanders but failed to harm the Tsar, who was traveling in a separate carriage. Fifth attempt, February 17, 1880. Just 12 days later, on February 17, 1880, Narodnaya Volya member Ignacy Hryniewicki made another attempt on the Tsar's life. Hryniewicki fired shots at the Tsar's carriage, hitting the vehicle but failing to injure Alexander II. Sixth attempt, March 1, 1881. The final and successful attempt on Alexander II's life took place on March 1, 1881, by members of Narodnaya Volya, a group of revolutionaries led by Ignacy Chryniwiecki and Nikolai Rysakov, detonated a bomb near the Tsar's carriage on the way to the Winter Palace. The explosion severely wounded the Tsar, and he later succumbed to his injuries. Motives and political climate. The assassination attempts against Alexander II were driven by various motives, including opposition to his autocratic rule, demands for political reforms, and the desire for national independence by certain groups like the Polish nationalists. The political climate of the time, characterized by growing discontent, revolutionary movements, and calls for change, contributed to the increased frequency of attempts on the Tsar's life. Impact on Russian politics. The assassination attempts against Alexander II highlighted the profound social and political tensions within Russian society. They exposed the grievances and frustrations of various groups and fueled the demand for political reforms and social change. Consequences for Alexander III. The assassination of Alexander II had significant consequences for his successor, Alexander III. Alexander III adopted a more conservative and repressive approach, tightening control over society and suppressing revolutionary movements. Historical significance. The assassination attempts against Alexander II serve as a reflection of the volatile political climate and the desire for change in Russia during the late 19th century. Crackdown on revolutionary movements. The assassination attempts against Alexander II prompted a harsh crackdown on revolutionary movements and political dissent. The government intensified its efforts to dismantle and suppress revolutionary organizations, leading to increased surveillance, arrests, and executions of revolutionaries. Impact on public opinion. The assassination attempts and the eventual assassination of Alexander II had a profound impact on public opinion in Russia. While some sections of society condemned the violence, others sympathized with the revolutionary cause and saw the Tsar as a symbol of oppression. Reform and counter-reform. The assassination attempts against Alexander II complicated the ongoing reform process initiated by the Tsar himself. The government became more hesitant about implementing further reforms, fearing that concessions might be seen as a sign of weakness and encourage more violence. Impact on European politics. The assassination of Alexander II shocked the international community and had repercussions beyond Russian borders. It highlighted the growing threat of political violence and the challenges faced by other European monarchies in maintaining control and addressing societal grievances. Historical parallels. The assassination attempts against Alexander II bear similarities to other acts of political violence against European rulers during the 19th century. They align with the wider trend of political assassinations that occurred in response to social and political tensions in different parts of Europe. Legacy of Alexander II. Alexander II's assassination and the attempts on his life shaped his historical legacy. While he is remembered as a reformer who initiated important changes in Russia, his assassination also underscored the limitations and challenges he faced in addressing the profound societal issues of the time. Impact on successor reforms. The assassination of Alexander II led to a more conservative approach by his successor, Alexander III. The new Tsar implemented policies aimed at strengthening the autocratic rule and suppressing revolutionary movements, further delaying substantial political reforms. Symbolism and martyrdom. The assassination of Alexander II turned him into a symbol of martyrdom and sacrifice for the cause of reform and revolution in Russia. His death solidified his status as a figure of opposition to autocracy and contributed to the mythology surrounding his reign and tragic demise. Inspiring revolutionary movements. The assassination attempts against Alexander II inspired and fueled revolutionary movements in Russia. His death became a rallying cry for those advocating for radical change and increased the determination of revolutionary groups to achieve their objectives. Assessment of security measures. The assassination attempts prompted a reassessment of security measures within the Russian government. The failures in protecting the Tsar's life led to increased scrutiny of security protocols and the implementation of stricter measures to prevent future attacks. Legacy and historical assessment. Alexander II's reign is characterized by a complex legacy. His reforms aimed to modernize Russia and address social and political issues, earning him the title of the Tsar Liberator. However, some of the reforms fell short of their goals, and the subsequent period of repression under his successors overshadowed his earlier achievements. Alexander II's reign set the stage for further reforms in Russia and had a lasting impact on Russian society, politics, and the path of subsequent Russian history. Alexander III. Early life and ascension. Alexander III was born on March 10, 1845, as the second son of Alexander II and Empress Maria Alexandrovna. He ascended to the Russian throne on March 13, 1881, following the assassination of his father, Alexander II. Political outlook. Alexander III was known for his conservative and autocratic political views. He believed in maintaining strong central authority, emphasizing traditional values, and suppressing revolutionary movements. Russification policy. One of Alexander III's notable policies was the promotion of Russification. He sought to strengthen the Russian identity and suppress non-Russian cultures within the empire, particularly those of Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic states. Suppression of revolutionaries. Alexander III's reign saw a severe crackdown on revolutionary movements and political dissent. He increased the powers of the secret police, known as the Okhrana, and implemented strict censorship and surveillance measures to suppress opposition. Formation and purpose. The Okhrana, formerly known as the Department for Protecting Public Security and Order, was the secret police and intelligence agency of the Russian Empire. It was established in 1881 by Alexander III to combat revolutionary movements and maintain state security. Structure and organization. The Okhrana was a centralized agency with its headquarters in St. Petersburg. It operated through a network of regional branches across the Russian Empire, each led by a chief of police. Surveillance and informants. The Okhrana relied heavily on surveillance and the use of informants to gather information on revolutionary activities. Agents infiltrated revolutionary groups, universities, and intellectual circles to gather intelligence. Counterintelligence operations. The Okhrana conducted extensive counterintelligence operations to counter revolutionary organizations. It employed techniques such as wiretapping, interception of correspondence, and infiltration to uncover and disrupt revolutionary plans. Repressive measures. The Okhrana employed various repressive measures to suppress revolutionary movements and dissent. It arrested and interrogated suspected revolutionaries, employed violence and torture during interrogations, and utilized propaganda to discredit revolutionary ideologies. Censorship and press control. The Okhrana played a significant role in enforcing strict censorship and press control. It monitored and censored publications, scrutinized printed materials, and suppressed information deemed critical of the government or supportive of revolutionary activities. Surveillance of intellectual and artistic circles. The Okhrana targeted not only revolutionary groups, but also intellectuals, artists, and writers who were seen as potentially influential figures. Writers such as Leo Tolstoy and Fyodor Dostoevsky were among those closely monitored by the secret police. Infiltration of revolutionary organizations. The Okhrana infiltrated revolutionary organizations by placing agents provocateurs within their ranks. These agents would encourage revolutionary activities, gather information, and often provoke violence to discredit the revolutionary cause. Collaboration with foreign intelligence agencies. The Okhrana collaborated with foreign intelligence agencies, particularly in sharing information on revolutionary activities and political exiles. It worked closely with the secret police of other European powers to monitor and suppress revolutionary movements that operated across borders. Legacy and dissolution. The Okhrana played a significant role in maintaining the autocratic regime and suppressing dissent during the late imperial period. It remained in operation until the Russian Revolution of 1917, when the overthrow of the monarchy led to the dissolution of the Okhrana, industrialization and economic policies. Despite his conservative leanings, Alexander III recognized the importance of industrial development. His reign witnessed the continuation of economic modernization and industrialization efforts initiated by his father, promoting infrastructure projects, railway construction, and industrial growth. Foreign policy. Alexander III pursued a foreign policy of peace and stability. He aimed to preserve Russia's interests and strengthen its international standing, particularly in relation to other European powers. Russo-Japanese War. The Russo-Japanese War, 1904-1905, was a significant event during Alexander III's reign. The conflict with Japan over territorial disputes in East Asia ended in a humiliating defeat for Russia, exposing weaknesses in the Russian military and contributing to domestic unrest. Background. The Russo-Japanese War was a conflict between the Russian Empire and the Empire of Japan that took place from 1904 to 1905. Tensions arose due to territorial disputes in East Asia, specifically over control of Korea and Manchuria. Imperial ambitions. Russia sought to expand its influence in East Asia and establish a warm water port in Port Arthur, now Lashemko. To access the Pacific Ocean, Japan aimed to protect its own territorial interests and establish itself as a dominant power in the region. Naval battles. The war was notable for its significant naval battles, especially the Battle of Tsushima in May 1905. The Japanese fleet, commanded by Admiral Togo Haihachiro, achieved a decisive victory over the Russian Baltic Fleet, leading to Russia's naval defeat. Siege of Port Arthur. Port Arthur, a strategically important naval base, was under Russian control and came under siege by the Japanese army. The siege lasted for several months, with both sides enduring heavy casualties and intense fighting. Land battles. Alongside the naval battles, there were significant land battles fought in Manchuria and the Korean Peninsula. The Battle of Mukden, now Shenyang, in 1905 was one of the largest land battles in history, involving hundreds of thousands of troops. Guerrilla warfare. Both sides employed guerrilla warfare tactics during the conflict, including ambushes and run attacks and sabotage operations. Russian irregular forces, known as Cossacks, engaged in guerrilla warfare behind Japanese lines. Technological advancements. The Russo-Japanese War witnessed the use of new military technologies such as machine guns, trench warfare, and barbed wire. It was one of the first wars to witness the use of radio communications and advances in naval weaponry. International reactions. The war drew significant international attention, with many countries closely following the conflict and its implications for global power dynamics. European powers were surprised by Japan's military capabilities and its ability to challenge a major European power like Russia. Treaty of Portsmouth. The war ended with the signing of the Treaty of Portsmouth on September 5, 1905, mediated by U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt. Russia recognized Japan's control over Korea and ceded Port Arthur and the southern part of Sakhalin Island to Japan. Impact on Russia. The defeat in the Russo-Japanese War had far-reaching consequences for Russia. It exposed weaknesses in the Russian military and led to internal unrest and dissatisfaction with the autocratic regime. Social and political unrest. The war exacerbated existing social and political tensions in Russia, contributing to the revolutionary climate that ultimately led to the Russian Revolution of 1905. Rise of Japan. The victory in the Russo-Japanese War established Japan as a major world power and signaled its emergence as a dominant force in East Asia. Naval arms race. The war highlighted the importance of naval power and triggered an arms race, particularly in battleship construction, among major world powers. Impact on Asian independence movements. The conflict inspired nationalist movements in Asia, as it demonstrated that a non-European power like Japan could successfully challenge European imperialism. Military reforms. The Russian defeat in the war prompted significant military reforms within the Russian Empire, aimed at modernizing and restructuring the armed forces. Impact on Nicholas II. The Russo-Japanese War undermined the popularity and authority of Tsar Nicholas II. The defeat highlighted the incompetence and corruption within the Russian military and government, further eroding public trust in the monarchy. Economic consequences. The war had severe economic consequences for Russia, with the cost of the conflict straining the already struggling Russian economy. The government had to resort to borrowing heavily to finance the war effort, leading to increased national debt. Influence on military strategies. The Russo-Japanese War had a significant influence on military strategies worldwide. It demonstrated the effectiveness of mobile warfare, emphasizing the importance of infantry firepower and quick maneuverability over static fortifications. Peaceful resolution. The Russo-Japanese War marked a significant event in history, as it was one of the first major conflicts that ended with a peaceful resolution mediated by a third party. The role played by President Theodore Roosevelt in negotiating the Treaty of Portsmouth established the United States as a diplomatic power in international affairs. The Russo-Japanese War was a pivotal event in Russian history that had significant implications for the Russian Empire and the broader international community. It exposed the weaknesses of the Russian military and government, contributing to internal unrest and dissatisfaction. The war also established Japan as a rising power and triggered an arms race among major world powers. The defeat influenced military strategies worldwide and prompted military and economic reforms within Russia. The peaceful resolution of the conflict through negotiation demonstrated the role of diplomacy in resolving international disputes. Orthodox Christianity. Alexander III was a staunch defender of the Russian Orthodox Church and its role in maintaining traditional values. He supported the Church's influence in public life and enacted measures to further strengthen its position within Russian society. Anti-Semitic policies. Unfortunately, Alexander III's reign was marked by an increase in anti-Semitic policies. Jews faced discrimination, pogroms, and restrictions on their civil rights during this period. Death and legacy. Alexander III died on November 1, 1894, at the age of 49. He was succeeded by his son Nicholas II. His reign is often seen as a period of conservative reaction to the reforms of his father and a precursor to the political and social tensions that would ultimately lead to the Russian Revolution in 1917. Nicholas II. Early life and ascension. Nicholas II was born on May 18, 1868, as the eldest son of Tsar Alexander III and Empress Maria Feodorovna. He ascended to the Russian throne on November 1, 1894, following the assassination of his father, Alexander III. Personality and character. Nicholas II was known for his reserved and introverted nature. He lacked the assertiveness and political acumen necessary to effectively govern a vast empire. Domestic policies. Nicholas II pursued a policy of maintaining autocracy and resisted significant political reforms. He believed in preserving the traditional institutions of the monarchy and resisted pressures for democratization, industrialization, and economic policies. Nicholas II oversaw the continuation of industrialization efforts initiated by his predecessors. Russia experienced significant economic growth during his reign, particularly in heavy industries like coal, iron, and steel production. Bloody Sunday. The start of Nicholas II's reign was marred by the infamous event known as Bloody Sunday on January 22, 1905. Peaceful protesters, led by Father Guépin, were fired upon by imperial guards while marching to present a petition to the Tsar, resulting in hundreds of deaths. The workers had various grievances, including poor working conditions, low wages, long hours, and a lack of political representation. They sought improvements in their living and working conditions and hoped to address these concerns with the Tsar. Petition demands The petition presented to the Tsar demanded improved working conditions, an 8-hour workday, higher wages, and the establishment of a democratically elected legislative assembly. Tsar Nicholas II's absence. Tsar Nicholas II was not present in St. Petersburg during the protest, as he had left the city to attend a royal ball at the Winter Palace. His absence created a void in leadership and led to a breakdown in communication and decision-making. Mass gathering. Tens of thousands of workers and their families gathered peacefully in St. Petersburg, intending to march to the Winter Palace to deliver their petition to the Tsar. Crackdown by authorities. The authorities, fearing the growing discontent and revolutionary sentiment, viewed the gathering as a potential threat to the stability of the autocratic regime. Troops and police forces were mobilized to prevent the protesters from reaching the Winter Palace. Open fire. As the peaceful protesters approached the Narva Gate, the troops opened fire on the crowd. The indiscriminate firing resulted in a significant number of casualties, including deaths and injuries among the demonstrators. Scale of violence. Estimates of the number of casualties vary, with reports suggesting several hundred deaths and even more injuries. The violent response shocked the nation and sparked outrage both within Russia and internationally. Impact on public opinion. Bloody Sunday had a profound impact on public opinion and further fueled revolutionary sentiment. It galvanized opposition to the autocratic regime and fueled demands for political reforms and greater civil liberties. Strikes and uprisings. Bloody Sunday acted as a catalyst for widespread strikes and uprisings across Russia. Workers, peasants, and other segments of society joined forces in protests against the government, demanding political change and improved living conditions. Political consequences. The events of Bloody Sunday significantly weakened the legitimacy of the autocratic regime and intensified calls for political reform. It marked a turning point in Russian history, leading to the Revolution of 1905 and setting the stage for the subsequent Russian Revolution in 1917. Tsarist response. In response to the unrest following Bloody Sunday, Tsar Nicholas II established a commission to investigate the events and address the grievances raised by the protesters. However, the subsequent reforms were limited and failed to satisfy the growing demands for substantial political change. Impact on the October Manifesto. The violent suppression of the peaceful protest played a significant role in pressuring the Tsar to issue the October Manifesto later in 1905. The manifesto granted civil liberties, established an elected legislative assembly, the State Duma, and promised other political reforms. Significance of the location. The march to the Winter Palace was symbolic as it represented the workers' desire to present their grievances directly to the Tsar. The fact that they were met with violence and repression within the heart of the imperial power further intensified the impact of Bloody Sunday. International repercussions. Bloody Sunday had significant international repercussions as news of the violent suppression spread beyond Russia's borders. It damaged the international reputation of Tsar Nicholas II and his government, leading to criticism from foreign governments, intellectuals, and human rights advocates. Role of Father Georgy Gapon. Father Georgy Gapon, a Russian Orthodox priest and workers' advocate, played a crucial role in organizing the peaceful protest. He sought to mediate between the workers and the government, believing that the Tsar would address their grievances. Role of social and political movements. Bloody Sunday acted as a catalyst for the growth of various social and political movements in Russia. Workers, peasants, and intellectuals united in their demands for political change, social justice, and improved living conditions. Legacy of martyrdom. The victims of Bloody Sunday became martyrs in the eyes of the revolutionaries and the wider population. Their sacrifice further fueled the revolutionary fervor and solidarity among those seeking to challenge the autocratic regime. Effect on the Revolution of 1905. Bloody Sunday played a central role in sparking the Revolution of 1905, a wave of mass protests, strikes, and uprisings across Russia. It marked a significant step towards the erosion of the Tsar's authority and set in motion a series of events that ultimately led to political reforms. Historical significance. Bloody Sunday is considered a crucial event in Russian history, as it exposed the deep-seated social and political tensions within the Russian Empire. It highlighted the brutality of the autocratic regime, inspired further acts of resistance, and set the stage for the larger revolutionary movement that would lead to the downfall of Tsarist Russia. The Revolution of 1905 was a wave of mass protests, strikes, and uprisings that swept across the Russian Empire. It was a response to social, economic, and political grievances, as well as the disillusionment with Tsar Nicholas II's autocratic rule. Economic factors. Economic hardships, including rising prices, food shortages, and poor working conditions, fueled the discontent among workers, peasants, and urban populations. The uneven distribution of wealth and industrialization contributed to growing social inequality. Political repression. The autocratic regime of Tsar Nicholas II and his government's repressive policies, including censorship, suppression of political opposition, and limited civil liberties, sparked public discontent. General strikes. General strikes emerged as a prominent feature of the Revolution of 1905. Workers across industries and regions organized strikes to demand better wages, improved working conditions, and increased political representation. Formation of Soviets. Workers and peasants formed Soviets or councils as revolutionary bodies to coordinate and organize strikes, protests, and political activities. The Soviets became a significant force in the revolutionary movement, representing the interests of the working class. October Manifesto. Under pressure from the revolutionary movement, Tsar Nicholas II issued the October Manifesto on October 17, 1905. The manifesto promised civil liberties, the establishment of an elected legislative assembly, the State Duma, and political reforms. Creation of the State Duma. The October Manifesto led to the establishment of the State Duma, Russia's first elected legislative body. Although the Tsar retained significant power, the Duma represented a significant step towards political representation and accountability. Land and peasant reforms. The Revolution of 1905 resulted in some concessions for peasants, including land reforms that allowed for limited redistribution of land and greater autonomy. However, the reforms fell short of meeting the aspirations of many peasants, leading to continued unrest in rural areas. National minorities and ethnic unrest. The Revolution of 1905 saw increased national and ethnic tensions as various minority groups sought greater autonomy and recognition. Ethnic and national movements demanded cultural rights, language equality, and political representation. Suppression and counter-revolution. The Tsarist regime responded to the revolutionary movement with repression and violence. The army and police were deployed to quell protests, leading to further clashes and the loss of lives. Strikes and unrest in Poland and the Baltics. The Revolution of 1905 saw significant strikes and unrest in Poland and the Baltic region, where national and ethnic tensions were particularly pronounced. These areas demanded greater autonomy and rights, and their resistance intensified throughout the revolution. Influence of political parties. Political parties, including the Social Democrats, Social Revolutionaries, and Liberals, played a significant role in mobilizing and organizing the revolutionary movement. They provided ideological frameworks, leadership, and coordination for the protests and strikes. The Battle of Tsushima. The Russian defeat in the Battle of Tsushima during the Russo-Japanese War in May 1905 further fueled public discontent and contributed to the revolutionary climate. The loss highlighted the failures of the Russian government and military, intensifying calls for political change. Cultural and intellectual impact. The Revolution of 1905 sparked a flourishing of cultural and intellectual activity. Writers, artists, and intellectuals played a significant role in shaping the narrative of the revolution, highlighting social injustices and calling for political change. Formation of workers' unions. The revolution saw the formation of workers' unions that advocated for workers' rights, including better working conditions, higher wages, and the right to strike. These unions became important platforms for organizing and mobilizing the working class. The influence of socialists and revolutionaries. Socialist and revolutionary ideologies gained traction during the revolution, advocating for the overthrow of the autocratic regime and the establishment of a more equitable society. Figures like Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky rose to prominence, leading revolutionary movements and shaping the course of events. Peasant uprisings and land seizures. Peasant uprisings and land seizures spread across rural areas as peasants sought to assert their rights and demand land reforms. These actions demonstrated the deep-seated grievances of the peasantry and their desire for a fairer distribution of land, repression, and the end of the revolution. The Tsarist regime responded to the revolution with increased repression, including the use of the military, police, and secret police to suppress dissent. The revolution gradually waned as the government regained control, and the revolutionary movement faced internal divisions and tactical challenges. Legacy and historical significance. The Revolution of 1905 laid the groundwork for the subsequent Russian Revolution in 1917, which ultimately led to the overthrow of the Tsarist regime. It served as a catalyst for political change, exposing the deep social, economic, and political fissures within Russian society. The revolution demonstrated the potential power of collective action and the widespread desire for political representation, civil liberties, and social justice. The Revolution of 1905 was a significant turning point in Russian history, driven by widespread social and political discontent. It resulted from a culmination of economic grievances, political repression, and a desire for political change. The revolution sparked widespread protests, strikes, and uprisings, leading to concessions from the Tsar in the form of the October Manifesto and the establishment of the State Duma. The revolution also had a profound impact on Russian culture and intellectual life, with prominent figures emerging to shape the narrative and advocate for revolutionary change. Despite the suppression and repression that followed, the revolution left a lasting legacy, paving the way for further revolutionary movements and eventually leading to the downfall of the Tsarist regime. The State Duma. The State Duma, established in 1906, was Russia's first representative legislative body. However, Nicholas II often clashed with the Duma and sought to retain ultimate control over policymaking. The State Duma was the first elected legislative assembly in Russia's history, established as a result of the 1905 revolution. It was created under the provisions of the October Manifesto issued by Tsar Nicholas II. Purpose. The State Duma was intended to serve as a representative body that could address public grievances, propose laws, and hold the government accountable. Composition. The State Duma consisted of deputies elected by different groups of the population, including nobility, peasants, workers, and the urban middle class. The deputies represented various political parties and factions. Electoral system. The electoral system for the State Duma was complex and designed to limit the influence of radical political groups. It comprised a combination of indirect elections, property qualifications, and separate voting groups. Powers and responsibilities. The State Duma had the power to propose laws, scrutinize government actions, and discuss important national issues. However, its legislative powers were limited, as all laws required the approval of both the Duma and the Tsar. Relationship with Tsar. The Tsar retained significant authority over the State Duma. He had the power to dissolve the Duma, veto legislation, and appoint and dismiss ministers. Political parties. Political parties play a crucial role in the State Duma. Various parties, including the Cadets, Constitutional Democrats, Social Revolutionaries, and Social Democrats, held different ideologies and represented different segments of the population. Opposition to the Tsarist regime. The State Duma became a platform for opposition to the autocratic regime. Progressive deputies used the Duma as a forum to criticize the government advocate for reforms, and push for political change. Government obstruction. The Tsarist government often obstructed the work of the State Duma. The government limited the Duma's legislative powers, dissolved the assembly when it became too critical, and ignored its resolutions. Challenges and limitations. The State Duma faced numerous challenges and limitations. The electoral system favored the nobility and conservative groups, while the Tsarist government sought to maintain control and limit the influence of radical factions. Divisions and factions. The State Duma was marked by divisions and factions among the deputies. Disagreements over policy, strategy, and ideology often hindered its ability to enact significant reforms. Peasant and worker representation. The State Duma provided a platform for the representation of peasants and workers who previously had little political voice. Peasant and worker deputies sought to address their specific concerns and push for land reforms and labor rights. Legislative achievements. Despite its limitations, the State Duma managed to pass some important legislation during its existence. These included measures to improve working conditions, protect labor rights, and address social and economic issues. Dissolution of the First and Second Dumas. The First and Second Dumas were both dissolved by Tsar Nicholas I due to conflicts with the government and perceived radicalism. These dissolutions further fueled public discontent and dissatisfaction with the autocratic regime. Stolypin's reforms and the Third Duma. Prime Minister Pyotr Stolypin introduced electoral reforms that favored conservative groups. The Third Duma, elected under these reforms, had a more conservative composition and was more supportive of the government. World War I and the Fourth Duma. The outbreak of World War I disrupted the work of the Fourth Duma. The Duma supported the war effort, but as the war dragged on and the Russian military suffered significant losses, criticism of the government's handling of the war increased. The Provisional Government and the State Duma. Following the February Revolution of 1917, the Provisional Government was formed, and it recognized the authority of the State Duma. The Duma played a pivotal role during this period as a consultative body, providing support and guidance to the new government. Dissolution of the State Duma. With the October Revolution of 1917 and the rise of the Bolsheviks, the State Duma was dissolved. The Bolsheviks considered it a bourgeois institution and dissolved it in favor of the Soviet system. Legacy and impact. The State Duma represented a significant step towards representative government in Russia. It provided a forum for political discussion, the exchange of ideas, and the articulation of public grievances. Its existence paved the way for future legislative bodies in Russia. Historical significance. The State Duma marked a significant shift in Russian governance as it challenged the centuries-old autocratic system and introduced elements of representative government. It demonstrated the aspirations of various social and political groups for greater political participation, civil liberties, and social justice. Role in World War I. Nicholas II's decision to involve Russia in World War I had disastrous consequences for his reign. The war strained the economy, depleted resources, and exposed the inefficiency and corruption within the military. Alliance system. Russia entered World War I as a member of the Triple Entente, which included France and the United Kingdom. The alliance was formed to counter the Triple Alliance consisting of Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy. Mobilization and initial successes. Following the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary, Russia began mobilizing its military in support of its ally, Serbia. The Russian army initially experienced some successes, particularly in the Eastern Front against Austria-Hungary. Weaknesses and challenges. Despite initial successes, the Russian military faced significant challenges and weaknesses. These included logistical problems, outdated equipment, insufficient supplies, and a lack of effective leadership. Eastern Front. Russia's main focus in the war was the Eastern Front, where it fought against the Central Powers, primarily Germany and Austria-Hungary. The Eastern Front was characterized by massive troop movements, trench warfare, and a series of offensives and counteroffensives. Brusilov Offensive. The Brusilov Offensive, launched in June 1916, was a major Russian military campaign on the Eastern Front. Led by General Alexei Brusilov, it achieved initial success and inflicted heavy losses on the Central Powers. Objectives. The primary objective of the Brusilov Offensive was to relieve pressure on the French and British forces by diverting German and Austro-Hungarian troops from the Western Front. The offensive aimed to break through the enemy lines, advance into enemy territory, and achieve a decisive victory. Timing. The Brusilov Offensive began on June 4, 1916, and lasted until September 20, 1916. It was strategically timed to coincide with the French and British offensives on the Western Front, creating a coordinated attack against the Central Powers. Scope and scale. The Brusilov Offensive was one of the largest and most successful offensives launched by the Russian army during World War I. It involved the deployment of over 1 million Russian soldiers along a front of approximately 480 kilometers, 300 miles. Tactical innovations. General Brusilov introduced several tactical innovations that contributed to the success of the offensive. These included short, intense artillery bombardments, followed by rapid infantry advances, surprise attacks, and the use of shock troops. Initial success. The Brusilov Offensive achieved initial success with the Russian forces making significant gains and capturing several key fortified positions. The offensive caught the Austro-Hungarian forces off guard and led to the collapse of their defensive lines in some areas. Capture of Lutsk and Czernowitz. The Russian forces achieved notable victories during the offensive, capturing important cities such as Lutsk and Czernowitz, now Chernivtsi. These victories boosted Russian morale and added to the success of the offensive. Heavy casualties. Despite the initial successes, the Brusilov Offensive resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. The intense fighting, combined with the tenacity of the Austro-Hungarian defenders, led to significant losses for the Russian army. Enemy counterattacks. The Austro-Hungarian and German forces launched several counterattacks in an attempt to halt the Russian advance. These counterattacks aimed to stabilize the front lines and regain lost territory. Breakthrough at Stanislau. One of the notable achievements of the Brusilov Offensive was the breakthrough at Stanislau, now Ivano-Frankivsk. The Russian forces successfully penetrated the enemy lines, capturing the city and pushing deeper into Austro-Hungarian territory. Diversion of German troops. The success of the Brusilov Offensive forced Germany to divert troops from the Western Front to reinforce the Austro-Hungarian forces. This diversion of resources weakened the German position on the Western Front and provided some relief to the French and British forces. Multinational composition. The Russian forces involved in the Brusilov Offensive comprised a multinational composition. Soldiers from various ethnic backgrounds, including Russians, Ukrainians, Poles, and others, fought together under the Russian banner. Ethnic tensions. The Brusilov Offensive exacerbated existing ethnic tensions within the Russian Empire. The offensive prompted nationalist aspirations among various ethnic groups, contributing to later conflicts and separatist movements. Breakdown in command and control. Despite the initial successes, the Brusilov Offensive faced challenges in terms of breakdowns in command and control. The rapid advances of the Russian forces often outpaced their supply lines, leading to logistical difficulties and difficulties in sustaining the offensive. Austro-Hungarian resilience. The Austro-Hungarian forces demonstrated resilience and adaptability in the face of the Brusilov Offensive. Despite initial setbacks, they managed to regroup and launch counterattacks, slowing down the Russian advance. German reinforcements. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Germany sent reinforcements to bolster the Austro-Hungarian forces. The arrival of these fresh troops provided much-needed support and helped stabilize the front lines. Stalemate and high casualties. As the offensive progressed, The fighting settled into a stalemate, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The initial breakthroughs were difficult to sustain, and the Russian army faced increasing resistance and losses. Strategic impact. The Brusilov offensive had a significant strategic impact on the Eastern Front. It forced the Central Powers to divert troops from other fronts and weakened their overall position in the war. Pressure on Germany. The Brusilov offensive put considerable pressure on Germany, as its forces were stretched across multiple fronts. The diversion of troops and resources impacted their ability to maintain a strong defensive position on the Western Front. Political consequences. The success of the Brusilov offensive boosted morale within the Russian Empire and created a sense of optimism. However, the offensive also had unintended political consequences, contributing to increased revolutionary sentiment and calls for political change in Russia. Weaknesses in the Russian economy. Russia's participation in the war strained its economy, which was ill prepared for the demands of modern warfare. The country faced shortages of food, fuel, and other essential supplies, leading to widespread unrest and discontent on the home front. Social unrest and revolutionary sentiment. The strains of war exacerbated existing social and economic tensions in Russia. The war effort contributed to social unrest, strikes, and protests, as well as growing revolutionary sentiment. Impact of the Tsar's abdication. In February 1917, the Tsar abdicated the throne due to mounting pressure and widespread discontent. The abdication further destabilized the Russian government and had a profound impact on the course of the war. Provisional government. Following the abdication of the Tsar, a provisional government was established in Russia. The government aimed to continue the war effort but faced challenges in gaining the support of the population and the military. The dual power structure. During this period, Russia had a dual power structure with the provisional government and the Petrograd Soviet sharing power. The Petrograd Soviet, representing workers and soldiers, had significant influence and advocated for an end to the war. Kerensky Offensive. In June 1917, the provisional government, under the leadership of Alexander Kerensky, launched a major offensive against the Central Powers. The offensive, aimed at rallying support for the government, ultimately ended in failure and contributed to the erosion of its legitimacy. Objectives. The primary objective of the Kerensky offensive was to revitalize the Russian war effort and break the stalemate on the Eastern Front. The offensive aimed to reclaim lost territories and demonstrate Russia's commitment to the Allied cause. Timing. The Kerensky offensive was launched in July 1917, following the February Revolution and the establishment of the provisional government. It was strategically timed to take advantage of favorable weather conditions and the anticipated arrival of reinforcements. Strategic plan. The offensive aimed to launch a series of coordinated attacks along the entire Eastern Front, stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Carpathian Mountains. It involved several Russian armies and was intended to exploit weaknesses in the Austro-Hungarian and German lines. Overestimation of Russian strength. The Russian command overestimated the strength and capabilities of their forces. They believed that a successful offensive would inspire renewed patriotism and support for the provisional government. Initial successes. The Kerensky offensive achieved initial successes, with the Russian forces making significant territorial gains. They managed to capture several important strategic positions and push deep into enemy territory. Collapse of the offensive. Despite the initial successes, the Kerensky offensive ultimately collapsed due to a combination of factors. The Russian forces faced stiff enemy resistance, logistical challenges, and breakdowns in command and control. Disintegration of Russian morale. The failure of the Kerensky offensive had a devastating impact on Russian morale. The high casualties and lack of progress eroded the soldiers' trust in the provisional government and their confidence in the war effort. Desertions and mutinies. The disintegration of morale resulted in widespread desertions and mutinies within the Russian army. Soldiers became disillusioned with the war, and increasingly sympathetic to revolutionary and anti-war sentiments. Impact on the home front. The failure of the Kerensky offensive had significant repercussions on the home front. It fueled disillusionment with the provisional government and further contributed to social unrest and revolutionary sentiment. Political divisions. The Kerensky offensive deepened political divisions within Russia. It heightened tensions between different political factions and weakened the already fragile authority of the provisional government. Rise of Bolshevik influence. The failure of the Kerensky offensive played a significant role in increasing Bolshevik influence and support. The Bolsheviks capitalized on the disillusionment and frustration caused by the offensive, positioning themselves as opponents of the war. End of the Russian offensive on the Eastern Front. The collapse of the Kerensky offensive marked the end of major Russian offensives on the Eastern Front during World War I. The focus shifted to internal political struggles, leading to the October Revolution and the subsequent withdrawal of Russia from the war. Impact on Allied forces. The failure of the Kerensky offensive had a negative impact on the Allied forces. It further weakened the Eastern Front and strained relations with Russia's allies, who were counting on Russian support. German counteroffensive. The collapse of the Kerensky offensive provided an opportunity for the Central Powers, particularly Germany, to launch a counteroffensive. The German forces swiftly regained lost territories, reversing the gains made by the Russian forces. Loss of territory. The failure of the Kerensky offensive resulted in the loss of significant territorial gains made by the Russian forces. The German and Austro-Hungarian counteroffensive pushed the Russian army back, reclaiming lost territories and re-establishing their defensive lines. Impact on Russian morale. The failure of the Kerensky offensive dealt a severe blow to Russian morale, both on the front lines and the home front. The disappointment and disillusionment among soldiers and civilians further eroded support for the provisional government. Political consequences. The failure of the Kerensky offensive contributed to the political instability in Russia and the eventual downfall of the provisional government. It further fueled revolutionary sentiment, paving the way for the Bolshevik Revolution in October 1917. Rise of Bolsheviks. The failure of the Kerensky offensive provided a catalyst for the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, to seize power. The Bolsheviks capitalized on the military and political failures of the provisional government, presenting themselves as the saviors of Russia. Historical significance. The Kerensky offensive is considered a turning point in Russian history and World War I. It exposed the weaknesses of the provisional government and accelerated the radicalization of political forces, ultimately leading to the Bolshevik Revolution and Russia's withdrawal from the war. In summary, the Kerensky offensive was a major military campaign launched by the Russian provisional government during World War I. Despite initial successes, the offensive ultimately failed, resulting in territorial losses, the collapse of Russian morale, and a deepening political crisis. The failure of the offensive contributed to the rise of revolutionary sentiment, the decline of the provisional government, and the eventual seizure of power by the Bolsheviks. The Kerensky offensive had far-reaching consequences, both in terms of the military outcome of World War I and the trajectory of Russian history, leading to the establishment of the Soviet Union and a fundamental transformation of the country's political and social landscape. Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. In 1918, following the Bolshevik Revolution and the rise of the Soviet government, Russia signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany. The treaty resulted in Russia's withdrawal from the war and the loss of significant territories, including Finland, the Baltic states, and parts of Ukraine and Belarus. Parties involved? The treaty was signed between Soviet Russia, represented by the Bolshevik government led by Vladimir Lenin, and the Central Powers, including Germany, Austria, Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire. Motivation for peace. The Bolshevik government sought peace with the Central Powers to consolidate power and focus on implementing their socialist agenda. They wanted to end Russia's involvement in World War I, which they considered an imperialist conflict. Terms of the treaty. The treaty resulted in significant territorial losses for Soviet Russia. It ceded large portions of western Russia, including Finland, the Baltic states, parts of Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Caucasus region to the Central Powers. Economic concessions. In addition to territorial losses, Soviet Russia was forced to make substantial economic concessions to the Central Powers. This included the surrender of valuable resources such as coal, oil, and grain, as well as payment of reparations to the Central Powers, independence of former Russian territories. The treaty recognized the independence of several former Russian territories that had declared their separation from Russia. This included Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, among others. Impact on the Russian Civil War. The signing of the treaty exacerbated tensions within Russia and intensified the Russian Civil War between the Bolshevik Red Army and various anti-Bolshevik forces. The treaty's terms were highly controversial and contributed to anti-Bolshevik sentiment among factions opposing the Soviet government. International reaction? The treaty received mixed reactions internationally. The Allied powers, particularly France and the United Kingdom, expressed disappointment with Soviet Russia for signing a separate peace with the Central Powers. Germany's Eastern Front consolidation. The treaty allowed Germany to consolidate its forces on the Eastern Front, enabling them to redirect troops to the Western Front and intensify their efforts against the Allies. Impact on the Central Powers. The signing of the treaty provided a temporary respite for the Central Powers, allowing them to focus their military efforts on the Western Front. It relieved pressure on Germany and its allies, particularly Austria, Hungary, which was facing internal difficulties. Political consequences in Russia. The treaty contributed to political divisions within Russia and increased opposition to the Bolshevik government. Many factions viewed the treaty as a betrayal of Russian interests and accused the Bolsheviks of surrendering to imperialism. Loss of prestige. The treaty dealt a blow to Russia's international prestige and standing. It demonstrated the weakened position of Soviet Russia on the world stage and its isolation from the Allied powers. Repudiation of the treaty. With the end of World War I and the defeat of the Central Powers, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was repudiated by Soviet Russia. The new Soviet government under Lenin sought to reclaim the territories lost in the treaty. Repercussions in post-war settlement. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had repercussions in post-war settlement negotiations. The former Russian territories that had gained independence as a result of the treaty sought recognition and inclusion in the new international order. Long-term territorial implications. The territorial losses stipulated in the treaty had long-term implications for Russia and the affected regions. The newly independent states that emerged from the treaty, such as Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states, faced challenges in establishing their sovereignty and defining their borders. Impact on Soviet policy. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had a profound impact on Soviet foreign policy. It reinforced the Bolshevik commitment to anti-imperialism and fueled their revolutionary ambitions by demonstrating the aggressive intentions of capitalist powers. Soviet consolidation and civil war. The signing of the treaty allowed the Bolsheviks to consolidate power in Soviet Russia. With the Eastern Front secured, they focused their efforts on suppressing opposition and defeating anti-Bolshevik forces during the Russian Civil War. Nationalist backlash. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk triggered a nationalist backlash in the affected territories. Some populations, particularly in Ukraine and the Baltic states, resisted both the Central Powers and the Bolsheviks, seeking to establish their own independent nations. Legacy and reconciliation. The treaty's legacy continued to influence relations between Russia and the newly independent states after the Russian Civil War. The territorial disputes and resentments resulting from the treaty's provisions posed ongoing challenges to diplomatic relations and regional stability. Lessons learned. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk taught Soviet Russia and the Bolsheviks valuable lessons about the perils of entering into separate peace negotiations and the challenges of defending revolutionary ideals in the face of external threats. Impact on the Western Front. Russia's withdrawal from the war had a significant impact on the Western Front. It allowed Germany to concentrate its forces on the Western Front, leading to the spring offensives and a renewed threat to the Allied powers. Civil War and Russian intervention? Following the Bolshevik Revolution, Russia descended into a civil war between the Bolshevik Red Army and various anti-Bolshevik forces. The Civil War further complicated Russia's involvement in World War I, as different factions sought to gain control of the country. Russian intervention by the Allied powers. The Allied powers, including France, the United Kingdom, and the United States, intervened in the Russian Civil War to support the anti-Bolshevik forces. These interventions aimed to prevent the spread of communism and restore a pro-Allied government in Russia. Impact on the Eastern Front. Russia's withdrawal from the war significantly impacted the Eastern Front. The absence of Russian forces allowed the Central Powers to redirect their troops and resources to the Western Front, intensifying the conflict with the Allied powers. Treaty of Versailles. Russia was not present at the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, which officially ended World War I. The absence of Russia from the negotiations affected its post-war position and territorial settlements. Legacy of losses. Russia's participation in World War I resulted in significant human and economic losses. The war led to millions of Russian casualties, widespread devastation, and a further decline in the country's economy and infrastructure. Influence on Russian politics. The experience of World War I and its aftermath had a profound impact on Russian politics. It contributed to the rise of revolutionary sentiment, the fall of the Tsarist regime, and the eventual establishment of the Soviet Union. Historical significance. Russia's role in World War I had far-reaching consequences for the country and its subsequent history. It exacerbated existing tensions and grievances, leading to the collapse of the Tsarist regime and the rise of the Soviet Union. Russia's role in World War I was marked by initial successes, followed by significant challenges and eventual withdrawal from the war due to the political upheaval caused by the Russian Revolution. The war strained Russia's economy, exacerbated social unrest, and contributed to the collapse of the Tsarist regime. Russia's absence from the negotiating table at the Treaty of Versailles had consequences for its post-war position and territorial settlements. The experience of World War I played a significant role in shaping the course of Russian history, ultimately leading to the establishment of the Soviet Union and the transformation of the country's political and social landscape. The Bolshevik Revolution, also known as the October Revolution, took place in Russia in 1917. It was a culmination of the political, economic, and social unrest that had been brewing in the country for several years. Causes of the revolution. The Russian Revolution was triggered by a combination of factors, including widespread discontent among the working class, peasant unrest, military defeats in World War I, and the leadership vacuum left by the abdication of Tsars Nicholas II. Rise of the Bolsheviks. The Bolshevik Party, led by Vladimir Lenin, played a central role in the revolution. The Bolsheviks, a faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, advocated for the overthrow of the provisional government and the establishment of a socialist state. February Revolution. The February Revolution of 1917 marked the first phase of the Russian Revolution. It led to the overthrow of the Tsarist regime and the establishment of the Russian provisional government, composed of liberal and moderate socialist factions. April Theses. Lenin's return to Russia in April 1917 and the publication of his April Theses became a rallying cry for the Bolsheviks. The Theses called for the overthrow of the provisional government, the transfer of land to peasants, and the end of the war. July Days. In July 1917, mass demonstrations erupted in Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, against the provisional government. The Bolsheviks participated in these protests, but were unable to seize power, leading to a temporary setback for their revolution. Kornilov Affair. The Kornilov Affair in August 1917 further weakened the provisional government. General Lov Kornilov, a military leader, attempted a coup against the government but was ultimately defeated with the help of the Bolsheviks, who gained popularity for defending Petrograd. Bolshevik seizure of power. The Bolsheviks seized power in Petrograd on October 25, 1917, according to the Julian calendar, in what became known as the October Revolution. Led by the Military Revolutionary Committee, they stormed key government buildings, arrested the provisional government, and established the Soviet regime. Consolidation of power. Following the seizure of power, the Bolsheviks worked to consolidate their control over the country. They dissolved the Constituent Assembly, established the Council of People's Commissars, and initiated land redistribution and nationalization of industry. Russian Civil War. The Bolshevik Revolution led to a protracted and bloody civil war between the Red Army, Bolsheviks, and the White Army, anti-Bolshevik forces. The Civil War lasted from 1918 to 1922 and was marked by intense fighting and foreign intervention. The Russian Civil War was a multifaceted conflict that occurred after the Bolshevik Revolution and involved various factions vying for power and control. Factions involved. The main factions involved in the Russian Civil War were the Red Army, Bolsheviks, the White Army, anti-Bolshevik forces, and numerous regional and nationalist groups. Red Army, Bolsheviks. The Red Army was the military force of the Bolshevik government, led by figures such as Leon Trotsky. It was composed of Bolshevik supporters, workers, peasants, and some former members of the Imperial Russian Army. White Army, anti-Bolshevik forces. The White Army consisted of diverse groups opposed to the Bolshevik regime. It included monarchists, liberal Democrats, socialists, nationalists, and foreign interventionist forces. Foreign intervention. The Russian Civil War saw foreign intervention by various countries. These included anti-Bolshevik intervention by the Allied powers such as the UK, France, and the United States, and intervention by neighboring countries like Poland and Finland. Geographic scope. The conflict had a wide geographic scope, with battles and campaigns taking place across the vast expanse of Russia. It involved major cities such as Moscow and Petrograd, St. Petersburg, as well as rural areas and regions with significant industrial and strategic importance. Causes and motivations. The Russian Civil War had multiple causes, including ideological differences, political power struggles, and aspirations for territorial independence. Different factions sought to establish their own vision of Russia's future, whether it be a socialist state, a restored monarchy, or regional autonomy. War communism. The Bolshevik government implemented a policy known as war communism during the Civil War. It involved state control of the economy, requisitioning of food and resources, and the suppression of opposition to sustain the war effort. Regional conflicts. The Russian Civil War saw numerous regional conflicts and uprisings. These included movements for independence in Ukraine, the Baltic states, Siberia, and the Caucasus, as well as peasant uprisings and anti-Bolshevik revolts. Military strategies and tactics. The conflict witnessed various military strategies and tactics employed by different factions. The Red Army emphasized mobilization, guerrilla warfare, and political indoctrination, while the White Army relied on traditional military tactics and foreign assistance. Brutality and atrocities. The Russian Civil War was marked by brutalities and atrocities committed by all sides. Mass killings, executions, and reprisals were common, as were forced conscriptions, famine, and the targeting of civilian populations. Foreign intervention. The involvement of foreign powers in the Civil War had a significant impact. The interventionist forces supported the White Army, providing military equipment, training, and logistical support, although their involvement varied in extent and purpose. Red Terror. The Red Army and the Bolshevik government carried out a campaign of repression known as the Red Terror. It aimed to suppress counter-revolutionary activities, opposition, and perceived threats to the Bolshevik regime. Motivation. The Red Terror was driven by the Bolsheviks' desire to consolidate their power, suppress counter-revolutionary activities, and eliminate perceived threats to the newly established Soviet regime. Targets. The Red Terror targeted various groups deemed as enemies of the Bolshevik government. This included former members of the bourgeoisie, landowners, nobility, anti-Bolsheviks, perceived political opponents, and individuals suspected of collaborating with foreign powers. Creation of the Cheka. The Cheka, or the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution, Speculation and Sabotage, was the secret police and intelligence organization responsible for implementing the Red Terror. Led by Felix Dzerzhinsky, the Cheka conducted mass arrests, interrogations, and executions. Methods of repression. The Red Terror employed a range of brutal methods, including mass executions, forced labor camps, summary trials, torture, and intimidation tactics. The goal was to create an atmosphere of fear and suppress any opposition to the Bolshevik regime. Mass arrests and executions. Thousands of individuals were arrested and executed during the Red Terror. Mass shootings, hangings, and other forms of execution were carried out in prisons, secret detention centers, and public spaces. Revolutionary tribunals. Revolutionary tribunals were established to conduct trials of those accused of counter-revolutionary activities. These trials were often swift and lacked due process, resulting in mass convictions and executions. Cossacization. As part of the Red Terror, the Bolsheviks targeted the Cossacks, a traditional warrior class, viewing them as a potential threat. The decossacization campaign involved the confiscation of land and property, arrests, deportations, and killings of Cossacks. Suppression of opposition parties. The Red Terror targeted political parties and groups opposed to Bolshevik rule. Parties such as the Socialist Revolutionaries, Mensheviks, and other socialist factions were subjected to arrests, persecution, and suppression. Control of the press and media. The Bolshevik government tightly controlled the press and media during the Red Terror. Publications critical of the regime were shut down, and censorship was imposed to maintain ideological conformity. Red Army's role? The Red Army played a significant role in implementing the Red Terror. Military units were involved in carrying out arrests, executions, and suppressing anti-Bolshevik forces and uprisings. Cultural and intellectual suppression. The Red Terror also targeted cultural and intellectual figures critical of the regime. Artists, writers, and intellectuals who expressed dissenting views or did not align with Bolshevik ideology were persecuted and silenced. Internal purges. The Red Terror extended to within the Bolshevik Party itself. Internal purges were conducted to eliminate perceived enemies and potential rivals to Bolshevik leadership, including Trotsky's suppression of the left opposition. Geographical scope. The Red Terror extended beyond the capital, Petrograd, St. Petersburg, to other parts of Russia and areas affected by the Russian Civil War. It was not limited to urban centers, but also targeted rural areas and regions of resistance. Resistance and revolts. The brutal methods employed by the Cheka sometimes fueled further opposition and resistance against the Bolshevik government. Anti-Bolshevik forces, such as the White Army and regional nationalist groups, rallied support in response to the Red Terror. Justification. The Bolshevik government justified the Red Terror as a necessary measure to defend the revolution, protect the gains of the proletariat, and safeguard the socialist transformation of society. They argued that the harsh measures were required to suppress counter-revolutionary elements and maintain the stability of the Soviet regime. Psychological impact. The Red Terror had a significant psychological impact on the population. Fear and distrust permeated society, leading to a climate of self-censorship and suspicion, as individuals sought to avoid being accused or reported for counter-revolutionary activities. Legacy of violence. The Red Terror left a legacy of violence and political repression in Russia. It set a precedent for subsequent purges and repressive policies under Stalin's regime, such as the Great Purge of the 1930s. Historical debate. The Red Terror remains a subject of historical debate and interpretation. Some argue that the extreme measures were justified given the existential threats facing the Bolshevik government, while others criticize the widespread abuse of human rights and disregard for due process. International influence. The Red Terror and the methods employed by the Bolshevik government had an impact beyond Russia. The brutal repression and disregard for human rights during the Red Terror influenced other communist movements and regimes around the world. The Red Terror was a period of intense political repression and violence during and after the Russian Civil War. It was characterized by mass arrests, executions, and widespread fear as the Bolshevik government sought to suppress counter-revolutionary activities and eliminate perceived threats to their power. The Red Terror involved the creation of the Cheka, the use of revolutionary tribunals, and brutal methods of repression. The campaign targeted various groups, including former elites, political opponents, and cultural figures. The Red Terror left a lasting legacy of violence and political repression in Russia, influencing subsequent periods of mass purges and repression under Stalin's regime. It remains a subject of historical debate, with differing perspectives on its necessity and the extent of its human rights abuses. Role of leaders. The Russian Civil War saw the emergence of influential leaders on both sides. Figures like Leon Trotsky, Admiral Alexander Kolchak, General Anton Denikin, and Nestor Makhno played key roles in shaping the military strategies and political narratives of the conflict. Impact on the population. The Civil War had a devastating impact on the civilian population. The war resulted in widespread displacement, famine, disease, and economic collapse, leading to immense suffering and loss of life. Economic destruction. The Russian Civil War caused severe economic devastation. Industrial infrastructure was damaged, agricultural production declined, and the monetary system collapsed, leading to hyperinflation and economic chaos. Foreign support for whites. The White Army received varying degrees of support from foreign powers. Some countries provided military aid, financial assistance, and diplomatic recognition to the anti-Bolshevik forces, aiming to prevent the spread of communism. Longevity and complexity. The Russian Civil War lasted for several years and was marked by shifting alliances and changing fronts. It was a complex and dynamic conflict, with multiple factions and regional disputes intertwined within the broader struggle for power. Bolshevik victory. Despite facing significant challenges, the Bolsheviks emerged victorious in the Russian Civil War. They effectively consolidated their control over Russia, defeating the White Army and other opposition forces by 1922. Historical significance. The Russian Civil War had a profound impact on the course of Russian and Soviet history. It solidified Bolshevik rule, shaped the political and ideological trajectory of the Soviet Union, and left a lasting legacy of political repression and violence. In summary, the Russian Civil War was a complex and protracted conflict that occurred after the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. It involved multiple factions, including the Red Army and the White Army, as well as regional and nationalist groups. The war was characterized by political power struggles, ideological differences, foreign intervention, and widespread violence. The conflict caused immense suffering, displacement, and economic devastation. Ultimately, the Bolsheviks emerged as the victors, consolidating their power and establishing the Soviet Union. The Russian Civil War had far-reaching consequences, shaping the political, social, and economic landscape of Russia and the Soviet Union for decades to come. War communism? To sustain the war effort during the Civil War, the Bolshevik government implemented war communism, a policy characterized by state control of the economy, requisitioning of grain, and strict military discipline. Red Terror? The Red Terror was a campaign of mass repression and violence carried out by the Bolsheviks to suppress counter-revolutionary activities and opposition. It involved arrests, executions, and the establishment of secret police forces, such as the Cheka. New Economic Policy, NEP. In 1921, Lenin introduced the New Economic Policy, NEP, As a temporary retreat from war communism, NEP allowed for some private enterprise, market mechanisms, and foreign investment, aiming to revitalize the economy and address food shortages. Formation of the Soviet Union. In 1922, the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, ESSRF, formed the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USR, together with other Soviet republics. The Soviet Union became a federation of socialist states, with the RSFSR as its largest and most influential constituent. Lenin's leadership. Vladimir Lenin played a central role in shaping the direction of the Bolshevik Revolution. As the leader of the Bolshevik Party, he provided ideological guidance, implemented key policies, and established the foundations of the Soviet state. Social and cultural transformation. The Bolshevik Revolution brought about significant social and cultural changes in Russian society. It aimed to create a classless society, promoting equality, women's rights, secularism, and educational reforms. International influence. The Bolshevik Revolution had a profound impact on the global stage. It inspired leftist movements worldwide, particularly during the early 20th century, and led to the establishment of socialist states in various parts of the world. Long-term consequences. The Bolshevik Revolution had long-term consequences for Russia and the world. It transformed Russia into a socialist state and shaped its political, economic, and social trajectory for much of the 20th century. Legacy and interpretations. The Bolshevik Revolution remains a subject of historical debate and interpretation. Some view it as a necessary step towards social justice and liberation, while others criticize its authoritarian tendencies and human rights abuses. In summary, the Bolshevik Revolution marked a pivotal moment in Russian history. It resulted in the establishment of a socialist state, the Soviet Union, and brought about significant social, political, and economic changes. The revolution was led by the Bolshevik Party under the leadership of Vladimir Lenin and involved a series of political and military actions. Its consequences, both domestically and internationally, continue to shape historical narratives and interpretations. The revolution's legacy is complex, embodying both aspirations for equality and social justice, as well as criticism for its authoritarianism and the turbulent period that followed. Rasputin. Rasputin, a controversial mystic and self-proclaimed holy man, gained significant influence over the royal family, particularly the Tsarina Alexandra. His presence and influence further eroded public trust in Nicholas II's rule. Early life. Grigory Rasputin was born in 1869 in the village of Pokrovskoye, Siberia. He grew up in a peasant family and received limited formal education. Spiritual journey. Rasputin embarked on a spiritual journey, seeking a life of religious devotion. He became associated with a mystical sect known as the Kleisti, known for their unorthodox practices and claims of spiritual insight. Influence on the Romanovs. Rasputin gained prominence for his perceived ability to heal the hemophilia of Tsarevich Alexei, the heir to the Russian throne. His influence over the royal family, particularly Empress Alexandra, grew as he became a trusted confidant and spiritual advisor. Controversial reputation. Rasputin's reputation became increasingly controversial due to his unconventional behavior and alleged involvement in scandalous activities. He was rumored to have engaged in excessive drinking, womanizing, and exerting undue influence over the royal court. Opposition and criticism. Rasputin faced opposition and criticism from various factions, including conservative members of the Russian aristocracy, clergy, and political opponents. They viewed him as a charlatan, manipulator, and a negative influence on the monarchy. Political intrigue. Rasputin's perceived influence over the royal family and his involvement in political matters fueled intrigue and conspiracy theories. Some believed that he held significant sway over government appointments and policies. Role in government affairs. Rasputin was not directly involved in formal governance, but he was known to offer advice and opinions on political matters. Some claimed that his advice and recommendations held significant weight in decision-making. Scandalous rumors. Rasputin's lifestyle and behavior led to the circulation of scandalous rumors about his relationship with the royal family. These rumors included allegations of sexual impropriety and manipulation of the Empress Alexandra. Influence on church appointments. Rasputin was accused of using his influence to secure the appointment of clergymen loyal to him within the Russian Orthodox Church. This further intensified opposition from conservative members of the clergy and religious institutions. Assassination attempts. Rasputin survived several assassination attempts by individuals seeking to remove him from the royal court and influence. These attempts included poisoning, shooting, and stabbing. Grigory Rasputin's murder. In December 1916, a group of conspirators, including Prince Felix Yusupov, plotted to kill Rasputin. They lured him to Yusupov's palace and poisoned him with cyanide, but when he did not die, they shot him multiple times and threw his body into the Neva River. Legacy and popular perception. Rasputin's murder and his controversial role in the Russian court added to his legendary status. He became the subject of numerous books, films, and folktales, often portrayed as a sinister figure with mystical powers. Influence on public perception of the monarchy. Rasputin's association with the Romanovs and his scandalous reputation further undermined public confidence in the monarchy. His presence contributed to the growing discontent and criticism of the imperial family's rule. Symbol of corruption and decadence. Rasputin's life and activities came to symbolize the perceived corruption and decadence of the ruling elite in pre-revolutionary Russia. His influence and alleged misconduct added fuel to the growing revolutionary sentiments in society. Impact on the monarchy's image. Rasputin's association with the royal family tarnished the image of the Romanov dynasty. The perception that the Tsar and Tsarina were under the influence of an unscrupulous peasant further eroded public trust in the monarchy. Role in the fall of the Romanovs. Rasputin's controversial presence and influence played a role in the fall of the Romanov dynasty. The public's disillusionment with the monarchy was exacerbated by his perceived control over decision-making, contributing to the revolutionary fervor that eventually led to the abdication of Tsar Nicholas II, symbol of aristocratic decadence. Rasputin became a symbol of the decadence and moral decay associated with the Russian aristocracy. His presence reinforced the notion that the ruling elite were disconnected from the concerns and needs of the Russian people. Posthumous mystique and legends. Following Rasputin's death, a variety of legends and myths emerged surrounding his life and supposed mystical powers. These legends fueled fascination with his character and contributed to his enduring infamy. Historical interpretations. Historians have offered varying interpretations of Rasputin's significance and influence. Some view him as a cunning manipulator who exploited the Romanovs for personal gain, while others suggest that his influence was exaggerated and that he was merely a convenient scapegoat for the failures of the Russian monarchy. Cultural and literary impact. Rasputin's story has captured the imagination of writers, artists, and filmmakers around the world. Numerous works of literature, plays, and films have been created, further perpetuating the mystique and intrigue surrounding his life. In summary, Rasputin's influence and controversial reputation make him a fascinating figure in Russian history. His association with the Romanovs, alleged mystical powers, and scandalous lifestyle contributed to public discontent and played a role in the fall of the Romanov dynasty. Rasputin's life and the myths surrounding him continue to captivate the popular imagination and serve as a symbol of the perceived corruption and decadence of the Russian ruling elite in the years leading up to the Russian Revolution. Abdication. Growing discontent and military failures during World War I led to widespread unrest and demands for political change. On March 15, 1917, Nicholas II abdicated the throne, ending the Romanov dynasty's rule over Russia. House arrest and execution. Following his abdication, Nicholas II and his family were placed under house arrest. In July 1918, during the Russian Civil War, the Bolsheviks executed Nicholas II, his wife Alexandra, and their 5 children. Historical perspectives. Nicholas II is often viewed as a weak and ineffective ruler who failed to address the challenges facing Russia during a period of immense change and social unrest. His autocratic rule and resistance to political reforms contributed to the downfall of the monarchy and the subsequent Russian Revolution. Impact on Russian society. Nicholas II's reign witnessed increasing social and economic disparities, with peasants and workers experiencing worsening conditions. These inequalities fueled revolutionary sentiment and dissatisfaction with the autocratic regime. Legacy of repression. Nicholas II's government employed repressive measures to suppress political dissent, including the activities of revolutionary groups and labor movements. This repression further fueled anti-government sentiment and contributed to the growth of revolutionary movements. Impact on the Orthodox Church. Nicholas II played an active role in promoting the influence of the Russian Orthodox Church. He supported the Church's traditional values and sought to maintain its close connection to the state. Russification policies. Under Nicholas II's rule, the policy of Russification, aimed at suppressing non-Russian cultures and promoting Russian identity, continued. This policy sparked resistance and unrest among various ethnic and national groups within the Russian Empire. Execution of political opponents. Nicholas II's government resorted to harsh measures to suppress political opposition, including executing and imprisoning political dissidents. Many revolutionaries and activists were imprisoned or exiled under his rule. Historical assessments. Nicholas II's reign is often viewed as a period of decline and failure for the Russian monarchy. His inability to address the challenges facing Russia, his reliance on corrupt advisors, and his detachment from the needs of the people contributed to his downfall. Symbol of the end of the monarchy. Nicholas II's abdication and subsequent execution marked the end of the Romanov dynasty and the Russian monarchy. His tragic fate has turned him into a symbol of the consequences of autocracy and the failure of the imperial system in Russia. Nicholas II's reign as the last Tsar of Russia was marked by political unrest, economic challenges, and military failures. His resistance to political reforms, growing public discontent, and the influence of controversial figures like Rasputin further weakened his rule. Ultimately, his abdication and execution, along with the demise of the Romanov dynasty, marked a turning point in Russian history, leading to the establishment of the Soviet Union and the end of the monarchy. Nicholas II's reign is often seen as a period of missed opportunities and an inability to address the pressing issues facing the Russian Empire. The fall of the Romanovs. Unpopular rule of Nicholas II. Tsar Nicholas II's reign was marked by political unrest, economic hardships, and social inequality. His autocratic rule, coupled with a series of poor decisions and mismanagement, led to widespread dissatisfaction among the Russian population. Impact of World War I. Russia's involvement in World War I exacerbated the country's problems. The war resulted in heavy casualties, food shortages, inflation, and economic instability, leading to increased discontent among the people. Military failures and losses. The Russian military suffered significant losses and defeats during World War I. The poorly equipped and inadequately trained Russian troops faced difficulties on the battlefield, further damaging the credibility of the Tsarist regime. Tsarina Alexandra and Rasputin's influence. Empress Alexandra's German heritage and her close relationship with the controversial figure, Rasputin alienated her from the Russian people. Their influence over Tsar Nicholas II and their perceived mismanagement of state affairs deepened public resentment. Political opposition. Various political groups and movements emerged in opposition to the Tsarist regime. These included socialists, liberals, intellectuals, and revolutionary factions who sought political reform and an end to autocracy. Petrograd, St. Petersburg, protests. Mass protests erupted in Petrograd in February 1917, March in the Gregorian calendar, Triggered by food shortages and dissatisfaction with the war effort, demonstrators demanded an end to the monarchy and better living conditions, sparking the February Revolution. Abdication of Nicholas II, faced with the growing unrest and the refusal of the military to suppress the protests, Tsar Nicholas II abdicated the throne in March 1917. He named his brother, Grand Duke Michael, as his successor, but Michael declined, effectively ending the Romanov dynasty. Provisional government? Following Nicholas II's abdication, a provisional government was established consisting of liberal and moderate socialist leaders. The provisional government aimed to steer Russia towards democracy and implement political reforms. Dual power and weakness of the provisional government. The provisional government shared power with the Petrograd Soviet, a council representing workers and soldiers. This dual power arrangement weakened the authority and decision-making ability of the provisional government, leading to political instability. April Theses and Bolshevik influence. Vladimir Lenin and the Bolsheviks, a radical socialist faction, gained influence and support through their promise of peace, land, and bread. Lenin's April Theses outlined the Bolshevik agenda, resonating with the popular discontent and providing an alternative vision to the provisional government. July Days Uprising. In July 1917, anti-war protests and demonstrations erupted in Petrograd. The Bolsheviks played a role in organizing and leading the protests, although the uprising was eventually suppressed by the provisional government. Petrograd protests. The July Days Uprising primarily took place in Petrograd, formerly St. Petersburg, the capital of Russia at the time. Massive protests, strikes, and demonstrations erupted in the city, with workers, soldiers, and sailors taking to the streets. Economic and political grievances. The uprising was fueled by widespread economic hardship, food shortages, and dissatisfaction with the provisional government's handling of the country's affairs. Workers and soldiers demanded better wages, improved living conditions, and an end to the war effort. Bolshevik influence. The Bolshevik Party, led by Vladimir Lenin, played a significant role in organizing and leading the July Days Uprising. They capitalized on the growing discontent and sought to channel popular anger towards the provisional government. Military support. Soldiers and sailors, who were frustrated with the continuation of the war and the lack of progress on social and political reforms, joined the uprising. They expressed their disillusionment with the provisional government and called for transfer of power to the Soviets, councils of workers, soldiers, and peasants. Demands for Soviet power. The main demand of the protesters was the transfer of power from the provisional government to the Soviets. They sought to establish a government that would prioritize the needs of the working class and address the pressing social and economic issues. Armed demonstrations. The July Days Uprising involved armed demonstrations by workers, soldiers, and sailors. They seized weapons from military depots and clashed with police and military forces loyal to the provisional government. Lack of centralized leadership. Despite the widespread protests, the July Days Uprising lacked centralized leadership. The Bolshevik Party, while influential, did not have complete control over the events unfolding on the ground. Suppression by the provisional government. The provisional government, fearing the spread of revolutionary unrest, responded with force to quell the uprising. They deployed military units and the loyalist troops to disperse the protesters and regain control of the city. Bolshevik retreat. As the provisional government launched a crackdown, the Bolshevik Party leadership, including Lenin, urged a strategic retreat. They recognized that the timing was not favorable for a successful uprising and aimed to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Bolshevik Party blamed. The provisional government and other political factions blamed the Bolshevik Party for instigating the uprising. They accused the Bolsheviks of attempting to seize power through violent means and destabilize the country. Casualties and arrests. The July Days Uprising resulted in casualties on both sides, with protesters and loyalist forces suffering losses. The provisional government made numerous arrests of Bolshevik leaders and participants in an effort to suppress further unrest. Impact on the Bolsheviks. The failed July Days uprising posed significant challenges for the Bolshevik Party. It highlighted the need for strategic planning, coordination, and a more favorable environment to achieve their revolutionary goals. Lenin's temporary retreat. Following the suppression of the July Days uprising, Lenin went into hiding to avoid arrest. This period, known as Lenin's July Days retreat, allowed him to regroup, reevaluate tactics, and refine the Bolshevik strategy. Shift in Bolshevik strategy. The failed July Days uprising prompted the Bolshevik Party to reassess its strategy and tactics. They recognized the importance of broader popular support, unity among the working class, and a more favorable political climate for a successful revolution. Criticism from other political factions. The July Days uprising drew criticism from other political factions, including moderate socialists and liberals. They viewed the Bolsheviks as reckless and accused them of undermining the authority of the provisional government and endangering the revolution's progress. Impact on public perception. The failed July Days uprising had mixed effects on public perception. While some segments of society were disappointed by the unsuccessful attempt to seize power, others sympathized with the protesters' demands for social justice and an end to the war. Strengthening of anti-Bolshevik forces. The July Days uprising served as a rallying point for anti-Bolshevik forces, including conservative politicians, military leaders, and moderate socialists. It strengthened their resolve to prevent the Bolsheviks from gaining further influence and power. Revolutionary learning experience. The July Days uprising served as a valuable learning experience for the Bolshevik Party. It highlighted the importance of timing, organization, and mass support in successful revolutionary movements. Lessons for future revolutions. The events of the July Days uprising provided valuable lessons for revolutionary movements around the world. It demonstrated the challenges of coordinating disparate groups, the need for careful planning, and the consequences of premature or poorly executed uprisings. The July Days uprising represented a significant episode in the Russian Revolution of 1917. The protests and demonstrations in Petrograd were fueled by economic hardships, discontent with the provisional government, and demands for the transfer of power to the Soviets. The Bolshevik Party played a prominent role in organizing and leading the uprising, but their lack of centralized leadership and the government's use of force led to its suppression. The failed uprising prompted the Bolsheviks to reassess their strategies and tactics, while other political factions criticized their actions. Despite its ultimate failure, the July Days uprising left a lasting impact on revolutionary movements, shaping future strategies and lessons for similar struggles around the world. Kornilov Affair. In August 1917, General Lavr Kornilov, the commander-in-chief of the Russian army, attempted a coup against the provisional government. This event further weakened the authority of the government and led to a rise in support for the Bolsheviks, who were seen as defenders against counter-revolutionary forces. Rise of General Kornilov. General Lavr Kornilov was appointed commander-in-chief of the Russian army by the provisional government in July 1917. He was known for his strict discipline and authoritarian approach, and he aimed to restore order and discipline within the military. Military situation and discontent. The Russian army was plagued by low morale, desertions, and disarray. Kornilov viewed the situation as a threat to the stability of the country and believed that strong measures were necessary to maintain discipline and combat the growing revolutionary sentiment. Kornilov's political ambitions. There is debate among historians about Kornilov's political ambitions during the affair. Some suggest that he aimed to seize power and establish a military dictatorship, while others argue that he primarily sought to restore discipline and combat perceived radical elements within the government. Growing tensions with the provisional government. Tensions between Kornilov and the provisional government began to escalate as the government feared Kornilov's growing influence and the potential for a military coup. Disagreements arose regarding the deployment of troops and Kornilov's demand for greater authority in restoring order. Kornilov's march on Petrograd. In late August 1917, Kornilov ordered troops under his command to march on Petrograd, formerly St. Petersburg, the seat of the provisional government. He claimed that he aimed to protect the city from radical elements and restore order. Opposition from the provisional government. The provisional government, led by Alexander Kerensky, perceived Kornilov's actions as a threat to their authority and the revolutionary process. They denounced Kornilov's actions as an attempted coup and called for resistance against his march on Petrograd. Collaboration with the Bolsheviks. In a surprising turn of events, the Bolshevik Party, led by Vladimir Lenin, initially cooperated with the provisional government to counter Kornilov's advance. They saw an opportunity to weaken the provisional government's position and gain popular support by opposing what they labeled as a counter-revolutionary move. General strike. In response to Kornilov's march, workers in Petrograd declared a general strike in support of the provisional government and against Kornilov's actions. This strike further undermined Kornilov's ability to gain control over the city. Collapse of Kornilov's offensive. Kornilov's march on Petrograd faced significant logistical challenges and lacked the necessary support to succeed. Troops loyal to the provisional government, along with armed workers and soldiers, successfully repelled Kornilov's offensive. Arrest and imprisonment. Following the failure of his march, Kornilov's forces were disbanded, and he was arrested. He was imprisoned and later escaped, but his political influence and military career were effectively ended. Political fallout. The Kornilov affair further weakened the government's legitimacy and reinforced the perception that it was unable to maintain order and effectively lead the country. It deepened the political divisions within the provisional government and eroded public trust in its ability to govern. Strengthening of Bolshevik influence. The failed Kornilov coup provided a boost to the Bolshevik Party and its leader, Vladimir Lenin. The party portrayed itself as the defender of the revolution against counter-revolutionary threats, gaining support and credibility among the working class and soldiers. Radicalization of the political climate. The Kornilov affair contributed to the radicalization of political factions in Russia. It heightened tensions between conservative and radical forces, leading to a further polarization of the political landscape. Weakening of moderate forces. The failed coup weakened moderate and liberal forces within the provisional government. It strengthened the position of more radical factions, including the Bolsheviks, who capitalized on the government's inability to effectively respond to the crisis. Impact on the revolution's trajectory. The Kornilov affair altered the trajectory of the Russian Revolution. It highlighted the growing power struggles and divisions within the political and military spheres and set the stage for the Bolsheviks' eventual seizure of power. Loss of confidence in provisional government. The failed coup eroded public confidence in the provisional government's ability to provide stability and address the country's pressing issues. Many Russians viewed the government as weak and inept, leading to further disillusionment and a desire for stronger leadership. Precedent for future political upheavals. The Kornilov affair served as a precedent for future political upheavals and power struggles in Russia. It demonstrated the fragility of the provisional government and highlighted the potential for military intervention in political affairs. Role of military in politics. The Kornilov affair underscored the significant role that the military played in shaping political events during this turbulent period. It demonstrated the potential dangers of militarization and the challenges of maintaining civilian control over the armed forces. Lessons learned. The Kornilov affair provided important lessons for all political factions involved. It highlighted the need for strong and unified leadership, effective communication, and a clear strategy to navigate the complexities of revolutionary politics. In summary, the Kornilov affair was a significant political and military crisis during the Russian Revolution of 1917. General Kornilov's attempted march on Petrograd threatened the authority of the provisional government and deepened political divisions. The affair ultimately failed, but it had far-reaching consequences. It weakened the provisional government, strengthened Bolshevik influence, and radicalized the political climate. It exposed the challenges of maintaining civilian control over the military and highlighted the fragility of the government's authority. The Kornilov affair contributed to the growing disillusionment with the provisional government and set the stage for the Bolsheviks' eventual rise to power. October Revolution. The successful October Revolution marked the final stage of the fall of the Romanovs and the rise of Bolshevik power. The Bolsheviks established a new government based on socialist principles known as the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, SFSR. Execution of the Romanovs. After the Bolsheviks took power, Tsar Nicholas II, along with his wife Alexandra and their children, were placed under house arrest. In July 1918, amidst concerns that they might become a rallying point for counter-revolutionary forces, the family was executed by the Bolsheviks in Ekaterinburg. Following the abdication of Tsar Nicholas II in 1917, the Romanov family, including the Tsar, his wife Alexandra, and their 5 children, were placed under house arrest by the provisional government. Bolshevik takeover. In October 1917, the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, seized power in the October Revolution, overthrowing the provisional government. The Bolsheviks aimed to establish a socialist state and saw the Romanovs as symbols of the old regime. Tsar's abdication. The abdication of Tsar Nicholas II created uncertainty about the fate of the Romanov family. Various political factions debated their future, with some advocating for exile and others considering the possibility of a trial, moved to Ekaterinburg. In April 1918, the Romanovs were moved from their previous place of captivity in Tobolsk to Ekaterinburg, a city in the Ural Mountains. The local Soviet authorities under Bolshevik control took charge of their custody, House of Special Purpose. The Romanovs were held captive in the Ipatiev house, which became known as the House of Special Purpose. They were subjected to strict surveillance and isolated from the outside world. Civil war and anti-Bolshevik sentiment. The Russian Civil War between the Red Army, Bolsheviks, and the White Army, anti-Bolshevik forces, intensified during this period. Anti-Bolshevik sentiment and the desire to prevent the Romanovs from becoming rallying points for counter-revolutionary forces grew. Threats to Bolshevik regime. The approaching White Army forces, led by Admiral Alexander Kolchak, posed a threat to the Bolshevik regime. The presence of the Romanovs in Ekaterinburg was seen as a potential rallying point for the opposition. Decision to execute. In July 1918, the Bolshevik leadership, including Vladimir Lenin and Yakov Sverdlov, decided that the Romanovs should be executed. The decision was made to eliminate the possibility of a rescue by the approaching White Army and to eliminate the symbolic threat posed by the Romanovs. Order from Moscow. The decision to execute the Romanovs was communicated to Yakov Yurovsky, the commandant of the Ipatiev house, through an order from Moscow. Night of execution. On the night of July 16-17, 1918, the Romanov family was awakened and told they would be moved to a safer location. They were led to the basement of the Ipatiev house, where they were told to wait. Execution process. Yurovsky and a group of Bolshevik guards entered the basement and informed the family that they were to be executed. Tsar Nicholas II, Alexandra, and their 5 children, Grand Duchesses Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Tsarevich Alexei, along with a few loyal servants, were lined up against the wall. Execution by firing squad. A firing squad, consisting of Bolshevik guards, executed the Romanovs by gunfire. The execution was reportedly chaotic and resulted in a prolonged and grisly death for some members of the family due to the jewels sewn into their clothing acting as a form of protection. Disposal of the bodies. There, the bodies were partially burned and then hastily buried in a mass grave. The location of the burial site remained undisclosed for many years, leading to speculation and rumors about the fate of the Romanovs. Secrecy surrounding the execution. The Bolsheviks took measures to keep the execution of the Romanovs a secret. They wanted to prevent the news from becoming a rallying point for anti-Bolshevik sentiment and to avoid international outcry. Initial reports and denials. Initially, the Soviet authorities denied the execution of the Romanovs and claimed that they had been moved for their safety. Various cover stories were fabricated to conceal their fate. Discovery of the burial site. It was not until 1991, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, that the burial site of the Romanovs was discovered near Ekaterinburg. The remains were exhumed, and subsequent DNA testing confirmed the identities of the Romanov family members. International reaction. The execution of the Romanovs caused international outrage and condemnation. Many countries, including monarchies and democratic nations, expressed shock and denounced the act as a violation of human rights. Symbolic significance. The execution of the Romanovs marked the end of the Romanov dynasty's rule in Russia, which had lasted for over 3 centuries. It symbolized the ultimate defeat of the old regime and the triumph of the Bolsheviks in establishing their socialist state. Commemoration and memorials. Following the discovery of the burial site, various memorials were erected to honor the memory of the Romanov family. The Romanovs were canonized as saints by the Russian Orthodox Church, and their remains were interred in the St. Peter and Paul Cathedral in St. Petersburg. Historical debates and investigations. The execution of the Romanovs has been the subject of extensive historical debates and investigations. Scholars have analyzed the motives behind the decision, the role of specific individuals, and the political context of the time, seeking a deeper understanding of this tragic event in Russian history. In summary, the execution of the Romanovs marked a tragic and significant event in Russian history. The decision to execute the family was driven by political considerations, including the desire to eliminate a potential rallying point for anti-Bolshevik forces. The secrecy surrounding the execution, initial denials, and subsequent discovery of the burial site contributed to the mystique and historical debates surrounding this event. The execution had profound implications, symbolizing the end of the Romanov dynasty and the establishment of Bolshevik rule in Russia. Today, it serves as a somber reminder of the turbulent times and the human cost of the Russian Revolution. Civil war and anti-Bolshevik resistance. The fall of the Romanovs triggered a prolonged and violent civil war between the Bolshevik Red Army and various anti-Bolshevik forces. The White Army, composed of a range of groups opposed to the Bolshevik regime, sought to restore the monarchy or establish alternative forms of government. Foreign intervention. During the Russian Civil War, foreign powers, including Britain, France, and the United States, intervened on the side of the anti-Bolshevik forces. Their objective was to prevent the spread of communism and protect their respective interests in Russia. Lenin's consolidation of power. Following the fall of the Romanovs, Lenin and the Bolsheviks worked to consolidate their power. They dissolved the Constituent Assembly, established a one-party communist state, and embarked on a program of nationalization and land redistribution. Bolshevik victory and formation of the Soviet Union. Despite facing significant challenges, the Red Army, led by Leon Trotsky, emerged victorious in the Russian Civil War. In 1922, the RSSR, along with other Soviet republics, formed the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, SSR, marking the establishment of the Soviet Union. End of the Romanov dynasty? The fall of the Romanovs marked the end of the Romanov dynasty, which had ruled Russia for over 3 centuries. The execution of the royal family symbolized the finality of their reign and the radical transformation of Russia's political landscape. Historical legacy. The fall of the Romanovs and the subsequent establishment of the Soviet Union had profound and long-lasting effects on Russian and world history. It led to the implementation of communist policies, the spread of socialist movements, and significant geopolitical changes that shaped the 20th century. The fall of the Romanovs was a complex and multifaceted process involving political, social, and economic factors. The unpopularity of Nicholas II's rule, combined with the impact of World War I, created conditions ripe for revolutionary change. The provisional government's weakness, The rise of the Bolsheviks and the October Revolution ultimately led to the overthrow of the monarchy. The subsequent Russian Civil War and foreign intervention further solidified Bolshevik power and set the stage for the formation of the Soviet Union. The fall of the Romanovs marked the end of a long-standing dynasty and ushered in a new era of communist rule in Russia, with far-reaching consequences for the country and the world. Following the execution of the Romanov family in 1918, rumors and conspiracy theories emerged suggesting that one or more members of the family had survived. Anastasia Romanova. One of the most famous conspiracy theories centered around the alleged survival of Grand Duchess Anastasia Romanova, the youngest daughter of Tsar Nicholas II. Various women claimed to be Anastasia over the years, leading to speculation and debate. Discovery of partial remains. In 1991, the remains of the Romanov family were discovered near Ekaterinburg and later confirmed through DNA testing. However, initially, only the remains of 9 individuals were found, leaving room for speculation about the fate of Anastasia and her brother Alexei. Investigations and testing. As more information became available, further investigations and scientific testing were conducted to determine the identity of the remains. The remains of Anastasia and Alexei were eventually found in 2007 and 2008, confirming their deaths. Claimants and imposters. Over the years, several women came forward claiming to be Anastasia, often with compelling stories and physical resemblances. Some gained significant attention and support from individuals who believed in their claims. Anna Anderson. One of the most well-known claimants was Anna Anderson, who emerged in the 1920s and gained international attention. Anderson maintained that she was Anastasia, but her identity was disputed by many. Support and skepticism. The survival conspiracy theories garnered both support and skepticism from the public, historians, and Romanov family members. Some believed in the possibility of survivors, while others dismissed the claims as fraudulent or based on wishful thinking. Romanov family members' statements. Members of the extended Romanov family, such as Grand Duke Vladimir Kirillovich and Grand Duchess Olga Alexandrovna, publicly rejected the notion of any surviving Romanovs. Investigation by Russian authorities. The Russian government conducted its own investigation into the fate of the Romanovs, including the claims of survivors. In 1998, the Russian Orthodox Church recognized the remains found in Ekaterinburg as those of the Romanovs, effectively refuting the survival theories. DNA testing and identification. The use of DNA testing played a crucial role in identifying the remains of the Romanov family members. DNA samples from surviving relatives, including Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, helped establish a conclusive link, motives behind the conspiracy theories. The survival conspiracy theories are fueled by various motives, including romanticized notions of lost royalty, fascination with historical mysteries, and a desire for a different outcome to the tragic events. Psychological impact of the Romanovs. The enduring fascination with the Romanovs and the survival theories reflects the psychological impact they had on Russian society and the world. The mystery surrounding their deaths and the notion of potential survivors captured the imagination of many. Literary and cultural depictions. The survival theories have inspired numerous literary and cultural depictions, including novels, films, and plays. They continue to captivate audiences and keep the debate alive in popular culture. Role of propaganda. During the Soviet era, the government propagated the idea that the Romanovs were all dead to consolidate power and undermine any potential challenges to the new regime. This led to further speculation and conspiracy theories about the true fate of the Romanovs. Cold War manipulation. The Cold War era saw the exploitation of the Romanov survival theories for political purposes. Both the Soviet Union and Western powers used the intrigue surrounding the Romanovs to advance their own narratives and agendas. Limited access to information. The secrecy surrounding the Romanovs' deaths and the withholding of information by the Soviet government contributed to the persistence of the survival theories. Limited access to official records and documents fueled speculation and allowed for alternative narratives to flourish. Historical revisionism. Some individuals and groups actively promote alternative narratives and revisionist theories about the Romanovs' fate. These theories often challenge the accepted historical accounts and rely on circumstantial evidence or conspiracy claims. Cultural symbolism. The Romanovs hold a significant place in Russian cultural memory and identity. The survival theories reflect a desire to cling to the romanticized image of the royal family and a longing for the restoration of a lost era. Legacy and historical debate. Despite the overwhelming evidence and scientific consensus, the survival conspiracy theories surrounding the Romanovs persist to this day. The debate continues among historians, enthusiasts, and the general public, reflecting the enduring fascination and allure of this tragic chapter in Russian history. The Romanov survival conspiracy theories have captivated the public's imagination for decades. Despite scientific evidence and official recognition of the Romanovs' deaths, various claimants and conspiracy theories continue to circulate. These theories often stem from a combination of genuine historical mysteries, psychological fascination, and a desire for a different outcome. While the scientific consensus and historical records support the conclusion that the Romanovs perished in 1918, the survival theories and their cultural impact remind us of the enduring allure of mystery, royalty, and historical intrigue. Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich. Early life and background. Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich of Russia was born on December 4, 1878 in Tsarskoye Selo, Russia. He was the youngest son of Emperor Alexander III and Empress Maria Feodorovna. Succession to the throne. As the younger brother of Tsar Nicholas II, Michael was initially the heir presumptive to the Russian throne. However, he never ascended to the throne due to the abdication of Nicholas I during the February Revolution of 1917. Military career. Michael had a distinguished military career and held several high-ranking positions in the Russian military. He served as the Inspector General of the Cavalry and was highly respected for his leadership and military expertise. Marriage and family. In 1912, Michael married his cousin, Princess Victoria Melita of Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. The couple had 2 daughters, Princesses Natalia and Nadezhda. Abdication of Nicholas II. Following the abdication of Tsar Nicholas II in 1917, the Russian provisional government initially considered Michael as a possible candidate for the throne. However, he declined to accept the crown without the approval of a constituent assembly. Murder of the Romanovs. In July 1918, the Bolsheviks arrested the Romanov family and held them in captivity. On the night of July 16-17, 1918, the entire family, including Nicholas II, Alexandra, and their children, was executed in Ekaterinburg. Michael was not present during the execution as he had been in Siberia at the time. Acceptance of the throne. After the murder of his brother and the rest of the Romanov family, Michael was urged by some to accept the throne and become the new Tsar. However, he issued a statement stating that he would not accept any claim to the throne unless a constituent assembly approved his rule. Rejection of the throne. Michael's decision not to claim the throne without popular support demonstrated his commitment to constitutional principles and his respect for the will of the people. This act earned him respect and admiration among those who supported democratic reforms. Attempted escape and capture. After his refusal to accept the throne, Michael went into hiding to evade the Bolshevik authorities. However, he was eventually captured by the Cheka, the secret police of the Bolsheviks, and held in captivity. Execution. On June 12, 1918, Michael was executed by the Bolsheviks in Perm, Russia. His execution marked the end of the direct Romanov line in Russia. Beatification. In 2000, the Russian Orthodox Church recognized Michael Alexandrovich as a passion-bearer and canonized him as a saint. He is venerated as a martyr for his commitment to his faith and his refusal to compromise his principles. Symbolic importance. Michael's refusal to claim the throne and his subsequent execution symbolized the end of the Romanov dynasty and the downfall of the Russian monarchy. His actions embodied the struggle for democratic values and the cost of standing up against authoritarian rule. Historical debate. Michael's legacy and his decision not to accept the throne have been the subject of debate among historians and scholars. Some view his refusal as a missed opportunity to restore stability, while others applaud his commitment to constitutional principles. Posthumous recognition. Several monuments and memorials have been erected in honor of Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich. These include the memorial at the site of his execution in Perm, as well as a monument at Novospassky Monastery in Moscow. Family influence. Despite his short-lived opportunity to claim the throne, the Romanov family's influence continued after Michael's death. Members of the Romanov family, including his sisters and cousins, played significant roles in the émigré community and the preservation of Romanov heritage. Historical significance. Michael's refusal to accept the throne without the approval of a constituent assembly reflected the changing political landscape of early 20th century Russia. It highlighted the transition from autocratic rule to aspirations for democratic governance, role in Russian society. Michael was known for his philanthropic efforts and involvement in charitable activities. He supported various causes, particularly those related to education and the welfare of children. Cultural impact. Michael's life and tragic fate have inspired numerous works of literature, art, and music. His story has been portrayed in books, plays, and films, contributing to the perpetuation of his memory. Controversies. Controverse. Michael's refusal to accept the throne has been a subject of debate and speculation. Some historians question whether he genuinely desired the throne or if his rejection was motivated by political considerations. Historical legacy. Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich's principled stance and sacrifice have made him a symbol of integrity and moral courage. His decision not to claim the throne without popular consent remains an important moment in Russian history, representing the transition from monarchy to a more democratic society. Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich played a significant role in Russian history during a time of immense upheaval and transition. His refusal to claim the throne without the support of a constituent assembly demonstrated his commitment to democratic principles and constitutional governance. His subsequent capture and execution by the Bolsheviks solidified his status as a martyr and symbol of resistance against authoritarian rule. Michael's legacy continues to be celebrated and remembered, with monuments, memorials, and cultural depictions honoring his memory and the sacrifices he made during a tumultuous period in Russian history. Vladimir Lenin. Early life and background. Vladimir Lenin, born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, was born on April 22, 1870, in Simbirsk, Russia. He came from a middle-class family and was highly influenced by his older brother, Alexander, who was executed for his involvement in a plot to assassinate Tsar Alexander II. Ideological development. Lenin developed a strong interest in revolutionary ideas during his university years. He embraced Marxism and became a vocal critic of the Tsarist autocracy and the capitalist system. Formation of the Bolshevik Party. Lenin played a crucial role in the formation of the Bolshevik Party, initially known as the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDELP. He advocated for a more radical and revolutionary approach within the party. Leadership and theory. Lenin developed his own theoretical framework within Marxism, known as Leninism or Marxism, Leninism. He emphasized the need for a highly disciplined revolutionary vanguard party and the importance of armed struggle to achieve socialist revolution. Role in the 1905 revolution. During the 1905 revolution, Lenin emerged as a prominent leader and strategist. He advocated for the overthrow of the autocratic regime and establishment of a workers' state. Role in the February Revolution. Lenin was in exile in Switzerland during the outbreak of the February Revolution in 1917. He returned to Petrograd, formerly St. Petersburg, following the fall of Tsar Nicholas I, and his return had a significant impact on the political landscape. April Theses. Upon his return to Petrograd, Lenin presented his famous April Theses, which called for peace, bread, and land and the transfer of power to the Soviets' councils of workers, soldiers, and peasants. The April Theses were a set of 10 directives put forward by Vladimir Lenin upon his return to Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, in April 1917. They represented a key turning point in the Russian Revolution and had a profound impact on the subsequent course of events. Timing and significance. Lenin presented the April Theses at a meeting of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies on April 4, 1917. The theses marked Lenin's attempt to redirect the Bolshevik Party and the revolution towards a more radical and revolutionary path. Key tenets. The April Theses called for the overthrow of the provisional government and the transfer of power to the Soviets, Workers and Soldiers' Councils. They advocated for the end of the war, the redistribution of land to the peasants, and the transfer of factories and banks to workers' control, rejection of the provisional government. Lenin's first thesis called for the rejection of any support or participation in the provisional government, which he considered a bourgeoisie-led institution. This rejection aimed to disassociate the Bolsheviks from the moderate and reformist policies of the provisional government. All power to the Soviets. One of the central demands of the April Theses was the transfer of power from the provisional government to the Soviets. Lenin argued for the establishment of a socialist government based on the direct democracy of workers, soldiers, and peasants. End to the war. The April Theses called for an immediate end to Russia's participation in World War I. Lenin believed that the war was an imperialist conflict that exploited workers and peasants, and he advocated for a policy of revolutionary defeatism. Land redistribution. Lenin called for the immediate transfer of land to the peasants, emphasizing the need to address their demands for land reform. This policy aimed to gain support from the majority peasant population and weaken the influence of the landowning classes. Workers' control. Lenin's theses highlighted the importance of workers' control over factories and banks. He argued for the establishment of a socialist economy where workers would have direct control and management of production. Opposition to capitalism. Lenin's theses called for the destruction of the capitalist system and the establishment of a socialist society. He emphasized the need to break with capitalist exploitation and build a society based on social justice and equality. Influence on the Bolshevik Party. The April Theses represented a shift in the Bolshevik Party's position and strategy. Lenin's ideas gained significant support within the party, leading to a more radical and revolutionary agenda. Impact on the revolution. The April Theses played a crucial role in shaping the course of the Russian Revolution. They galvanized the revolutionary spirit, energized the masses, and led to increased support for the Bolsheviks. Political polarization. The April Theses intensified political polarization in Russia. They created a clear distinction between the Bolsheviks and other socialist parties, setting the stage for a more confrontational and revolutionary path. Influence on the Petrograd Soviet. The April Theses resonated with the sentiments of many members of the Petrograd Soviet, particularly those in the more radical left-wing factions. They helped consolidate Bolshevik influence within the Soviet and strengthen the Bolsheviks' position. Lenin's leadership. They solidified Lenin's position as the leader of the Bolshevik Party and the driving force behind the revolutionary agenda. Popular support. The April Theses resonated with a significant portion of the Russian population, particularly workers, soldiers, and peasants. Lenin's radical and uncompromising stance attracted widespread support, contributing to the Bolsheviks' growing influence. Opposition and debate. The April Theses faced opposition and debate within the Bolshevik Party and among other socialist groups. Some criticized Lenin's revolutionary rhetoric as too radical and unrealistic, advocating for a more gradual and moderate approach. Propagation of ideas. Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders tirelessly propagated the ideas of the April Theses through speeches, articles, and political agitation. They aimed to mobilize the masses and create a revolutionary atmosphere. Shift in Bolshevik strategy. The April Theses marked a significant shift in the Bolshevik Party's strategy. emphasizing a more radical and immediate approach to revolution. It pushed the party to prepare for a direct confrontation with the provisional government and to actively promote the interests of the working class and peasants. Historical impact. The April Theses were a crucial milestone in the Russian Revolution, shaping the subsequent events that led to the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917. They laid the ideological foundation for the establishment of socialist state and the transformation of Russian society. Revolutionary momentum. The April Theses accelerated the revolutionary momentum in Russia. They contributed to the growing discontent with the provisional government and inspired workers, soldiers, and peasants to take action in pursuit of radical change. The April Theses presented by Lenin in 1917 represented a radical and transformative vision for the Russian Revolution. They called for the transfer of power to the Soviets, the end of the war, land redistribution, and workers' control over industry. The theses had a profound impact on the course of the revolution, solidifying Lenin's leadership and galvanizing popular support for the Bolshevik Party. They set the stage for the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917 and shaped the subsequent establishment of a socialist state in Russia. The April Theses remain a pivotal moment in Russian history, illustrating the ideological fervor and revolutionary spirit that characterized the Russian Revolution. Bolshevik Revolution. Lenin played a pivotal role in the October Revolution of 1917, which led to the Bolshevik seizure of power. He became the leader of the new Soviet government and the head of the Council of People's Commissars. Consolidation of power. Lenin faced numerous challenges in consolidating Bolshevik power and establishing a socialist state. He implemented policies such as nationalization of industry, land redistribution, and the creation of the Red Army. Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. In 1918, Lenin's government signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, which ended Russia's involvement in World War I. The treaty, however, required significant territorial and economic concessions to Germany, leading to internal dissent. Civil war and war communism. Lenin's government faced opposition from various anti-Bolshevik forces during the Russian Civil War, 1918–1922. To sustain the war effort, the Bolsheviks implemented a policy known as war communism, involving centralized control of the economy and requisitioning of resources. Creation of the Soviet Union. Under Lenin's leadership, the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic was transformed into the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USR, in 1922. Lenin played a key role in the formation of the new state structure. New Economic Policy, NEP. In response to economic difficulties and popular discontent, Lenin introduced the new economic policy in 1921. NEP allowed for a limited return to market-oriented practices to stimulate economic recovery. It was implemented as a response to the economic challenges faced by Russia after the Russian Revolution and the Russian Civil War. Economic turmoil. Russia experienced severe economic turmoil during and after the Russian Civil War. Industrial production plummeted, agricultural productivity declined, and widespread famine affected the population. Transition from war communism. The NEP represented a shift away from the policy of war communism, which was marked by state control over the economy and forced requisitioning of grain. Goals of the NEP. The NEP aimed to revive the Soviet economy, restore agricultural production, and encourage small-scale private enterprise. It aimed to strike a balance between socialist principles and pragmatic economic measures. Market-oriented reforms. The NEP allowed for limited free market activity, private trade, and small-scale private businesses. It aimed to stimulate economic growth by providing incentives for individuals and businesses to invest and produce. Agricultural reforms. Under the NEP, peasants were allowed to keep and sell their surplus agricultural produce. This policy aimed to increase agricultural output and alleviate the food shortages that plagued the country. State control and planning. Although the NEP introduced market-oriented reforms, The state retained control over key industries, large-scale enterprises, and foreign trade. Central planning was still a significant aspect of the Soviet economy. Taxation system. The NEP introduced a tax system based on a fixed grain procurement quota. The state would collect a portion of the agricultural surplus as taxes, which provided revenue for industrial development. Currency reforms. The NEP introduced a new currency, the shervanets, to stabilize the economy and restore confidence in the monetary system. It aimed to address the hyperinflation and economic instability experienced during the Civil War. Industrial policy. Under the NEP, industrial enterprises were allowed to operate on a profit basis. State-owned enterprises had greater autonomy in decision-making, and a degree of competition was introduced. Foreign investment and trade. The NEP allowed for limited foreign investment and foreign trade partnerships. Foreign companies were permitted to establish joint ventures and engage in economic activities within the Soviet Union. Cultural impact. The NEP era saw a brief period of cultural and intellectual openness known as the New Economic Policy Renaissance. Artists, writers, and intellectuals enjoyed relative freedom of expression and experimentation during this time. Criticisms and opposition. The NEP faced opposition from both the left and the right. Some within the Communist Party criticized it as a retreat from socialist principles, while others viewed it as a threat to workers' rights. Success. The NEP led to an initial recovery in agricultural and industrial production. It stabilized the economy, reduced food shortages, and improved living conditions for many. Challenges and limitations. The NEP faced challenges such as corruption, uneven economic development, and conflicts between state and private interests. Inefficient administration and limited access to resources hindered its full potential. Peasant resistance. Peasant opposition to the NEP was evident in cases of hoarding, market manipulation, and resistance to grain requisitioning. Peasants sought to maximize their economic gains under the new system. Shift in party policy. This shift in policy was influenced by various factors, including ideological considerations, debates within the Communist Party, and the influence of key figures such as Joseph Stalin. End of the NEP. The NEP era came to an end with the rise of Joseph Stalin to power in the late 1920s. Stalin favored a more centralized and planned approach to the economy, leading to the implementation of the first five-year plan in 1928. Legacy and impact. The NEP played a significant role in the economic and political development of Soviet Russia. It provided a period of relative stability and allowed the country to recover from the aftermath of the Civil War. The experiences and lessons learned during the NEP era influenced subsequent economic policies in the Soviet Union. Historical assessment. The NEP remains a subject of historical debate and assessment. Some view it as a pragmatic and necessary step towards economic recovery, while others criticize it for its perceived retreat from socialist principles. It is considered a pivotal phase in Soviet economic history, representing a temporary compromise between state control and market-oriented reforms. The new economic policy, NEP, was introduced as a response to the economic challenges faced by Russia after the Russian Revolution and the Civil War. It aimed to revive the economy through market-oriented reforms while still maintaining state control and planning. The NEP allowed for limited free market activity, private trade, and small-scale private enterprise. It stabilized the economy, restored agricultural production, and improved living conditions. However, the NEP was eventually replaced by more centralized planning under Joseph Stalin's leadership. Its legacy and impact continue to be debated, but it remains a significant chapter in the economic history of Soviet Russia. Party organization and centralization. Lenin was a strong advocate for party discipline and centralization. He emphasized the importance of a tightly controlled party apparatus, leading to the development of a highly centralized party organization and centralization. Lenin emphasized the importance of a tightly controlled party apparatus, leading to the development of a highly centralized political system within the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet government. This centralization allowed for effective implementation of policies and ideological discipline. Red Terror. During the Russian Civil War, Lenin's government implemented a policy known as the Red Terror. The Red Terror involved the suppression of political opposition and perceived counter-revolutionary elements through mass executions, forced labor camps, and widespread repression. Health issues and declining health. Lenin suffered a series of strokes starting in 1922, which left him partially paralyzed and significantly impacted his health. These health issues forced him to withdraw from active political leadership, and he became increasingly isolated. Lenin's Testament. In his Lenin's Testament, written in 1922, Lenin expressed concerns about potential abuse of power by Joseph Stalin and other members of the leadership. However, the testament was not made public until after Lenin's death, and its contents were largely ignored. Context. Lenin's testament refers to a series of letters written by Vladimir Lenin between December 1922 and January 1923, towards the end of his life. It was intended to provide guidance and recommendations to the Soviet leadership on important matters. Health concerns. Lenin's testament was influenced by his declining health due to a series of strokes that left him partially paralyzed. It was written at a time when Lenin realized his diminishing ability to actively participate in political affairs. Critique of Stalin. Lenin's testament contained strong criticisms of Joseph Stalin, who had risen to prominence within the party. Lenin expressed concerns about Stalin's abuse of power, his rude behavior, and his tendency to concentrate power in his own hands. Warning about Stalin's ambitions. Lenin warned that Stalin's excessive power and methods of leadership could lead to negative consequences for the party and the Soviet state. He cautioned against Stalin's potential to become a dictator and suggested that measures be taken to limit his authority. Criticism of Trotsky. Lenin also expressed criticism of Leon Trotsky, one of the prominent leaders of the Bolshevik Party. He questioned Trotsky's excessive self-confidence and his previous political decisions during the Russian Revolution. Praise for Bukharin. In contrast to his criticisms of Stalin and Trotsky, Lenin expressed praise for Nikolai Bukharin, another leading Bolshevik figure. He considered Bukharin to be a rising star within the party and admired his theoretical contributions. Concerns about party unity. Lenin's testament highlighted his concerns about the potential for division within the Communist Party. He emphasized the importance of maintaining unity and avoiding factionalism. Call for collective leadership. Lenin advocated for a system of collective leadership rather than relying on one individual to hold excessive power. He stressed the need for a strong and united leadership that would prevent the concentration of authority. Suppression of the testament. Initially, Lenin's testament was intended to be read at a party congress, but it was not made public during his lifetime. After Lenin's death, his testament was suppressed by the party leadership and kept confidential for many years. Impact on party dynamics. The existence of Lenin's testament became a matter of contention within the Communist Party. It intensified the power struggle between Stalin and his rivals and influenced the dynamics of internal party politics. Importance of Lenin's views. Despite the suppression of his testament, Lenin's views continued to have a significant impact on the party's internal debates and factions. His warnings about the dangers of concentration of power resonated with many party members. Stalin's rise to power. The suppression of Lenin's testament allowed Stalin to consolidate his power within the party and ultimately become the leader of the Soviet Union. Stalin was able to neutralize his opponents and solidify his position of authority. Historical debate. Lenin's testament has been the subject of historical debate and interpretation. Some argue that if Lenin's recommendations had been followed, the course of Soviet history might have been different. Posthumous publication. Lenin's testament was finally made public in 1956 during the period of de-Stalinization under Nikita Khrushchev's leadership. Its publication sparked renewed discussions about Lenin's views and the impact they could have had on Soviet history. Legacy of Lenin's Testament. It highlights the complexities of leadership succession and the challenges faced by the Communist Party in maintaining unity and avoiding the concentration of power. Lenin's concerns about the potential for authoritarianism and the need for collective leadership remain relevant in the study of Soviet history. Influence on party reforms. Lenin's testament played a role in the subsequent party reforms initiated by Khrushchev and his successors. It contributed to a re-evaluation of Stalin's leadership style and the promotion of more collective decision-making within the party. Historical interpretation. The publication of Lenin's testament prompted varied interpretations among historians and scholars. Some argue that Lenin's concerns about Stalin's leadership were clear signs of the later repressive and totalitarian regime that emerged under Stalin. Personal reflections. Lenin's testament provides insights into his personal thoughts, concerns, and assessments of the Bolshevik Party members. It showcases his commitment to the principles of democratic centralism and his vision of a more inclusive and participatory party structure. Political consequences. The suppression of Lenin's testament had significant consequences for the future direction of the Soviet Union. It allowed Stalin to consolidate his power and pursue a more authoritarian and centralized regime, which led to the suppression of political dissent and the establishment of a totalitarian state. Historical controversy. The authenticity and accuracy of Lenin's testament have been subjects of debate and controversy. Some argue that certain parts of the testament may have been altered or edited to fit the political narratives of the time. Lenin's testament holds immense historical significance as a document that reveals his concerns about the leadership and direction of the Communist Party. It criticized Stalin's rise to power and warned against his potential abuses. The suppression of the testament had far-reaching consequences for Soviet history, allowing Stalin to consolidate his authority and shape the course of the Soviet Union. The testament's eventual publication shed light on Lenin's thoughts and influenced subsequent party reforms. It continues to be a subject of historical debate, offering valuable insights into the complexities of Soviet leadership and the challenges of maintaining collective decision-making and party unity. Death and legacy. Vladimir Lenin passed away on January 21, 1924, at the age of 53. Lenin's death triggered a power struggle within the Soviet leadership, ultimately leading to the rise of Joseph Stalin and the consolidation of his rule. Lenin's ideological influence. Lenin's ideas and political theories had a profound influence, not only in Russia, but also on the international stage. Leninism, characterized by its revolutionary approach and emphasis on the dictatorship of the proletariat, became a significant ideological force in communist and socialist movements worldwide. Controversies and historical assessment. Lenin's legacy remains a subject of debate and controversy. While he is hailed by some as a revolutionary leader who laid the foundation for the Soviet Union, others criticize him for the repressive nature of his regime and the subsequent totalitarianism that emerged under Stalin. Vladimir Lenin was a key figure in Russian history, leading the Bolshevik Party to power and establishing the first socialist state in the world. His leadership during the October Revolution, his implementation of policies such as war communism and the new economic policy, and his emphasis on party discipline and centralization left a lasting impact on Russia and the global socialist movement. However, his legacy is also marked by controversy, with criticism directed at his repressive tactics, the Red Terror, and the subsequent development of an authoritarian regime under Stalin. Formation of the Soviet Union. Revolutionary background. The formation of the Soviet Union can be traced back to the Russian Revolution of 1917. The revolution led to the overthrow of the provisional government and the rise of the Bolshevik Party under the leadership of Vladimir Lenin. October Revolution. The October Revolution of 1917, also known as the Bolshevik Revolution, marked a crucial turning point in Russian history. The Bolsheviks seized power, establishing a socialist government and laying the groundwork for the Soviet Union. Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, RSFSR. Initially, the Bolsheviks formed the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, RSS, as the first socialist state. The RSS served as the foundation for the future Soviet Union. Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. In 1918, the RSS signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany, ending Russia's involvement in World War I. The treaty resulted in significant territorial losses for Russia as it ceded large parts of its western territories. Formation of Soviet republics. In the aftermath of the October Revolution, various regions of the former Russian Empire declared independence and formed their own socialist republics. These included Ukraine, Belarus, Armenia, Georgia, and others. Creation of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, RSFSR, Constitution. In 1918, the RSS has adopted its first constitution, establishing the principles of socialist governance. The Constitution emphasized the central role of the working class and the collective ownership of resources. Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. In December 1922, the RSSR, along with the other socialist republics, formed the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USA. The USSR became the first socialist federal state, comprising multiple republics with the RSSR as its core. Lenin's role. Vladimir Lenin played a central role in the formation of the Soviet Union. His leadership and ideology provided the framework for the establishment of a socialist state and the consolidation of power. Soviet government structure. The Soviet Union adopted a federal structure, with the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic as the largest and most influential republic. Each republic had its own government and legislative bodies, while the Communist Party maintained overall control. The Communist Party, led by the Bolsheviks, held significant power within the Soviet Union. The party played a crucial role in shaping policy decisions and maintaining ideological control. Development of a planned economy. One of the defining features of the Soviet Union was the implementation of a planned economy. The state controlled and directed economic activities, focusing on industrialization and collectivization. Industrialization and 5-year plans. The Soviet Union embarked on ambitious industrialization programs, aiming to transform a predominantly agrarian society into an industrial powerhouse. The 5-year plans, introduced in the 1920s, set targets for economic growth and industrial production. Collectivization of agriculture. The Soviet Union implemented collectivization policies aimed at consolidating individual farms into collective farms, known as kolkhozes. This transition from private agriculture to collective farming aimed to increase agricultural productivity and promote socialist principles. Repression and purges. The Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin's leadership witnessed widespread repression and purges targeting perceived political enemies. These included the Great Purge of the 1930s, resulting in the imprisonment, execution, or exile of millions of people. Joseph Stalin. Joseph Stalin, born as Iosif Zhukashvili, was born on December 18, 1878, in Gori, Georgia, then part of the Russian Empire. He was raised in a poor family and was educated at a seminary where he developed an interest in revolutionary ideas. Rise to power. Stalin became involved in the Bolshevik Party and played a significant role in the Russian Revolution of 1917. He rose through the ranks of the party and emerged as a key figure after the death of Vladimir Lenin in 1924. Consolidation of power. Stalin engaged in a power struggle with other prominent party members, such as Leon Trotsky and Nikolai Bukharin. Through political maneuvering, he was able to consolidate power and establish himself as the leader of the Soviet Union. Ideology and policies. Stalin's ideology was characterized by a combination of Marxism, Leninism, and his own brand of socialism. His policies focused on industrialization, collectivization of agriculture, and central planning of the economy. 5-year plans. Stalin implemented a series of 5-year plans aimed at rapid industrialization and modernization of the Soviet economy. These plans emphasized the development of heavy industry, infrastructure, and military production. Collectivization. Stalin initiated the policy of collectivization, which aimed to consolidate individual farms into collective farms known as kolkhozes. This policy was met with resistance from the peasantry and led to widespread famine and the loss of millions of lives. Purges and repression. Stalin's regime was characterized by widespread purges, political repression, and the establishment of a totalitarian state. He conducted mass executions, imprisonment, and forced labor camps, resulting in the deaths of millions of people. Great Purge. The Great Purge, which occurred between 1936 and 1938, was a campaign of political repression targeting perceived enemies of the state. It involved show trials, false accusations, and the execution or imprisonment of millions, including party members, military officials, and intellectuals. Cult of personality. Stalin cultivated a cult of personality where he was portrayed as a revered and infallible leader. His image was promoted through propaganda, art, and media, and he was celebrated as the great leader and father of the people. World War II. Stalin played a crucial role in leading the Soviet Union during World War II. He initially signed a non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany, but later joined the Allied powers after Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union. Invasion of the Soviet Union. World War II, known as the Great Patriotic War in Russia, began for the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941, when Nazi Germany launched a massive invasion violating the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Initial German advances. The German military made swift advances, capturing vast territories and besieging cities such as Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, and Moscow. The Soviet forces initially suffered heavy losses and faced logistical challenges. Battle of Stalingrad. The Battle of Stalingrad, fought from August 1942 to February 1943, was a turning point in the war. Soviet forces, under the command of General Georgy Zhukov, successfully defended the city and launched a counteroffensive, leading to a major German defeat. Strategic importance. The Battle of Stalingrad, fought between August 23, 1942 and February 2, 1943, was a pivotal confrontation during World War II. Stalingrad, now Volgograd, was a major industrial city on the Volga River and held significant symbolic value for both the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. German offensive. Nazi Germany launched a massive offensive to capture Stalingrad and secure the region's resources and transportation routes. German forces under Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus aimed to break through Soviet defenses and seize control of the city. Soviet resistance. The Soviet Union, under the command of General Georgy Zhukov and other senior commanders, fiercely defended Stalingrad. Soviet troops employed a strategy of attrition, engaging in street-to-street, building-to-building combat, urban warfare. The Battle of Stalingrad was predominantly fought in an urban environment, with intense street fighting and close-quarters combat. Both sides faced significant challenges in navigating the city's ruins and defending or capturing key buildings and positions. Siege and encirclement. German forces attempted to encircle Stalingrad and cut off Soviet supply lines. The Soviet forces, led by General Alexander Vasilevsky, successfully maintained a narrow corridor, known as the Stalingrad Cauldron, allowing for reinforcement and resupply. Soviet counteroffensive. In November 1942, the Soviet Union launched a massive counteroffensive, encircling the German Sixth Army in Stalingrad. The counteroffensive, led by General Vasily Chuikov, trapped German forces and marked a turning point in the battle. Brutal conditions. The Battle of Stalingrad was marked by extreme brutality, with intense close-quarters combat, harsh winter weather, and severe supply shortages. Both sides suffered heavy casualties and endured hardships, including frostbite, starvation, and disease. Aerial bombardment. The battle witnessed intense aerial bombardment by both sides. The Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, launched massive bombing campaigns, targeting infrastructure, factories, and civilian areas. Soviet industrial resilience. Despite heavy damage inflicted on industrial infrastructure, the Soviet Union displayed remarkable resilience in mobilizing resources and maintaining production. Factories in Stalingrad continued manufacturing weapons and supplies, despite being under constant threat. Role of snipers. The Battle of Stalingrad saw the emergence of skilled snipers on both sides. Soviet sniper Vasily Zaitsev gained fame for his precise marksmanship and contributed to Soviet successes in the battle. Volga River defense. The Volga River served as a vital defensive line for the Soviet Union. Soviet troops fiercely defended the riverbanks, preventing German forces from gaining control and securing supply routes. Operation Uranus. The successful Soviet counteroffensive, known as Operation Uranus, aimed to encircle and defeat the German Sixth Army in Stalingrad. It involved a pincer movement by Soviet forces, effectively sealing off the German positions. Surrender of the German Sixth Army. After months of brutal fighting, the German Sixth Army, commanded by Field Marshal Paulus, was surrounded and forced to surrender on January 31, 1943. The surrender marked a significant victory for the Soviet Union and a major turning point in World War II. Human losses. The Battle of Stalingrad resulted in staggering human losses on both sides. It is estimated that the Soviet Union suffered over 1 million military and civilian casualties, while Germany suffered over 800,000 casualties. Psychological impact. The Battle of Stalingrad had a profound psychological impact on the combatants and the civilian population. The determination and resilience shown by Soviet forces in defending Stalingrad boosted morale and instilled a sense of national unity. Symbolic significance. The Battle of Stalingrad held great symbolic significance for the Soviet Union. The city's name was associated with Soviet resistance and became a rallying cry for the war effort. Turning point in the war. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad marked a turning point in World War II. It shattered the myth of German invincibility and shifted the momentum in favor of the Allies. Importance of logistics. The Battle of Stalingrad highlighted the critical role of logistics in military operations. The ability to supply troops with food, ammunition, and reinforcements played a decisive role in the outcome of the battle. Significance for Soviet leadership. The successful defense of Stalingrad elevated the status of Soviet leaders, including Joseph Stalin and Georgy Zhukov. It reinforced their authority and allowed them to consolidate power within the Soviet Union. Impact on post-war world order. The Battle of Stalingrad shaped the post-war world order. The Soviet Union's victory played a key role in the Allied effort to defeat Nazi Germany and contributed to the subsequent division of Europe into two ideological blocs during the Cold War. Siege of Leningrad. The city of Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, endured a brutal 872-day siege by German forces, resulting in extreme hardships and a devastating loss of life. The city's resilience became a symbol of Soviet resistance and determination. Duration and context. The siege of Leningrad lasted from September 8, 1941 to January 27, 1944, during World War II. It was a major military campaign by Nazi Germany to capture Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, one of the key cities of the Soviet Union. Strategic importance. Leningrad held great strategic and symbolic value as a major industrial, cultural, and historical center of Russia. Its capture would have dealt a severe blow to Soviet morale and disrupted the Soviet war effort. Blockade and isolation. German forces, along with Finnish and Estonian troops, blockaded Leningrad, cutting off all land and water routes to the city. The city was effectively isolated, with supplies of food, fuel, and medical aid severely restricted. Humanitarian crisis. The siege of Leningrad resulted in a severe humanitarian crisis, with the city's residents facing extreme food shortages, starvation, and limited access to basic necessities. The population resorted to extreme measures, including eating pets, rats, and even the leather from their shoes. Shelling and bombardment. German forces subjected Leningrad to intense artillery shelling and aerial bombardment, causing extensive damage to infrastructure, residential areas, and cultural landmarks. The aim was to weaken morale and force surrender. The road of life. The only remaining supply route during the siege was a dangerous winter road across the frozen Lake Ladoga, known as the Road of Life. Supplies, including food, fuel, and medicine, were transported across the ice, often under constant threat of attack. Underground resistance. The residents of Leningrad organized underground resistance and worked to maintain morale and order within the besieged city. They formed volunteer groups, dug anti-aircraft trenches, and fought against German troops during sporadic outbreaks of violence. Leningrad Front. The Soviet forces defending Leningrad, known as the Leningrad Front, launched several offensives to break the blockade. These offensives aimed to relieve the city and establish a supply corridor, but they faced stiff German resistance. Cultural life and artistic resistance? Despite the dire circumstances, Leningrad's cultural and artistic life continued to thrive during the siege. The Leningrad Radio Orchestra performed concerts, and artists and writers created works inspired by the resilience and suffering of the city. Air bridge and airlift. To sustain the population, the Soviet Union established an air bridge to deliver supplies to Leningrad. Small aircraft, known as the Leningradskaya Drosh, conducted perilous flights to bring essential goods and evacuate the wounded. Medical challenges and innovations. The siege presented significant medical challenges with limited resources, malnutrition, and disease outbreaks. Medical professionals in Leningrad made innovative adaptations, including mobile hospitals, limited surgeries, and improvised medical treatments. Breaking the blockade. The blockade of Leningrad was partially broken in January 1943 when Soviet forces launched a successful offensive, pushing the German front lines back. This allowed for limited supplies to reach the city, easing the humanitarian crisis. Symbol of resistance. The siege of Leningrad became a symbol of Soviet resistance and determination. The city's steadfast defense and the resilience of its population were celebrated as examples of heroic resistance against Nazi aggression. International support. The international community recognized the significance of the siege and provided assistance to Leningrad. Humanitarian aid and medical supplies were sent from various countries, including the United States and the United States and the United Kingdom, to support the beleaguered city. The role of leadership. The leadership of Leningrad, including city officials and military commanders, played a crucial role in organizing and coordinating the city's defense. They implemented rationing systems, organized civil defense measures, and provided support to the population. Evacuation of children. To protect the most vulnerable, efforts were made to evacuate children from the city. Thousands of children were sent to safer regions, often facing great hardships during the evacuation process. Siege mentality and psychological impact. The prolonged siege created a unique psychological impact on the population of Leningrad. The constant threat of death, starvation, and bombardment led to a collective resilience and a strong sense of community among the residents. Breaking the siege. The siege of Leningrad was officially lifted on January 27, 1944, when Soviet forces managed to push back the German lines and open a land corridor. The breakthrough allowed for the resupply and evacuation of the city, marking the end of the blockade. Human losses. The siege of Leningrad resulted in immense human losses. It is estimated that over 1 million civilians and military personnel perished during the siege, making it one of the deadliest sieges in history. Symbol of endurance and triumph. The siege of Leningrad remains a powerful symbol of endurance and triumph in the face of adversity. It serves as a testament to the resilience and determination of the Soviet people during World War II. Soviet partisans and guerrilla warfare. Throughout the war, Soviet partisans conducted guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines, disrupting German supply lines and communication networks. Partisan groups played a crucial role in the resistance against the occupation and gathering intelligence. Partisan warfare. Partisan warfare refers to irregular military actions conducted by armed groups, often operating behind enemy lines. During World War II, Soviet partisans played a significant role in disrupting German supply lines, gathering intelligence, and conducting sabotage operations. Formation of partisan groups. Soviet partisan groups were formed by local residents, soldiers, and members of the underground resistance. They operated in occupied territories, forests, swamps, and mountains, utilizing the advantage of familiarity with the terrain. Objectives and strategies. Soviet partisans aimed to weaken and disrupt the German occupation forces. They conducted ambushes, sabotage operations, targeted assassinations, and gathering of intelligence to support the Soviet war effort. Support from local population. Partisan groups relied on support from the local population for shelter, food, information, and recruits. Many partisans operated with the assistance of underground networks and sympathetic civilians. Guerrilla tactics. Soviet partisans employed guerrilla tactics such as hit and run attacks, ambushes, and ambush-style raids. They used their knowledge of the local terrain to their advantage and avoided direct confrontations with larger German forces. Communication and coordination. Partisan groups established communication networks to coordinate their activities and receive instructions from the Soviet High Command. They used secret codes, messengers, and hidden radio transmitters to maintain contact with the main forces. Disruption of enemy supply lines. Partisans targeted German supply lines, including railways, roads, and bridges. By disrupting these vital lines of communication, they hindered the flow of supplies, reinforcements, and equipment to the German forces. Gathering intelligence. Partisans played a crucial role in gathering intelligence about German troop movements, supply depots, and strategic targets. This information was passed on to the Soviet military command, aiding in the planning of large-scale offensives. Rescue operations. Partisans conducted rescue operations to free Soviet prisoners of war and civilians who were captured by the enemy. These operations often involved infiltrating enemy camps, sabotaging guard posts, and providing safe routes for escape. Support for underground resistance. Partisans provided support to underground resistance movements operating within occupied territories. They helped in organizing and arming local resistance groups, training fighters, and coordinating their activities. Partisan leaders. Partisan groups were led by experienced military officers, former soldiers, and trusted local leaders. These leaders provided strategic guidance, training, and inspiration to the partisan fighters. Women in partisan warfare? Women played a significant role in partisan warfare. They served as fighters, couriers, medics, and intelligence gatherers, contributing to the success of the partisan movement. Retribution by German forces. German forces responded to partisan activities with brutal reprisals, including mass executions, burning of villages, and forced deportations. These reprisals were meant to deter support for the partisans and instill fear among the local population. Partisans in Belarus. Partisan warfare was particularly active in Belarus, known as the Partisan Republic. The dense forests and marshlands provided ideal hiding places for partisan groups, and they inflicted heavy casualties on German forces. Impact on German operations. Partisan activities disrupted German operations, diverting valuable resources and manpower away from the front line. This weakened the German military and contributed to their ultimate defeat on the Eastern Front. Coordination with regular army. Partisan groups maintained coordination with regular Soviet army units. They often received supplies, ammunition, and strategic guidance from the Soviet military command. Re-establishment, Soviet control. Partisan activities played a significant role in re-establishing Soviet control over territories previously occupied by the Germans. By disrupting enemy forces and weakening their hold, partisans paved the way for the Soviet army's advance. Psychological warfare. Partisans engaged in psychological warfare, demoralizing the enemy by creating an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty. They conducted propaganda campaigns, distributed leaflets, and spread rumors to undermine the morale of German troops. Legacy of partisan warfare. Soviet partisan warfare left a lasting impact on Russian history. It symbolized the strength of the Soviet people's resistance against Nazi occupation and contributed to the eventual liberation of Soviet territories. Commemoration and recognition. Partisan fighters are widely recognized and celebrated for their bravery and sacrifice. Memorials, museums, and commemorative events honor their contributions to the war effort and serve as reminders of their heroic resistance. Battle of Kursk. The Battle of Kursk, fought in July-August 1943, was one of the largest tank battles in history. Soviet forces, employing extensive defensive fortifications and employing strategic counterattacks, repelled the German offensive and launched a successful counteroffensive. The Battle of Kursk was a major World War II battle fought between German and Soviet forces from July 5 to August 23, 1943. It took place near the city of Kursk in western Russia and was one of the largest tank battles in history. Defensive preparations. The Soviets anticipated a German offensive and prepared extensive defensive positions known as the Kursk salient. They constructed a series of defensive belts, minefields, and anti-tank obstacles to impede the German advance. German offensive. The German forces launched Operation Citadel, intending to encircle and destroy the Soviet forces in the Kursk salient. It involved a massive armored assault, with a focus on breaking through the Soviet defensive lines. Soviet counteroffensive. The Soviets implemented a strategy of defense in depth, allowing the Germans to penetrate their initial defensive lines and then launching counterattacks. They aimed to exhaust and weaken the German forces before launching a decisive counteroffensive. Armor clash. The Battle of Kursk witnessed intense armored warfare, with both sides deploying large numbers of tanks and self-propelled guns. It became a decisive confrontation between German Tiger and Panther tanks and Soviet T-34 tanks. Air superiority. The battle also involved intense aerial combat, with both sides striving to achieve air superiority. The Soviet Air Force, with its superior numbers and well-coordinated operations, challenged the German Luftwaffe's control of the skies. The Prokhorovka engagement. One of the key episodes of the Battle of Kursk was the Battle of Prokhorovka, a massive tank battle that took place on July 12, 1943. It was a clash between German armored divisions and Soviet tank brigades, and resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. Soviet defensive success. The Soviet defensive preparations and successful counterattacks slowed the German advance and inflicted heavy losses. The German forces failed to achieve their objectives of encircling and destroying the Soviet forces in the Kursk salient. German withdrawal. Faced with heavy losses and diminishing prospects of success, the Germans eventually withdrew from the Kursk salient. The battle marked a turning point on the Eastern Front and signaled the beginning of the Soviet offensive that would ultimately lead to the defeat of Nazi Germany. Costly battle. The Battle of Kursk was one of the costliest battles in terms of casualties. Both sides suffered heavy losses, with estimates of Soviet casualties ranging from 500,000 to 800,000 and German casualties ranging from 200,000 to 300,000 to 300,000. Strategic significance. The Soviet victory at Kursk marked a major turning point in World War II. It demonstrated the Soviet Union's ability to successfully repel a major German offensive and signaled the declining effectiveness of German military operations. Technology and tactics. The Battle of Kursk showcased the evolution of tank warfare tactics and technological advancements. The Soviet T-34 tank proved its superiority over the German tanks, and the battle highlighted the importance of combined arms operations and artillery support. Intelligence success. The Soviets benefited from successful intelligence operations, intercepting and decoding German radio communications. This allowed them to anticipate German movements and plan effective counterattacks. Operation Bagration. The Soviet success at Kursk paved the way for the massive Soviet offensive known as Operation Bagration in 1944. Moral boost for the Soviet Union. The victory at the Battle of Kursk provided a significant morale boost for the Soviet Union and its people. It demonstrated the resilience and determination of the Soviet soldiers and the nation's ability to withstand the German onslaught. Loss of elite German units. The Battle of Kursk resulted in the depletion of German elite armored units. The loss of these experienced and well-equipped units had a long-lasting impact on German military capabilities on the Eastern Front. Defense of the Soviet homeland. The Battle of Kursk was fought on Soviet soil, highlighting the determination of the Soviet Union to defend its homeland. It galvanized the Soviet population and instilled a sense of national unity in the face of the German invasion. Improved Soviet tactics. The battle provided valuable lessons to the Soviet military in terms of defensive strategies and tactics. It led to further improvements in combined arms operations, coordination, and the use of artillery and air support. Impact on German offensive capability. The defeat at Kursk significantly weakened the German offensive capability on the Eastern Front. It forced the German High Command to adopt a more defensive posture, marking a shift in the momentum of the war. Symbolic significance. The Battle of Kursk became a symbol of Soviet resistance and victory against the German war machine. It remains an iconic event in Russian history, representing the courage and sacrifice of the Soviet people in the fight against fascism. Soviet strategic offensives. As the war progressed, the Soviet Union launched strategic offensives, pushing the German forces back and reclaiming territories. Operations such as Operation Bagration, 1944, and the Vistula Oder Offensive, 1945, were instrumental in liberating Eastern Europe from German control. Operation Bagration was a major military offensive launched by the Soviet Union against German forces on the Eastern Front during World War II. It took place from June 22 to August 19, 1944, and was named after the Soviet military commander General Pyotr Bagration. Objectives. The main objective of Operation Bagration was to liberate Belarus from German occupation. The Soviet Union aimed to destroy German Army Group Center, disrupt German supply lines, and push the Germans out of the region. Scale and scope. Operation Bagration was one of the largest military operations in history, involving millions of soldiers and thousands of tanks, artillery pieces, and aircraft. It covered a wide front spanning hundreds of kilometers and required precise coordination and planning. Surprise attack. The Soviet offensive was characterized by a surprise attack, catching the German forces off guard. The element of surprise, combined with the superiority of Soviet forces in terms of numbers and equipment, played a crucial role in the success of the operation. Diversions and deceptions. The Soviets conducted diversions and deceptions to mislead the Germans and divert their attention from the main attack. They launched secondary offensives and conducted fake troop movements to confuse the German command. Coordination of multiple fronts. Operation Bagration involved the coordinated efforts of multiple Soviet fronts, including the Belarusian, Baltic, and Ukrainian fronts. These fronts operated in synergy to encircle and destroy German forces in Belarus. Breakthrough and exploitation. The Soviet offensive aimed to achieve a breakthrough in the German defensive lines and exploit the resulting gaps. Soviet forces swiftly penetrated deep into German-held territories, causing confusion and disarray among the German forces. Encirclement of German forces. The Soviets successfully encircled large portions of German Army Group Center. This resulted in the capture or destruction of significant German forces, isolating and weakening the German defense. Destruction of German Army Group Center. Operation Bagration led to the destruction of German Army Group Center as an effective fighting force. The German forces suffered heavy casualties, loss of equipment, and loss of territory, significantly weakening their position on the Eastern Front. Liberation of Belarus. The primary objective of Operation Bagration was the liberation of Belarus from German occupation. The Soviet offensive succeeded in freeing Belarus from German control, restoring Soviet sovereignty over the region. Partisan support. Operation Bagration received significant support from Belarusian partisan units, who disrupted German communications, sabotaged supply lines, and provided valuable intelligence. Partisan fighters actively assisted the advancing Soviet forces in liberating their homeland. Advances in mobility and combined arms tactics. Operation Bagration showcased advances in Soviet mobility and combined arms tactics. The Soviets effectively used tanks, infantry, artillery, and aircraft in coordinated operations, exploiting weaknesses in the German defenses. Destruction of German infrastructure. The Soviet offensive targeted German infrastructure, including railways, bridges, and supply depots. This disrupted German logistics and hampered their ability to reinforce or resupply their troops. Collapse of German Eastern Front. Operation Bagration led to the collapse of the German Eastern Front. The Soviet offensive forced the Germans into a retreat and marked a significant turning point in the war on the Eastern Front. Strategic impact. Operation Bagration had a profound strategic impact on the overall course of the war. It significantly weakened the German military, further demoralized the German forces, and paved the way for the Soviet advance into Eastern Europe. Liberating Eastern Europe. Operation Bagration played a crucial role in liberating Eastern European countries from German occupation. The Soviet offensive not only freed Belarus, but also created favorable conditions for the subsequent liberation of Poland and the Baltic states. Soviet offensive momentum. Operation Bagration further enhanced the Soviet offensive momentum on the Eastern Front. It demonstrated the growing strength and capability of the Soviet military and set the stage for future offensives that would eventually lead to the fall of Berlin. Lessons from Stalingrad. The Soviet commanders drew valuable lessons from the Battle of Stalingrad and applied them during Operation Bagration. The importance of encirclement, coordination of multiple fronts, and the effective use of artillery and air support were key factors in the success of the operation. Human cost. Operation Bagration resulted in significant casualties on both sides. The Soviet Union suffered heavy losses, but the operation inflicted even greater losses on the German forces, further depleting their manpower and resources. Legacy and symbolism. Operation Bagration remains one of the most significant military operations in Russian history. It symbolizes the strength and determination of the Soviet Union in its fight against Nazi Germany and stands as a testament to the sacrifices made by Soviet soldiers in the pursuit of victory. Vistula, Oder Offensive. The Vistula Oder Offensive was a major military operation conducted by the Soviet Union against German forces on the Eastern Front during World War II. It took place from January 12 to February 2, 1945, and aimed to drive the Germans out of Poland and advance towards Berlin. Objective. The main objective of the Vistula Oder Offensive was to break through the heavily fortified German defensive positions along the Vistula and Oder rivers. The Soviet forces aimed to rapidly advance westward, liberate Poland, and establish a bridgehead for further operations towards Berlin. Coordination. The offensive involved the coordinated efforts of multiple Soviet fronts, including the First Belarusian Front and the First Ukrainian Front. These fronts operated in synergy to launch simultaneous attacks on German positions along the Vistula and Oder rivers. Surprise and speed. The Soviet offensive caught the German forces by surprise, exploiting their weakened defenses and utilizing the element of speed. The Soviet forces achieved rapid advances, outmaneuvering the Germans and capitalizing on their momentum. Overcoming German resistance, The German forces put up fierce resistance, defending fortified positions and utilizing counterattacks. However, the overwhelming Soviet numerical superiority, combined with superior firepower and coordination, gradually overwhelmed the German defenses. Breakthrough at the Vistula River. The Soviet forces achieved a breakthrough at the Vistula River, enabling them to cross and establish bridgeheads on the western bank. This breakthrough opened the way for further advances into German-held territory. Liberation of Warsaw. One of the significant achievements of the Vistula Oder offensive was the liberation of Warsaw, the capital of Poland. The Soviet forces successfully expelled the German garrison and allowed the Polish resistance to rise up and take control of the city, crossing the Oder River. Following the successful crossing of the Vistula River, the Soviet forces advanced westward towards the Oder River. They conducted amphibious operations and bridgehead assaults to establish a foothold on the eastern bank of the Oder. Encirclement of German forces. The Vistula Oder offensive led to the encirclement and isolation of several German army groups. This resulted in the capture or destruction of significant German forces, further weakening the German defense. Destruction of German infrastructure. The Soviet offensive targeted German infrastructure, including railways, bridges, and communication lines. This disrupted German logistics, hampered their ability to reinforce or resupply their troops, and contributed to the overall success of the offensive. Urban warfare. The offensive involved intense urban warfare as Soviet forces fought to clear German-held cities and towns. The Soviet soldiers faced formidable German defenses and engaged in street-to-street fighting to secure urban areas. Soviet air superiority. The Soviet Union enjoyed air superiority during the Vistula Oder offensive. The Soviet Air Force provided close air support to ground forces, conducted bombing raids on German positions, and disrupted German supply lines. Costly battle. The Vistula Oder offensive resulted in significant casualties on both sides. While the Soviet Union suffered heavy losses, the German casualties were even higher, exacerbating their manpower and resource shortages. Liberating Eastern Europe. The Vistula Oder offensive marked a significant step towards the liberation of Eastern European countries from German occupation. It allowed the Soviet forces to push deeper into German-held territories, liberating Poland. Soviet advancement into Germany. The success of the Vistula Oder offensive allowed the Soviet forces to advance further into Germany itself. They crossed the Oder River and continued their relentless push towards Berlin, bringing the German capital within their sights. Destruction of Nazi propaganda. The Vistula Oder offensive dealt a significant blow to Nazi propaganda as the Soviet forces exposed the atrocities committed by the Germans in occupied territories. The liberation of cities and towns revealed the true nature of Nazi rule, undermining their claims of superiority and inspiring resistance movements. Collapse of German Eastern Front. The Vistula Oder offensive contributed to the collapse of the German Eastern Front. The Soviet forces shattered German defensive lines and pushed them into retreat, causing disarray and confusion among the German command. Symbolic importance. The Vistula Oder offensive holds immense symbolic importance in Russian history. It represented a major turning point in the war, signaling the irreversible decline of Nazi Germany and the impending victory of the Soviet Union. Strategic impact. The success of the Vistula Oder offensive had a profound strategic impact on the outcome of World War I. It weakened the German military, disrupted their defensive lines, and opened the way for the final assault on Berlin. Legacy. The Vistula Oder offensive remains a significant event in Russian history, representing the Soviet Union's determination and military prowess. It stands as a testament to the sacrifices made by Soviet soldiers and the pivotal role they played in defeating Nazi Germany. Soviet war production. The Soviet Union's war effort relied on massive industrial production, with factories relocated to the east and new factories established. Soviet production of tanks, aircraft, and weapons played a vital role in sustaining the war effort and overwhelming the enemy. Human losses. The Soviet Union suffered immense human losses during World War II, with an estimated 26 million people killed, including both military personnel and civilians. The war had a profound impact on the population and left a lasting scar on Russian society. Partisan activity in occupied territories. In addition to the Soviet Union's resistance efforts, partisan activity in occupied territories such as Belarus and Ukraine posed significant challenges for German forces. Partisans targeted German supply lines, disrupted infrastructure, and conducted sabotage operations. Soviet-Allied cooperation? The Soviet Union forged alliances with the United States and the United Kingdom as part of the Allied forces. Coordination between the Allies played a crucial role in the ultimate defeat of Nazi Germany. Liberation of Auschwitz and other death camps. Soviet forces played a significant role in the liberation of Auschwitz and other Nazi concentration and extermination camps. The discovery of these atrocities exposed the full extent of the Holocaust and became a defining moment in World War II history. Battle for Berlin. In May 1945, Soviet forces launched a massive offensive on Berlin, the capital of Nazi Germany. The Battle for Berlin resulted in the final collapse of Hitler's regime and the capture of the city by Soviet troops. Strategic importance. The Battle for Berlin was a critical military operation during World War II that aimed to capture the German capital and bring an end to the war in Europe. It took place from April 16 to May 2, 1945, and involved intense fighting between Soviet forces and the defending German army. Soviet offensive. The battle was part of the broader Soviet Berlin strategic offensive operation, which aimed to surround and capture Berlin from multiple directions. The Soviet forces launched a massive offensive involving millions of troops, tanks, artillery, and aircraft. Encirclement of Berlin. The Soviet offensive aimed to encircle Berlin and cut off German escape routes. Soviet forces, consisting of multiple fronts, conducted coordinated attacks from the east, north, and south, effectively surrounding the city. Street-to-street combat. The Battle for Berlin involved fierce street-to-street combat as Soviet forces fought their way through the heavily fortified city. The German defenders employed defensive positions, bunkers, and barricades to resist the Soviet advance. High casualties. The battle resulted in high casualties on both sides. The Soviet Union suffered significant losses, but the German defenders faced even heavier casualties, with tens of thousands killed or captured. Urban warfare. The Battle for Berlin was characterized by intense urban warfare as Soviet forces fought to clear German-held buildings and strongholds. The close-quarters combat and the destruction of infrastructure made the fighting extremely challenging. Soviet air superiority? The Soviet Air Force played a crucial role in the Battle for Berlin, providing close air support to ground forces and conducting bombing raids on German positions. The aerial bombardment contributed to the destruction of German defenses and infrastructure. Hitler's bunker. One of the significant aspects of the Battle for Berlin was the capture of Hitler's bunker, where the German leadership was located. The Soviet forces advanced through the city, eventually reaching and capturing the bunker. Resistance from S and Hitler Youth. The German defenders included elite S troops and Hitler Youth members who fiercely resisted the Soviet advance. Their fanatical resistance, combined with the fortified positions, made certain areas of the city particularly challenging to capture. Destruction and devastation. The Battle for Berlin resulted in significant destruction and devastation in the city. The fighting, aerial bombardment, and artillery shelling led to the destruction of buildings, infrastructure, and historical landmarks. Fall of the Reichstag. The Soviet forces achieved a significant victory by capturing the Reichstag, the symbolic center of Nazi Germany. The raising of the Soviet flag on the Reichstag building became an iconic image symbolizing the Soviet triumph in Berlin. Surrender of German forces. The battle for Berlin ended with the unconditional surrender of the remaining German forces in the city. General Helmuth Wedeling, the German commander, surrendered to the Soviet forces on May 2, 1945, effectively ending the battle. End of Nazi Germany. The capture of Berlin and the surrender of German forces marked the end of Nazi Germany. It was a significant milestone in the Allied victory in Europe and the final stages of World War IE. Symbolic victory. The battle for Berlin holds immense symbolic significance for the Soviet Union. It symbolized the culmination of Soviet sacrifices and determination in defeating Nazi Germany and avenging the losses and suffering inflicted upon the Soviet people. Soviet contribution to victory. The Soviet Union's success in the battle for Berlin played a pivotal role in the overall victory over Nazi Germany. Collapse of German command. The battle for Berlin witnessed the collapse of German command and control structures. The German leadership, including Adolf Hitler, faced a breakdown in communication and coordination, further hampering their ability to mount an effective defense. Capture of high-ranking Nazis. The battle for Berlin resulted in the capture of several high-ranking Nazis and members of the German government. This included Hermann Göring, Joseph Goebbels, and Albert Speer, who were taken into custody by Soviet forces. Liberation of concentration camps. As Soviet forces advanced through Berlin, they encountered and liberated several concentration camps located in the city's outskirts. The shocking discoveries of the atrocities committed by the Nazis further fueled the determination of Soviet troops to bring an end to the regime. Impact on post-war borders. The outcome of the battle for Berlin played a significant role in shaping the post-war borders of Europe. The Soviet Union's control over Berlin and large parts of Eastern Europe, including Germany's eastern territories, had lasting geopolitical implications. Legacy. The battle for Berlin remains a defining moment in Russian history and World War II. It serves as a testament to the sacrifices and heroism of the Soviet soldiers, as well as their pivotal role in the defeat of Nazi Germany. Yalta Conference. In February 1945, the leaders of the Allied powers, including Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin, U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, met in Yalta. Crimea. They discussed the post-war reorganization of Europe, including the division of Germany and the establishment of the United Nations. The Yalta Conference was a meeting of the leaders of the Allied powers during World War II. It took place from February 4 to February 11, 1945, in the city of Yalta, Crimea, then part of the Soviet Union. Participants. The conference was attended by three key leaders: Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Each leader represented their respective countries and played a significant role in shaping the post-war world order. Objectives. The main objectives of the Yalta Conference were to discuss the final defeat of Nazi Germany and to plan for the post-war world. The leaders aimed to address key issues such as the division of Germany, the establishment of international organizations, and the fate of Eastern European countries. Division of Germany. One of the significant outcomes of the Yalta Conference was the agreement on the division of Germany into occupation zones. It was decided that Germany would be divided among the four major Allied powers: the Soviet Union, the United States, Great Britain, and France. Future of Eastern Europe. The fate of Eastern European countries was a crucial topic of discussion at the Yalta Conference. It was agreed that these countries would be allowed to hold free elections to determine their post-war governments, while recognizing the Soviet Union's influence in the region. Declaration on Liberated Europe. The leaders issued a declaration that outlined their commitment to the principles of democracy and self-determination for the peoples of liberated Europe. However, there were differences in interpretation, particularly concerning the extent of Soviet influence and control in Eastern Europe. United Nations. The Yalta Conference played a pivotal role in the establishment of the United Nations. The leaders agreed on the need for an international organization to maintain peace and security and decided to convene the United Nations Conference in San Francisco later that year, war crimes trials. The leaders also discussed the issue of war crimes and agreed to hold trials to prosecute those responsible for atrocities committed during World War II. This led to the subsequent Nuremberg trials, where major Nazi war criminals were brought to justice. Polish borders and government. One of the contentious issues at the conference was the question of Poland's borders and government. It was agreed that the Soviet Union would retain control over the eastern part of Poland, while a provisional government would be established with representation from different Polish factions. Reparations. The issue of war reparations was discussed at the Yalta Conference. It was agreed that Germany would be responsible for paying reparations to the countries affected by its aggression, primarily the Soviet Union. Future of the Soviet Union. The conference provided an opportunity for the leaders to discuss the future of the Soviet Union and its role in the post-war world. Stalin emphasized the importance of securing the Soviet Union's borders and maintaining its security. Demilitarization and denazification. The leaders discussed the need to demilitarize Germany and ensure its denazification. The process involved disarming Germany, dismantling its war industries, and purging Nazi elements from its institutions. Soviet entry into the war against Japan. At the Yalta Conference, Stalin committed to entering the war against Japan after the defeat of Germany. This pledge played a significant role in shaping the post-war situation in the Asia-Pacific region. Soviet occupation of Eastern Europe. As Soviet forces advanced, they occupied Eastern European countries, including Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania. These countries came under Soviet influence and formed the Eastern Bloc, with communist governments aligned with the Soviet Union. Legacy of Soviet sacrifice. The Soviet Union's immense sacrifices and contributions during World War II played a significant role in the ultimate defeat of Nazi Germany. The war shaped the collective memory and identity of the Soviet people, with Victory Day, May 9, commemorated as a national holiday. Great patriotic war narratives. The Soviet Union developed its own narratives and interpretations of World War II, emphasizing the heroic efforts of the Soviet people and the significance of the Great Patriotic War for national identity. The war became a powerful symbol of Soviet resilience and unity. War reparations and post-war challenges. After the war, the Soviet Union faced the task of rebuilding and recovering from the devastating conflict. It also sought reparations from Germany, aiming to rebuild its own infrastructure and economy. Soviet nuclear program. World War II spurred the Soviet Union's development of a nuclear program aiming to match the nuclear capabilities of the United States. The successful detonation of the first Soviet atomic bomb in 1949 marked a significant milestone in the nuclear arms race. Shaping the post-war world order. The Soviet Union's role in World War II contributed to the reshaping of the post-war world order. It emerged as one of the superpowers, along with the United States, leading to the division of the world into two ideological blocs during the Cold War. Victory in World War II. Stalin's leadership during World War II resulted in the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. The Soviet Union played a significant role in the defeat of the Axis powers and the liberation of Eastern Europe. Post-war Soviet expansion. After World War II, Stalin's regime oversaw the expansion of Soviet influence and control in Eastern Europe. This led to the establishment of communist governments in countries such as Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia. Cold War era. Stalin's policies contributed to the escalation of tensions between the Soviet Union and the Western powers during the Cold War. The Soviet Union emerged as a global superpower and engaged in ideological and geopolitical conflicts with the United States and its allies. Cold War and superpower status. The Soviet Union emerged as one of the two superpowers in the post-World War IE era, alongside the United States. It engaged in a geopolitical struggle known as the Cold War, characterized by competition and ideological differences. Warsaw Pact. In 1955, the Soviet Union formed the Warsaw Pact, a military alliance consisting of Eastern European countries under its influence. The pact served as a counterbalance to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, led by the United States, Soviet leadership succession. Following the death of Joseph Stalin in 1953, a period of leadership succession took place within the Soviet Union. Leaders such as Nikita Khrushchev, Leonid Brezhnev, Mikhail Gorbachev, and others shaped the direction of the Soviet Union. Dissolution of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union faced significant challenges in the 1980s, including economic stagnation and growing discontent. In 1991, amid political and economic turmoil, the Soviet Union dissolved, leading to the formation of independent states, including Russia. The Soviet Union was formed as a result of the Russian Revolution and the establishment of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. It expanded to include multiple socialist republics, eventually forming the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. The Soviet Union was characterized by a planned economy, a dominant communist party, industrialization, collectivization, and a central role on the world stage during World War IE and the Cold War and the Cold War. However, internal challenges, economic stagnation, and political changes eventually led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, marking the end of an era in Russian history, the Cold War. Origins of the Cold War. The Cold War was a period of geopolitical tension and rivalry between the Soviet Union and the United States, lasting roughly from the end of World War IE in 1945 until the early 1990s. The main causes of the Cold War were ideological differences, geopolitical competition, and mutual mistrust between the two superpowers. Division of Europe. After World War IE, Europe became divided into two spheres of influence, with Western Europe aligned with the United States and Eastern Europe under Soviet control. The division was solidified by the establishment of NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, in 1949 and the Warsaw Pact in 1955. Arms race. The Cold War was characterized by an intense arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both superpowers developed and stockpiled nuclear weapons, leading to a period of mutually assured destruction, proxy wars. The Cold War was marked by numerous proxy wars, in which the United States and the Soviet Union supported opposing sides in conflicts around the world. Examples include the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and various conflicts in Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East. Space race, SRACE. The Cold War also played out in the field of space exploration, with the Soviet Union and the United States competing to achieve milestones in space technology. The Soviet Union notably launched the first manned spaceflight with Yuri Gagarin in 1961, while the United States achieved the first manned moon landing in 1969. Ideological conflict. The Cold War was driven by ideological differences between the Soviet Union's communist system and the United States' capitalist democracy. Each side sought to promote its own ideology and undermine the other through propaganda, cultural exchanges, and information warfare. Berlin Wall. One of the most iconic symbols of the Cold War was the Berlin Wall, constructed in 1961 to separate East and West Berlin. It represented the physical division between the communist and capitalist worlds and stood as a powerful metaphor for the Iron Curtain. Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 was a major escalation of tensions during the Cold War. It occurred when the United States discovered Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba, leading to a high-stakes standoff that brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. Detent. In the 1970s, there was a period of detente, characterized by a relaxation of tensions between the superpowers. Arms control agreements, such as the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, SALT, were signed in an effort to reduce the risk of nuclear conflict. Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. In 1979, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan to support a communist government facing opposition. The conflict lasted for nearly a decade and became a significant proxy war between the United States and the Soviet Union. The Afghanistan War, also known as the Soviet-Afghan War, occurred from 1979 to 1989. It was a military conflict between the Soviet Union and the Afghan Mujahideen resistance groups. Soviet intervention. The Soviet Union intervened in Afghanistan in December 1979 to support a communist government facing opposition. The intervention aimed to preserve Soviet influence in the region and prevent the spread of Islamic fundamentalism. Occupation and counterinsurgency. The Soviet Union deployed a large number of troops to occupy Afghanistan and suppress the Mujahideen resistance. The conflict quickly turned into a protracted guerrilla war, with the Soviet forces facing strong opposition from the Afghan resistance fighters. Proxy war. The Afghanistan War became a major proxy war between the Soviet Union and the United States. The United States, along with other Western and Middle Eastern countries, provided support to the Mujahideen, supplying them with weapons and financial aid. Mujahideen? The Mujahideen were Afghan resistance groups composed of various factions, including ethnic, tribal, and religious groups. They fought against the Soviet occupation, employing guerrilla tactics and receiving support from external sources, urban warfare, and civilian casualties. The conflict resulted in significant urban warfare, with both sides engaging in battles in major cities such as Kabul. The fighting caused a high number of civilian casualties and widespread destruction. Impact on Afghan society. The war had a devastating impact on Afghan society, causing widespread displacement, loss of lives, and damage to infrastructure. It also exacerbated ethnic and religious tensions within the country. Tactics and counterinsurgency measures. The Soviet forces employed various tactics and counterinsurgency measures, including aerial bombardment, night raids, and the establishment of a puppet government. However, they faced difficulties in winning the support of the local population and countering the Mujahideen's guerrilla tactics. Stinger missiles? The introduction of Stinger surface-to-air missiles by the United States had a significant impact on the conflict. These missiles allowed the Mujahideen to effectively target Soviet helicopters and aircraft, diminishing the Soviet air superiority. International condemnation? The Soviet Union faced international condemnation for its actions in Afghanistan. Many countries, including the United States, viewed the Soviet intervention as a violation of Afghan sovereignty and a threat to regional stability. Cost of the war. The war was financially and militarily costly for the Soviet Union. It strained the Soviet economy and military resources, contributing to the overall decline of the Soviet Union. Support for the Mujahideen. The Mujahideen received support not only from the United States, but also from other countries such as Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and China. This support included training, weapons, and financial aid, helping to sustain the resistance against the Soviet forces. Impact on Soviet society. The Afghanistan War had an impact on Soviet society, leading to increased public disillusionment and criticism of the government's foreign policy. It also revealed the limitations of Soviet military power and contributed to a sense of decline and defeat. Human rights abuses. The conflict was marred by numerous human rights abuses committed by both sides. Reports of torture, extrajudicial killings, and other atrocities emerged during and after the war. Withdrawal of Soviet troops. The withdrawal of Soviet troops began in May 1988, following negotiations and agreements with the Afghan government and international stakeholders. The decision to withdraw was influenced by several factors, including mounting casualties, economic strain, and the changing political landscape. Legacy and aftermath. The Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan was seen as a military and political defeat for the Soviet Union. The war exposed the limitations of Soviet military power and contributed to the decline of the Soviet Union. Rise of the Taliban. Following the Soviet withdrawal, Afghanistan plunged into a period of civil war and political instability. The power vacuum created by the absence of a strong central government allowed the rise of the Taliban, an Islamist extremist group. Long-term consequences. The Afghanistan War had long-term consequences for both Afghanistan and the Soviet Union. Afghanistan descended into further conflict and instability, with the Taliban eventually taking control of most of the country. Impact on Soviet military doctrine. The war had a profound impact on Soviet military doctrine and strategy. It highlighted the challenges of fighting a guerrilla war in difficult terrain and influenced subsequent military reforms within the Soviet armed forces. Lessons learned. The Afghanistan War served as a lesson for many nations, highlighting the challenges of military intervention in a foreign country. It underscored the importance of understanding the local culture, political dynamics, and the limitations of military power. The Soviet Union's intervention in the Afghanistan War was a pivotal event in Russian history. The conflict, marked by a prolonged and costly occupation, brought international condemnation and strained Soviet resources. The war also exposed the limitations of Soviet military power and contributed to the overall decline of the Soviet Union. The withdrawal of Soviet troops paved the way for further political instability in Afghanistan, with the rise of the Taliban. The legacy of the war continues to shape regional dynamics and serves as a lesson in military intervention for nations around the world. Reagan era. The 1980s saw a resurgence of tension between the United States and the Soviet Union under President Ronald Reagan. Reagan's anti-communist rhetoric and military buildup, known as the Reagan Doctrine, challenged Soviet influence and contributed to the eventual collapse of the Soviet Union. Perestroika and glasnost. In the mid-1980s, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev introduced reforms known as perestroika restructuring and glasnost, NS. These policies aimed to address economic stagnation and increase political openness within the Soviet Union. Perestroika aimed to address the inefficiencies and stagnation of the Soviet economy by introducing elements of market-oriented reforms. It involved decentralizing economic decision-making, allowing limited private enterprise, and increasing foreign trade. Glasnost. Alongside perestroika, Gorbachev introduced the concept of glasnost, meaning openness or transparency. Glasnost aimed to increase freedom of speech, press, and political expression, allowing for more public participation in decision-making processes. Political reforms. Perestroika brought about significant political reforms, including the loosening of the Communist Party's grip on power. It allowed for more political pluralism, competitive elections, and the establishment of other political parties. Democratization. Perestroika aimed to democratize Soviet society by promoting more open and accountable governance. It led to the establishment of elected legislative bodies at various levels, including the Congress of People's Deputies. Decentralization of power. Perestroika sought to decentralize power within the Soviet Union, transferring decision-making authority from the central government to local and regional authorities. This decentralization aimed to increase efficiency and responsiveness in governance. Economic restructuring. Perestroika involved restructuring and diversifying the Soviet economy by reducing the state's control over production and allowing greater market forces to operate. State-owned enterprises were given more autonomy, and small-scale private businesses were permitted. Price liberalization. Perestroika introduced price liberalization, allowing prices to be determined by supply and demand rather than state-controlled pricing. This led to significant price increases, which initially caused economic hardships for many Soviet citizens. Foreign policy reforms. Perestroika brought about significant changes in Soviet foreign policy. It aimed to improve relations with the West, promote disarmament, and reduce tensions in international relations. Arms control. Perestroika led to arms control negotiations between the Soviet Union and the United States. The signing of the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, INF, in 1987, marked a major step toward reducing nuclear tensions. Impact on nationalities. Perestroika had implications for the nationalities within the Soviet Union. It encouraged a greater sense of nationalism and demands for greater autonomy and self-determination among various Soviet republics. Resistance to reform. Perestroika faced resistance from conservative elements within the Communist Party and entrenched bureaucracies. Many party members were resistant to change and feared losing their privileges and power. Economic challenges. Perestroika faced numerous economic challenges, including inefficiencies, corruption, and a lack of infrastructure. The introduction of market-oriented reforms also led to economic disparities and difficulties in transitioning from a planned economy to a market-based system. Impact on living standards. Initially, perestroika led to economic hardships for many Soviet citizens, as price liberalization and economic restructuring resulted in inflation and scarcity of goods. However, in the long term, it aimed to improve living standards through increased productivity and efficiency. Public debate and criticism. This newfound openness allowed for a re-evaluation of Soviet history, including the acknowledgement of past repressions and human rights abuses. It also provided a platform for intellectual and cultural expression, leading to a flourishing of artistic, literary, and journalistic works. Challenges and resistance. Perestroika faced significant challenges and resistance from conservative elements within the Communist Party, bureaucracy, and industrial sectors. The resistance to reform and the slow pace of change hindered the implementation of perestroika's objectives. Economic diversification. Perestroika aimed to diversify the Soviet economy by promoting the development of new industries and encouraging technological innovation. The goal was to shift from a predominantly industrial economy to a more technologically advanced and service-oriented economy. Impact on Eastern Bloc countries. Perestroika had a profound impact on the Eastern Bloc countries as the reforms encouraged political and economic liberalization throughout the region. It contributed to the wave of democratic movements and revolutions that eventually led to the dissolution of the Eastern Bloc. Unintended consequences. Despite its initial objectives, perestroika inadvertently created an atmosphere of political instability and uncertainty. The loosening of political control and the opening of public debate allowed for the emergence of nationalist and separatist movements in various Soviet republics. Collapse of the Soviet Union. Perestroika ultimately played a significant role in the collapse of the Soviet Union. The reforms, while intended to revitalize the Soviet system, exposed its deep-rooted flaws and exacerbated social, political, and economic tensions, leading to the dissolution of the USSR in 1991. In summary, perestroika was a series of political and economic reforms introduced in the Soviet Union by Mikhail Gorbachev. It aimed to revitalize the stagnant Soviet economy, promote political openness, and decentralize power. However, perestroika faced resistance from conservative forces and encountered numerous challenges. It had far-reaching effects on the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc, leading to increased public debate, political and economic liberalization, and ultimately the collapse of the Soviet Union. The legacy of perestroika continues to shape Russian history and society, as it marked a significant turning point in the country's political and economic trajectory. Fall of Berlin Wall. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 symbolized the end of the division between East and West Berlin and marked a significant turning point in the Cold War. It represented a broader trend of popular uprisings and political changes in Eastern Europe, leading to the reunification of Germany in 1990. Collapse of the Soviet Union. The Cold War came to an end with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Economic stagnation, political unrest, and the inability to compete with the United States in the arms race contributed to the Soviet Union's dissolution. Impact on Russian society. The Cold War had a profound impact on Russian society, shaping politics, economy, culture, and everyday life. The state's control over information, limited personal freedoms, and the focus on military-industrial development were central features of Soviet society. Space exploration. The Cold War fueled competition between the United States and the Soviet Union in the field of space exploration. Both countries invested heavily in space programs to demonstrate technological and ideological superiority. Origins of the space race. The space race refers to the competition between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War to achieve milestones in space exploration and technology. It began in the late 1950s and lasted throughout the 1960s. Sputnik 1. On October 4, 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the world's first artificial satellite. This event marked the beginning of the space age and caught the attention of the world as the Soviet Union achieved a significant technological breakthrough. Yuri Gagarin and Vostok 1. On April 12, 1961, Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first human to orbit the Earth aboard the Vostok 1 spacecraft. Gagarin's successful mission solidified the Soviet Union's lead in space exploration and propelled them to the forefront of international prestige. Lunar Program. The Soviet lunar program aimed to send unmanned spacecraft to the moon. It achieved several significant milestones, including the first successful impact of a spacecraft on the moon's surface and the first photographs of the moon's far side. Venera Program. The Soviet Venera program focused on exploring Venus. It successfully sent multiple spacecraft to Venus, with Venera 7 becoming the first spacecraft to land on another planet's surface. Valentina Tereshkova. On June 16, 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the first woman to travel to space aboard Vostok 6. Her mission further demonstrated the Soviet Union's commitment to space exploration and equality in astronaut selection. Lunar missions. The Soviet Union launched multiple lunar missions as part of the lunar program. Although they did not achieve a manned lunar landing, they successfully completed missions such as orbiting the moon, collecting lunar soil samples, and returning them to Earth. Alexei Leonov and Voskhod 2. On March 18, 1965, Soviet cosmonaut Alexei Leonov became the first person to conduct a spacewalk during the Voskhod 2 mission. This significant achievement showcased the Soviet Union's advancements in extravehicular activity, EVA, capabilities. Nun rocket and moon landing race. In response to the United States Apollo program, the Soviet Union developed the Nun rocket to compete in the race to land a human on the moon. However, the Nun rocket faced technical challenges and failed to achieve a successful lunar mission. Lunar sample return missions. The Soviet Union successfully conducted lunar sample return missions, bringing back lunar soil samples to Earth. These missions, such as the Luna 16, Luna 20, and Luna 24, contributed to scientific knowledge about the moon's composition. Impact on technological advancements. The space race led to significant technological advancements in both the Soviet Union and the United States. It accelerated the development of rocketry, telecommunications, satellite technology, and other related fields. Competition in spacecraft capabilities. The Soviet Union and the United States competed in developing spacecraft with various capabilities, including longer-duration spaceflights, rendezvous and docking, and re-entry technology. Interplanetary missions. The Soviet Union also focused on interplanetary missions, including missions to Mars and Venus. They launched multiple spacecraft to study the atmospheres and surfaces of these planets. Space stations. The Soviet Union achieved notable milestones in space station technology. The Soviet Union developed and operated several space stations, including the Salyut series and the iconic Mir space station. Mir, launched in 1986, was the first long-duration crewed space station and played a crucial role in advancing scientific research and international collaboration in space. Soyuz spacecraft. The Soyuz spacecraft, developed by the Soviet Union, has been the backbone of Russian space missions for decades. It continues to serve as the primary means of crew transportation to the International Space Station, International Space Cooperation. Despite the competition, there were also instances of international space cooperation during the space race. The Apollo-Soyuz test project in 1975 marked the first joint mission between the United States and the Soviet Union, showcasing a spirit of detente and collaboration. Spacecraft recovery. The Soviet Union developed advanced spacecraft recovery techniques, including soft landing systems. Their spacecraft could land safely on land or water, enabling the return of astronauts and valuable payloads from space. Remote sensing and Earth observation. The Soviet Union made significant strides in remote sensing and Earth observation from space. Their satellites provided valuable data on weather patterns, environmental monitoring, and resource management. Space science and exploration. The Soviet Union conducted various space science experiments and exploration missions. These missions included studying cosmic rays, conducting biological experiments in space, and exploring the outer reaches of the solar system. Legacy and influence. The space race had a profound impact on scientific, technological, and geopolitical fronts. It accelerated advancements in space exploration, led to improved understanding of the universe, and inspired generations of scientists and engineers. The space race between the Soviet Union and the United States during the Cold War era was a fierce competition that pushed the boundaries of human achievement in space exploration. The Soviet Union achieved significant milestones, including launching the first artificial satellite, sending the first human into space, conducting spacewalks, and exploring celestial bodies. The race fueled advancements in rocket technology, space stations, interplanetary missions, and scientific research. Despite its competitive nature, it also fostered limited international cooperation. The legacy of the space race continues to shape space exploration efforts and inspire scientific endeavors to this day. The Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis occurred in October 1962, during the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. The crisis was triggered by the Soviet Union's decision to deploy nuclear missiles in Cuba, a neighboring country of the United States. Soviet motivations? The Soviet Union aimed to counterbalance the United States' nuclear capabilities by deploying missiles in Cuba, which would provide a strategic advantage in the event of a conflict. The Soviets also sought to protect their ally, Fidel Castro's communist government in Cuba, from potential U.S. aggression. Discovery of missile sites. U.S. reconnaissance flights in October 1962 discovered evidence of Soviet missile installations in Cuba, including medium-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles. U.S. response. U.S. President John F. Kennedy and his administration considered the Soviet missile deployment a direct threat to American national security. They declared a naval blockade of Cuba to prevent further shipments of Soviet missiles and demanded their removal. Diplomatic negotiations. The crisis sparked intense diplomatic negotiations between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both sides engaged in back-channel communications to find a peaceful resolution and avoid the outbreak of nuclear war. Public announcement. On October 22, 1962, President Kennedy made a public announcement about the discovery of Soviet missiles in Cuba. He declared the naval blockade and warned the Soviet Union against any further escalation. Quarantine. The U.S. naval blockade, referred to as a quarantine, aimed to intercept and inspect any Soviet ships carrying additional missile components to Cuba. This measure aimed to prevent the completion of the missile sites and escalate the crisis. Heightened tensions. Tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union reached a critical point during the crisis, with both sides preparing for possible military action. The world stood on the brink of nuclear war, creating an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty. Military readiness. Both the United States and the Soviet Union increased their military readiness during the crisis. The United States placed its military forces on high alert, while the Soviet Union ordered its armed forces to prepare for a potential conflict. XCOM. President Kennedy formed the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, XCOM, to advise him during the crisis. The XCOM consisted of senior government officials and played a crucial role in deliberating various options and crafting a response. Negotiations with Soviet Premier Khrushchev. Behind the scenes, President Kennedy engaged in direct negotiations with Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, to find a peaceful resolution. They exchanged letters and communicated through diplomatic channels to defuse the crisis, negotiating terms. Eventually, an agreement was reached between Kennedy and Khrushchev. The United States agreed to remove its Jupiter missiles from Turkey, near the Soviet Union's border, and publicly announced a commitment not to invade Cuba. In return, the Soviet Union agreed to dismantle and remove its missiles from Cuba. Escalation risk. The crisis posed a significant risk of escalation into a full-scale nuclear conflict. Both sides understood the devastating consequences of such a war and sought to find a diplomatic solution. Impact on U.S.-Soviet relations. The Cuban Missile Crisis had a lasting impact on U.S.-Soviet relations. It highlighted the dangers of nuclear weapons and the need for improved communication and arms control agreements between the two superpowers. Nuclear arms race. The crisis reinforced the urgent need for nuclear arms control agreements between the United States and the Soviet Union. It led to a greater awareness of the dangers of nuclear proliferation and an increased focus on disarmament and arms control efforts. Impact on Khrushchev's leadership. The handling of the Cuban Missile Crisis had mixed consequences for Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev. While he was able to avoid a direct military confrontation with the United States, his leadership was criticized within the Soviet Union, and he faced internal political challenges. Aftermath in Cuba. The Cuban Missile Crisis solidified Fidel Castro's alliance with the Soviet Union. It also prompted increased support and aid from the Soviet Union to Cuba, further deepening their ties. Lessons learned. The Cuban Missile Crisis served as a wake-up call for both the United States and the Soviet Union. It highlighted the need for improved communication, crisis management, and mechanisms to avoid miscalculations that could lead to nuclear war. Impact on global politics. The Cuban Missile Crisis had significant repercussions on global politics. It underscored the risks of superpower rivalry and the potential for catastrophic consequences if conflicts were not managed properly. Legacy. The Cuban Missile Crisis remains a crucial event in the history of the Cold War. It is seen as a turning point that led to increased efforts towards arms control, deterrence, and improved communication between the United States and the Soviet Union. The Cuban Missile Crisis was a critical moment in Russian history as it brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. The crisis was marked by intense diplomatic negotiations, military tensions, and the risk of escalation. Through back-channel communications and negotiations, a peaceful resolution was eventually reached, with the removal of missiles from Cuba and a commitment to avoid further confrontation. The crisis highlighted the need for improved communication, arms control, and crisis management between the United States and the Soviet Union. It also had lasting impacts on global politics and further shaped the course of the Cold War. Nuclear arms control. Throughout the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union engaged in negotiations and treaties aimed at reducing the risk of nuclear war. Treaties such as the Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, INF, and the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, START, aimed to limit the number of nuclear weapons. Legacy, tension. The Cold War left a lasting legacy of tension and mistrust between Russia and the United States. Despite the end of the Cold War, relations between the two countries have remained complex and marked by periods of cooperation and conflict. Impact on global politics. The Cold War shaped global politics and influenced the geopolitical landscape for decades. It resulted in the division of Europe, the formation of military alliances, and the spread of ideologies and proxy conflicts around the world. In summary, the Cold War was a period of intense geopolitical tension between the Soviet Union and the United States. It was characterized by ideological conflict, proxy wars, an arms race, and a division of Europe. The fall of the Berlin Wall and the subsequent collapse of the Soviet Union marked the end of the Cold War era. The legacy of the Cold War continues to influence global politics, and its impact on Russian history is profound, shaping politics, society, and international relations. The 1980 Summer Olympics. The 1980 Summer Olympics were awarded to Moscow, the capital city of the Soviet Union, in 1974. This marked the first time that the Soviet Union hosted the Summer Olympics. Political climate. The 1980 Olympics took place during the height of the Cold War, with significant tensions between the Soviet Union and the Western world. The United States and several other countries boycotted the Games in protest of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979. VMU preparation. Moscow underwent significant infrastructure development to prepare for the Games. Numerous stadiums, arenas, and sports facilities were constructed or renovated to host the various sporting events. Opening ceremony. The opening ceremony took place on July 19, 1980, at the Central Lenin Stadium in Moscow. It showcased Soviet cultural and artistic performances, reflecting the grandeur and pride of the host nation. Athletes' Village. A purpose-built Athletes' Village was constructed to accommodate the participating athletes and their delegations. The village provided housing, dining, and recreational facilities for the athletes during the Games. Sporting events. The 1980 Summer Olympics featured a wide range of sporting events across different disciplines. These included athletics, swimming, gymnastics, boxing, wrestling, tennis, basketball, and many others. Success of Soviet athletes. Soviet athletes dominated the Games, winning a significant number of medals across various sports. They showcased their prowess in events like gymnastics, weightlifting, wrestling, and athletics. Symbolism and propaganda. The Soviet government used the Olympics as an opportunity to project their political ideology and showcase the country's achievements. The Games were seen as a platform to promote Soviet power, unity, and athletic prowess. Cultural exchange. Despite the boycott by several nations, athletes from over 80 countries participated in the Games, providing an opportunity for cultural exchange and understanding. It allowed athletes and visitors from different nations to interact and experience Soviet culture. Opening of the Friendship Games. As a response to the boycott, the Soviet Union organized the Friendship Games, an alternative sporting event held in countries sympathetic to the Soviet cause. The Games aimed to provide an opportunity for athletes from boycotting countries to compete. Security measures. Extensive security measures were put in place to ensure the safety of athletes and spectators during the Games. The Soviet authorities implemented strict access controls and surveillance to prevent any security threats. Closing ceremony. The Games concluded with a grand closing ceremony on August 3, 1980, at the Central Lenin Stadium. It featured cultural performances, the extinguishing of the Olympic flame, and the passing of the Olympic flag to the next host city. Legacy of sports facilities. Many of the sports facilities built for the 1980 Olympics continued to be used for sporting events and competitions in Moscow. These venues, such as the Luzhniki Stadium, have become iconic landmarks in the city. Impact on Soviet sports. The 1980 Olympics had a significant impact on Soviet sports. The success of Soviet athletes further boosted national pride and encouraged the development of sports programs and infrastructure within the country. Controversies. The Soviet Union faced criticism for its handling of the Games, particularly regarding the strict control of information and restrictions on media coverage. The boycott by several countries also cast a shadow on the event. Economic investment. Hosting the Olympics required significant economic investment by the Soviet Union. The construction of new venues, infrastructure improvements, and logistical preparations involved substantial financial resources. Propaganda value. The Soviet Union used the Olympics as a means of promoting their political ideology and showcasing their achievements to the world. The Games were used as a platform to present the Soviet Union as a powerful and advanced nation. Cultural impact. The 1980 Olympics provided an opportunity for the Soviet Union to share its cultural heritage with the world. Spectators and athletes were exposed to Russian arts, music, and traditions, helping to foster cultural exchange. Long-term international relations. The boycott by Western countries strained relations between the Soviet Union and many Western nations. The boycott had a lasting impact on international relations and further heightened tensions during the Cold War. Legacy. The 1980 Summer Olympics left a lasting legacy in Russian history. Despite the political controversy surrounding the Games, it provided an opportunity for Soviet athletes to showcase their talent and for the country to demonstrate its organizational capabilities. The Chernobyl disaster. Date and location. The Chernobyl disaster occurred on April 26, 1986 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant located near the town of Pripyat in the Ukrainian SR, which was part of the Soviet Union at the time. The plant is situated about 110 kilometers north of Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine. Reactor explosion. The disaster was triggered by a catastrophic explosion in Reactor 4 of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The explosion was caused by a combination of design flaws, a flawed reactor experiment, and operator error. Release of radioactive materials. The explosion released a massive amount of radioactive materials into the atmosphere, contaminating the surrounding areas. It resulted in the release of radioactive isotopes such as iodine, 131, cesium, 137, and strontium-90, among others. Immediate response. Following the explosion, emergency response teams were deployed to contain the situation and minimize the immediate impact. Firefighters and plant workers faced high levels of radiation exposure as they attempted to extinguish the fire and prevent further damage. Evacuation and exclusion zone. The immediate evacuation of the nearby town of Pripyat and the establishment of an exclusion zone were crucial steps to protect the public from further radiation exposure. The exclusion zone encompassed an area of approximately 2,600 square kilometers around the plant and remains restricted to this day. Health impact. The Chernobyl disaster caused immediate and long-term health consequences for those exposed to high levels of radiation. Acute radiation sickness affected the plant workers involved in the initial response, and the release of radioactive particles led to increased risks of various forms of cancer and other health issues. Environmental impact. The surrounding environment, including forests, rivers, and agricultural land, was heavily contaminated by radioactive fallout. Wildlife in the affected areas also experienced significant disruption and genetic mutations due to radiation exposure. International impact. The Chernobyl disaster had global consequences as the radioactive plume spread across Europe, affecting neighboring countries and beyond. It raised concerns about nuclear safety, leading to increased scrutiny and stricter regulations for nuclear power plants worldwide. Cleanup and containment. The immediate response focused on containing the damaged reactor and preventing further releases of radioactive materials. The construction of the sarcophagus, a large concrete and steel structure, was completed in 1986 to encase the damaged reactor and limit the release of radioactive substances. Long-term consequences. The Chernobyl disaster continues to have long-term consequences for the affected regions and the people living within the exclusion zone. It has had an enduring impact on public health, the environment, and socio-economic aspects of the affected areas. Lessons learned. The Chernobyl disaster served as a wake-up call for the Soviet Union and the international community about the dangers of nuclear power and the importance of safety measures. It prompted significant revisions to nuclear safety standards and regulations worldwide. Impact on nuclear industry. The Chernobyl disaster significantly impacted the nuclear industry, leading to changes in reactor designs, safety protocols, and emergency response procedures. It raised awareness of the potential risks and highlighted the need for transparency and open communication in the nuclear sector. Rehabilitation and resettlement. Over the years, efforts have been made to rehabilitate the affected areas and provide support to those affected by the disaster. Some areas within the exclusion zone have been reopened for limited habitation, and programs have been implemented to assist affected communities. Scientific study and research. The Chernobyl disaster provided a unique opportunity for scientific study and research on the long-term effects of radiation exposure on human health and the environment. Numerous studies have been conducted to monitor and analyze the ongoing impacts of the disaster. Economic costs. The Chernobyl disaster had significant economic costs, both in terms of immediate response efforts and long-term rehabilitation. Resources were diverted to address the aftermath of the disaster, including medical treatment, environmental cleanup, and compensating affected individuals. Social impact. The Chernobyl disaster had a profound social impact on the affected communities, leading to displacement, loss of livelihoods, and social stigma. The psychological and emotional toll on individuals and families affected by the disaster has been long-lasting. Chernobyl nuclear power plant closure. Following the disaster, the remaining reactors at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant were gradually shut down. Reactor 2 was decommissioned in 1991, while Reactor 1 was shut down in 1996, officially ending the plant's operation. International aid and assistance. The international community provided assistance and support to the Soviet Union in the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster. Medical teams, experts, and resources were sent to help with the emergency response, medical treatment, and containment efforts. Media coverage and awareness. The Chernobyl disaster received extensive media coverage worldwide, raising public awareness about the risks associated with nuclear energy. It sparked debates and discussions about the safety of nuclear power and the potential consequences of nuclear accidents. Chernobyl today. Today, the Chernobyl exclusion zone serves as a haunting reminder of the disaster. It has also become a tourist destination, attracting visitors interested in learning about the history, consequences, and ongoing research related to the Chernobyl disaster. Alternative explanations. Conspiracy theories surrounding the Chernobyl disaster emerged in the aftermath of the event. These theories propose alternative explanations to the official account of the accident and its causes. Sabotage theories. Some conspiracy theories suggest that the Chernobyl disaster was the result of deliberate sabotage by foreign intelligence agencies or internal dissidents. These theories claim that the explosion was intentionally caused to harm the Soviet Union and its nuclear capabilities. Nuclear weapons testing. One conspiracy theory suggests that the Chernobyl disaster was actually a covert nuclear weapons testing operation. It claims that the explosion was a result of a failed weapons test rather than a nuclear power plant accident. Biological weapons testing. Another conspiracy theory proposes that the Chernobyl disaster was related to secret biological weapons testing conducted at the plant. This theory alleges that the release of radiation was intentional as part of a covert biological weapons experiment. Radioactive materials disposal. Some conspiracy theories speculate that the Chernobyl disaster was a cover-up for the illegal disposal of radioactive materials. These theories propose that the explosion was a deliberate act to dispose of hazardous waste without attracting attention. Suppressed information. Conspiracy theories suggest that crucial information about the Chernobyl disaster was intentionally suppressed or manipulated by the Soviet government. They claim that the true extent of the disaster and its consequences were concealed to protect the reputation of the Soviet nuclear program. Hidden agenda. Some conspiracy theories propose that the Soviet authorities had a hidden agenda behind the Chernobyl disaster. They suggest that the incident was used as a pretext for implementing stricter controls, suppressing dissent, or diverting attention from other political issues. Involvement of foreign powers. Certain conspiracy theories point to the involvement of foreign powers in the Chernobyl disaster. They allege that the explosion was caused or facilitated by external agents seeking to undermine the Soviet Union. Nuclear industry cover-up. Conspiracy theories claim that the Chernobyl disaster was the result of systemic issues within the nuclear industry, which were deliberately concealed by the authorities. They argue that the accident was a predictable outcome of flawed reactor designs and safety practices. Disinformation campaigns. Some conspiracy theories suggest that disinformation campaigns were initiated to create confusion and misinformation regarding the Chernobyl disaster. They propose that deliberate misinformation was spread to obfuscate the truth and protect the interests of the Soviet government. Economic interests. Conspiracy theories propose that the Chernobyl disaster was motivated by economic interests, such as the need for funding or the promotion of specific industries. They suggest that the explosion was a calculated move to secure financial resources or support for the nuclear sector. Controlling public perception, certain conspiracy theories argue that the Chernobyl disaster was used as a means to control public perception and manipulate public opinion. They claim that the event was exploited to enhance the image of the Soviet Union or divert attention from other political issues. Whistleblower suppression. Conspiracy theories propose that individuals who possessed crucial information about the Chernobyl disaster were silenced or eliminated. They suggest that whistleblowers or witnesses were targeted to prevent them from revealing the true causes and consequences of the accident. Political rivalries. Some conspiracy theories link the Chernobyl disaster to internal political rivalries within the Soviet Union. They claim that factions within the government or party sought to exploit the accident to undermine their opponents or consolidate power. Conspiracy theories argue that the secrecy surrounding the Chernobyl disaster was justified by national security concerns. They suggest that the government intentionally withheld information to protect sensitive nuclear technology or military capabilities. Western involvement. Some conspiracy theories propose that Western intelligence agencies were involved in the Chernobyl disaster. They suggest that foreign powers played a role in causing or exacerbating the accident to undermine the Soviet Union. Nuclear arms race. Conspiracy theories link the Chernobyl disaster to the nuclear arms race between the Soviet Union and the United States. They argue that the explosion was a result of heightened tensions and efforts to maintain nuclear dominance. Health consequences cover-up. Certain conspiracy theories claim that the true extent of the health consequences of the Chernobyl disaster was intentionally downplayed or concealed. They argue that the scale of radiation-related illnesses and deaths was much higher than officially reported. Psychological warfare. Conspiracy theories suggest that the Chernobyl disaster was part of a psychological warfare campaign against the Soviet Union. They propose that the explosion was designed to create fear and instability within the country, lack of accountability. Some conspiracy theories contend that the true culprits responsible for the Chernobyl disaster were never held accountable. They argue that individuals or organizations involved in the accident were protected from prosecution or faced minimal consequences. Boris Yeltsin. Early life and background. Boris Yeltsin was born on February 1, 1931 in Butka, Sverdlovsk Oblast, Soviet Union, now Russia. He grew up in a working-class family and experienced the hardships of World War I and the post-war Reconstruction period. Political career beginnings. Yeltsin started his political career in the 1960s as a member of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, SU. He quickly rose through the ranks and became the first secretary of the Sverdlovsk Regional Committee of the KSU. Reformist stance. Yeltsin gained a reputation as a reformist leader within the LCP-SU. He advocated for greater transparency, democratization, and economic reforms to address the inefficiencies and corruption within the Soviet system. Moscow, party leader. In 1985, Yeltsin was appointed as the first secretary of the Moscow City Committee of the CPSU, a powerful position within the party. He used his platform to criticize the party's leadership and advocate for further reforms. Clash with Gorbachev. Yeltsin's vocal opposition to the Soviet establishment and his calls for more rapid reforms brought him into conflict with Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. He became a prominent critic of Gorbachev's policies, particularly his handling of the economy and political liberalization. Resignation from the KPSU. In 1990, Yeltsin resigned from the KPSU in protest a protest against the hardline coup attempt against Gorbachev. This move propelled him to the forefront of democratic opposition and established his reputation as a champion of reform. Election as Russian Federation president. In 1991, Yeltsin was elected as the president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, which later became the Russian Federation. He won the election with strong popular support, positioning himself as a leader of democratic and economic transformation. August 1991 coup. Yeltsin played a crucial role in thwarting the August 1991 coup attempt by hardline communists against Gorbachev. His defiance and leadership in mobilizing public opposition helped preserve the fragile democratic gains and ultimately led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Economic reforms. Yeltsin implemented a series of economic reforms, commonly known as shock therapy, aimed at transitioning Russia to a market economy. These reforms included price liberalization, privatization of state-owned enterprises, and the creation of a more open business environment. Political challenges. Yeltsin faced significant political challenges during his presidency, including clashes with the parliament and political opposition. These conflicts often led to political instability and a strained relationship between the executive and legislative branches. Constitutional crisis. In 1993, Yeltsin dissolved the Russian parliament after a power struggle and called for new elections. This move triggered a constitutional crisis and resulted in a violent confrontation between Yeltsin's forces and parliament supporters. The 1993 constitutional crisis in Russia was a political conflict between President Boris Yeltsin and the Russian parliament, Supreme Soviet, that occurred from September 21 to October 4, 1993. The crisis emerged from a power struggle between the executive and legislative branches of government. Dispute over the constitution. The crisis centered around the adoption of a new constitution, which aimed to strengthen the presidency and transition Russia to a more market-oriented economy. Yeltsin supported the new constitution, while the parliament, dominated by opposition factions, opposed it. Yeltsin's dissolution of parliament. On September 21, 1993, Yeltsin issued a decree dissolving the parliament and calling for new parliamentary elections. He argued that the parliament was obstructing his reform agenda and violating the constitution. Parliament's resistance. The parliament, led by Speaker Ruslan Kozbylatov and Vice President Alexander Rutskoy, rejected Yeltsin's decree and barricaded themselves inside the parliament building, White House, in Moscow. Violent clashes. The crisis escalated into violent clashes between pro-Yeltsin forces, including the army and police and pro-parliament supporters. Demonstrators gathered around the White House to resist Yeltsin's actions, leading to clashes with security forces. Storming of White House. On October 4, 1993, Yeltsin ordered a military assault on the White House to suppress the parliament's resistance. The building was shelled by tanks and subjected to heavy gunfire, resulting in significant damage and casualty. Loss of life. The storming of the White House resulted in the loss of many lives, including civilians, parliament members, and security forces. The exact number of casualties remains disputed, with estimates ranging from several dozen to over 150 people. Yeltsin's consolidation of power. Yeltsin's forces gained control of the White House and effectively suppressed the opposition. He consolidated his power, disbanded the parliament, and strengthened the presidency through the adoption of the new constitution. Suspension of democratic institutions. The crisis led to the suspension of democratic institutions in Russia, as Yeltsin ruled by decree for a period of time. The parliament's dissolution and the violent crackdown raised concerns about the state of democracy in Russia. International reactions. The international community closely watched the crisis unfold and expressed concern over the use of force. Some countries condemned the violence, while others recognized Yeltsin's actions as necessary to preserve stability. Constitution adoption. Despite the controversial circumstances, the new constitution was eventually adopted through a national referendum in December 1993. The Constitution provided a legal framework for the reorganization of the Russian government and the balance of power between the presidency and parliament. Impact on Russian politics. The constitutional crisis and the subsequent adoption of the new constitution significantly reshaped Russian politics. The presidency gained more power, while the parliament's influence was reduced, leading to a centralized political system. Legitimacy challenges. The crisis raised questions about the legitimacy of Yeltsin's presidency and the actions taken during the conflict. Some critics argued that the storming of the White House undermined democratic principles and violated the rule of law. Political polarization. The crisis further deepened political divisions within Russia, exacerbating the already existing rifts between pro-Yeltsin and opposition factions. The events of 1993 laid the groundwork for continued political polarization in Russia, as pro-Yeltsin and opposition factions remained at odds. The crisis created lasting animosity and mistrust between different political groups, shaping the landscape of Russian politics for years to come. Legacy of violence. The violent nature of the crisis and the storming of the White House left a lasting impact on Russian society. It served as a reminder of the potential for political conflicts to escalate into bloodshed, contributing to a sense of caution and wariness in the political sphere. Constitutional reforms. The crisis prompted discussions on the need for further constitutional reforms to ensure a more balanced and accountable system of government. It highlighted the importance of constitutional provisions that protect democratic institutions and prevent the abuse of power. Shift in power dynamics. Following the crisis, the balance of power shifted significantly towards the presidency, giving the president greater authority and control. This shift had implications for checks and balances, separation of powers, and the overall democratic functioning of the Russian political system. Criticisms and controversies. The events of the crisis were subject to criticism and controversy, with some arguing that Yeltsin's actions were undemocratic and undermined the rule of law. The violent suppression of opposition voices raised concerns about human rights and freedom of expression. Impact on public perception. The constitutional crisis had a profound impact on public perception and trust in political institutions. Many Russians felt disillusioned and disenchanted with the political system, leading to a sense of apathy and cynicism towards politics. Historical significance. The 1993 constitutional crisis was a pivotal moment in Russian history, marking a critical juncture in the country's transition from the Soviet era to a more democratic system. It highlighted the challenges of building a stable and inclusive political framework and set the stage for future debates on the balance between presidential power and democratic governance in Russia. It is important to note that interpretations and opinions on the events of the 1993 constitutional crisis may vary. The points mentioned here aim to provide a broad overview and understanding of the crisis and its impact on Russian politics and society. Chechen conflict. Yeltsin faced a major challenge in dealing with the Chechen conflict, which erupted in 1994. The conflict, characterized by violence and human rights abuses, presented a significant challenge to Yeltsin's leadership and Russia's territorial integrity. The Chechen conflict refers to a series of armed conflicts between the Russian Federation and the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. The conflict arose from complex historical, ethnic, and political factors, including Chechen aspirations for independence and Russian territorial claims. First Chechen War, 1994-1996. The conflict began in 1994 when Russia launched a military campaign to regain control over the breakaway Chechen region. The war resulted in a devastating loss of life and infrastructure, with heavy casualties on both sides. Grozny Battle. The Battle of Grozny, the capital city of Chechnya, was a major turning point in the conflict. Russian forces faced fierce resistance from Chechen fighters, and the city was heavily damaged during the intense urban warfare. Humanitarian crisis. The First Chechen War led to a severe humanitarian crisis, with widespread displacement of civilians and reports of human rights abuses committed by both sides. The conflict resulted in significant civilian casualties and the destruction of homes, infrastructure, and public institutions. Khasavyurt Accords. The Khasavyurt Accords, signed in 1996, ended the First Chechen War. The agreement allowed for a ceasefire and established a temporary autonomous status for Chechnya, although the issue of Chechen independence remained unresolved. Period of de facto independence. Following the Khasavyurt Accords, Chechnya experienced a period of de facto independence from Russia. Aslan Maskhadov was elected as the president of the Chechen Republic of Icaria, though his authority remained contested. Rise of radicalism. The period of de facto independence saw the rise of radical Islamist groups in Chechnya, including the emergence of warlords such as Shamobasayev. These groups conducted attacks within and outside Chechnya, increasing concerns about instability and terrorism. Second Chechen War, 1999-2009. The conflict reignited in 1999 when Chechen militants launched incursions into the neighboring Russian Republic of Dagestan. Russia responded with a large-scale military operation, beginning the Second Chechen War. Moscow apartment bombings. The Moscow apartment bombings in September 1999, which killed hundreds of people, were attributed to Chechen extremists. These attacks further fueled public support for military action against Chechnya and contributed to the escalation of the conflict. Grozny Siege. The Second Chechen War saw the renewed siege of Grozny, with Russian forces conducting a prolonged and devastating assault on the city. The siege resulted in significant destruction and civilian casualties. Shift in Russian strategy. The Russian military adopted a counter-terrorism approach during the Second Chechen War, targeting both separatist fighters and suspected militants. This strategy led to widespread human rights abuses, including arbitrary arrests, torture, and extrajudicial killings. Ramzan Kadyrov's rise to power. Ramzan Kadyrov, the son of former Chechen President Akhmad Kadyrov, emerged as a powerful figure during the Second Chechen War. He played a significant role in the pro-Russian Chechen forces and eventually became the president of the Chechen Republic. Beslan School Siege. The Beslan School Siege in 2004, where Chechen militants took hundreds of hostages, shocked the world with its brutality and resulted in the deaths of many children and adults. The incident highlighted the ongoing violence and instability in the region, gradual stabilization and reconstruction. After years of intense fighting, the conflict gradually subsided and the region started to stabilize. Efforts were made to reconstruct infrastructure, rebuild communities, and provide social services to the population. Federalization and control. In the aftermath of the conflict, Chechnya remained part of the Russian Federation, but with increased autonomy. The region was granted a degree of self-governance, although the Russian government maintained control over key aspects of administration and security. Impact on Russia's security policy. The Chechen conflict had a significant impact on Russia's security policy, leading to a shift towards a more assertive and securitized approach to combating terrorism. It influenced the development of counter-terrorism strategies and shaped Russia's stance on separatist movements within its borders. Human rights concerns. Throughout the conflict, both sides faced accusations of human rights abuses, including torture, extrajudicial killings, and enforced disappearances. Human rights organizations raised concerns about the protection of civil liberties and the treatment of civilians caught in the conflict. Aftermath of the conflict. The Chechen conflict had long-lasting repercussions on the socio-political landscape of Chechnya and Russia as a whole. The region faced significant challenges in terms of reconciliation, the reintegration of former fighters, and the rebuilding of trust between different communities. International reactions. The Chechen conflict received international attention and drew criticism from human rights organizations and some countries. There were calls for peaceful resolution, respect for human rights, and dialogue between the conflicting parties. Historical significance. The Chechen conflict stands as a critical chapter in Russian history, highlighting the complexities of ethnic and regional tensions within the country. It has had a profound impact on the lives of the Chechen people, shaping their political aspirations, cultural identity, and relationship with the Russian Federation. It is important to note that interpretations and opinions on the Chechen conflict may vary. The points mentioned here aim to provide a broad overview and understanding of the conflict and its impact on Russian politics, society, and security dynamics. Second presidential term. Yeltsin won a second term as president of Russia in 1996, defeating his Communist Party opponent, Gennady Zyuganov, in a closely contested election. His second term was marked by continued economic and political challenges, including ongoing economic reforms, privatization controversies, and struggles with corruption. Relations with the West? Yeltsin sought to improve Russia's relations with Western countries, particularly the United States and Europe. He played a significant role in establishing a more cooperative and constructive relationship between Russia and the West. NATO expansion. Yeltsin strongly opposed the expansion of NATO into former Soviet territories, viewing it as a threat to Russian security. He expressed concerns about the encroachment of Western influence in the region and the potential destabilization of the post-Soviet order. Health issues and resignation. Yeltsin's presidency was marred by health issues, including heart problems and alcohol-related incidents. In 1999, amid mounting criticism and concerns about his ability to govern effectively, Yeltsin announced his resignation as president. Successor, Vladimir Putin. Yeltsin appointed Vladimir Putin, then prime minister, as his successor, marking the beginning of Putin's rise to power. Yeltsin's decision to hand over power to Putin was seen as a pivotal moment in Russian politics and set the stage for Putin's long tenure as the country's leader. Legacy of democracy and transition. Despite the challenges and controversies of his presidency, Yeltsin is widely credited with overseeing the transition of Russia from a communist state to a more democratic and market-oriented society. His presidency marked a period of significant political and economic transformation in Russia's history. Criticisms and controversies. Yeltsin's presidency also faced criticism for economic hardships, corruption scandals, and political instability. Many Russians viewed the 1990s as a turbulent and difficult period, with a sharp decline in living standards and social inequality. Historical significance. Boris Yeltsin holds a significant place in Russian history as a leader who played a central role in the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the establishment of an independent Russia. His presidency marked a pivotal era of political, economic, and social change, shaping the trajectory of modern Russia. Boris Yeltsin's presidency marked a period of profound transformation in Russia's history. His leadership during the tumultuous 1990s saw the dismantling of the Soviet Union, the transition to a market economy, and the establishment of a more democratic political system. While his presidency was not without challenges and controversies, Yeltsin's legacy remains significant in shaping Russia's path towards a more open and market-oriented society. Vladimir Putin. Early life and career. Vladimir Putin was born on October 7, 1952, in Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, Russia. He studied law and joined the KGB, the Soviet Union's security agency, where he served as a foreign intelligence officer. Rise to power. Putin entered politics in the early 1990s and quickly rose through the ranks. He worked in the administration of St. Petersburg's mayor, Anatoly Sobchak, and later became the deputy mayor. Appointment as prime minister. In 1999, President Boris Yeltsin appointed Putin as prime minister of Russia following a series of government reshuffles. Yeltsin's choice of Putin as his successor marked the beginning of Putin's ascent to power. Acting president and presidential elections. In December 1999, Yeltsin resigned and Putin assumed the role of acting president. He won the presidential election in March 2000 with a significant majority of votes. Putin's leadership style. Putin is known for his assertive and authoritative leadership style, often characterized as a strongman leader. He emphasizes stability, national security, and the consolidation of central authority. Economic policies. During Putin's presidency, Russia experienced significant economic growth driven by rising oil prices. He implemented various economic reforms, focusing on increasing state control over strategic industries and combating corruption. Centralization of power. Putin concentrated power in the hands of the presidency, reducing the influence of regional governors and consolidating control over the media and political institutions. Critics argue that this centralization has weakened democratic checks and balances. Chechen conflict and counterterrorism. Putin pursued a hardline approach towards the Chechen conflict, seeking to restore control over the region and combat separatist movements. He portrayed the conflict as a fight against terrorism and strengthened the security apparatus to counter extremist threats, reasserting Russia's influence. Putin aimed to re-establish Russia as a global power and assert its interests on the international stage. He pursued a more assertive foreign policy, challenging Western dominance and pursuing partnerships with countries such as China. Annexation of Crimea. One of the most significant events during Putin's presidency was the annexation of Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. The move drew international condemnation and led to tensions with Western countries. Relationship with the West. Putin's relationship with the West has been characterized by periods of cooperation and tensions. There have been disputes over issues such as human rights, democracy, territorial conflicts, and allegations of Russian interference in foreign elections. Consolidation of power and term extensions. Putin served as president from 2000 to 2008, then became prime minister from 2008 to 2012, before being re-elected as president in 2012. He introduced constitutional changes to extend presidential term limits, allowing him to serve additional terms. Suppression of political opposition. Putin's presidency has seen a tightening of restrictions on political opposition and civil liberties. Critics argue that the government has suppressed dissent, curtailed media freedom, and targeted political opponents. Popularity and support. Putin enjoys significant popularity and support within Russia, attributed to a combination of economic stability, nationalist sentiment, and effective propaganda. Socioeconomic challenges. Despite economic growth during Putin's presidency, Russia has faced challenges such as income inequality, corruption, and reliance on natural resources. The economy's vulnerability to external factors, such as fluctuating oil prices, has raised concerns about long-term sustainability. Social and cultural policies. Putin has implemented policies aimed at promoting conservative social values, emphasizing traditional family structures and patriotism. These policies have been criticized for limiting LGBTQ rights and freedom of expression. State-controlled media. Putin's government has exerted significant control over the media, limiting freedom of the press and promoting state-controlled narratives. Independent media outlets have faced restrictions resulting in a lack of diverse viewpoints. Olympic Games and global events. Under Putin's leadership, Russia hosted several major international events, including the 2014 Winter Olympics in Sochi and the 2018 FIFA World Cup. These events were seen as opportunities to showcase Russia's capabilities and bolster its global image. International interventions. Putin has pursued an assertive foreign policy involving Russia in conflicts such as the Syrian civil war, where it has supported the regime of Bashar al-Assad. Russia's involvement in foreign interventions has drawn criticism from Western countries and raised geopolitical tensions. Legacy and historical assessment. Vladimir Putin's leadership has left a lasting impact on Russian politics, society, and international relations. His presidency has been marked by a mix of economic growth, consolidation of power, controversial policies, and geopolitical confrontations, shaping Russia's trajectory in the 21st century. It is important to note that interpretations and opinions on Vladimir Putin's presidency may vary. The points mentioned here aim to provide a broad overview and understanding of Putin's role in Russian history and the key aspects of his leadership.